Hello, 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 my lovely little imps. Boy, oh boy, don't we have a show today. We are going to be having a discussion with none other than the fallen titan of Twitch, Destiny, Steve, also known at various times in his life as School Shooter Steve, also known as Big Steve. We've got a lot of different names for our friend Destiny over here. Let me just unmute here. That's weird, Wenland. You have class in like 15 minutes? Don't worry, the VOD will exist. You're very welcome. Sorry about the bot there. Don't you worry. Stephen Kenneth Bonelli the Ninth. That's who we're going to be talking about. So we're just going to get a minute here, and then I'll shoot a message over to Destiny. Some have called him a GamerGater. Some have called him an incredible streamer. Some have called him a ham sandwich. The context. I'm about to give you the context. Some have called him that as well. He's some washed up LOL streamer, as it turns out. Yeah, this is going to be real interesting. Oh, also, Pinkwug, I think my mug is going to arrive today, and if it arrives on stream, I will fill it up with drink, and I will... True, object permanence is a myth. You can't prove it. Let's give it a few minutes here, because I want to just, before we get into the conversation, I just want to give you the context. So you know that, despite the fact that his channel is currently titled, Talking with a Twitter Crazy, or whatever it is, other bullshit that he's going to pull out along the way, I'm going to give you the context for why the fuck we're talking about this at all. Let me just show you. And by the way, my comments, I've gotten like 1,000. The Destiny simps are in full form. The Destiny simps are just, oh my God. So this is what started it all. This is the post that started it all. So what? Is your new thing making Gamergate tier posts with thinly veiled misogyny at trans people on Twitter now, Destiny? I thought you were trying to workshop your reputation with a community service arc or some shit. And apparently that one stung just a tiny bit. It's really funny. He's actually really excited to talk to me. What was the content? What was the comment that was about? Oh, basically Liv posting was just like, do political streamers understand how fucking lame I challenge you to a Twitch debate sounds when it comes out of your mouth? As a joke. And then he got constantly screeching stupid shit on public media platform where anybody can see it. Someone challenges a claim. Oh my God, you're such a debate lord. This is just, he may as well have just called her a hysterical bitch. This is just leaning on misogynist stereotypes. He's so triggered. It's actually hilarious. And so, as we can see, I made a small dig at him, and he's been, you know, kind of losing his shit over it. And so is his fan base, by the way, just so you know. And let me just read you some of the wonderful comments I've received since his fan base took note of me. Let me just share with you a little bit of these comments. Let me just read them to you. We've got Ugly Tranny. Nice. We've got, this one was sent to me and the Syntheed after the Syntheed defended Destiny. Haha, fags like you need to hang. Nice. We've got a bunch of people deliberately misgendering people in the comments. I've got a whole bunch of clips of this. And then, of course, this is in the context of following on the tail of him retweeting Cyberwitch Lexi and calling her, let me just get the exact quote here. Let me get the exact quote. Where is it here? Let me just bring it up. I can grab it for you here. Give me a second. It's on the Beneblo's thing here himself. Let me just read it for you. I want to make sure that we're not misquoting him here. Let's find this. Here we go. Where is it? Where'd he put it? Oh, did he delete it? Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, and then he responded, sorry, just because you're trans, that doesn't mean you can say some incredibly stupid shit. Some incredibly stupid shit, like mildly poking fun at debate bros. Like, there's been literally a fuckload of that. Yeah, let me find the clip here. Where is it? Oh, here we go. This is the one. By the way, just so you're in the know, Cyberwitch Lexi has deleted her Twitter and her Twitch. Just so you all know. So we all know what actually happens when Destiny targets somebody. This is what happens. We lose a great creator in our space. Yes, really. Yes, really. Because I can tell you, first, I can't find any of it now because it's gone. Yeah, I like Lexi a lot. Hey, just as an FYI, I legitimately think you have a mental illness and shouldn't subject yourself to online scrutiny and stuff like this. It's pretty clear you're not capable of having any kind of reasonable conversation like this, and you're probably healthier or happier offline. I really wonder what this could be easily misinterpreted as. So that's why we're talking with Destiny today. Don't worry, we're going to keep this right up there. I know, and Lexi is one of the most reasonable and chill people online. It's actually wild. Destiny is being such a fragile loser about this. Oh, Lexi is incredibly cool. Lexi is remarkably civil. What did they say? They said that Dario was a dipshit. Yeah, what a surprise. Exactly. Hey, good to see you, Vermin. Yeah, Destiny is really chomping at the bit to go against me. Let's check out what his Twitch stream is named right now. Let's see if he's changed it. Let's check out what old Destiny's... It's really funny, though. And again, I just want to lay out the case before we have this conversation. Here we go. COD, Minecraft, and arguing with crazies from Twitter. Nice. Nice. So, yeah. It's really funny to me. There's been this whole thing where it's just by chance, Destiny finds a way to sick his fan base on every single person on the platform who isn't a white guy that agrees 100% with Destiny all the time. Yeah, he finds a way to do that. It's weird how that keeps happening, isn't it? Really weird. Yeah, so it's just a little strange to me. And it's especially strange when you consider that Destiny railed against Gamergate, which used the exact same tactics to direct misogyny, to direct hatred, to direct transphobia to people on Twitter. So I'm not particularly surprised at this point. But here's the great thing. The cool thing is that I was never a Destiny fan, ever. I've never been a Destiny fan. I've watched plenty of his shit. I've paid attention to him online, but I've never been a fan. Never spent time in his chat. Never went around simping for him on the internet like some of his fans tend to do. I mean, he has an incredible simp base. It's quite incredible. So yeah, I have the benefit of not being enchanted by this idea that Destiny is some god who should be the kingmaker of Twitch space. And in fact, I think that when it comes down to it, Destiny basically behaves like a GamerGater at this point. And maybe that's not his intention, but it's certainly the outcome. So there, I have laid my case. That's about all I have to talk about with him. He's probably, I don't know, maybe he'll get really mad, but we'll find out. So let's have a talk with Destiny. Let's have a nice, comfy chat with Steven. Let's get him on here. Let me just send him a message. Let's find out. Now we wait. In the meantime, have your screens lined up? Yeah, I could. I don't really know how, I don't know how he's going to handle it. Yeah, I'm having him on. Aw, thank you so much. This probably won't be relaxing, Sassy Pog.
Content seems pretty relaxing. 3.
Well, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you. I'm sure this one is not going to be relaxing. It's not going to be relaxing today, probably. We'll see. Maybe we'll have a nice talk. It's quite possible. It's quite possible that it will be relaxing. Maybe he's just going to calm down. But I have a feeling that Destiny has a hard time keeping his head cool. So we'll find out. You're very welcome, Max Sips. I do this for all of you at the end of the day. And because I believe in it, obviously. But you're my audience, so otherwise I could just have a conversation with him off stream. Oh, how can you make sure this comes on your notifications? Well, 1, ring the bell on YouTube, and 2, go onto the Discord and enable notifications. You can enable notifications just for the channel live channel, so you don't get a million pings from videos or whatever. We have it customized so you can do that. It's great. Is his content frequently transphobic? No. Well, on Twitter, yes. Yeah. On Twitter, yes, it is. On his video content isn't. Blood for the blood god? Sure.
Blood
okay.
God.
Thank you so much, Britmouse. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll find out. Skulls for the Skull Throne. We'll find out. Listen, let's just be real. This isn't the first time in the last 3 days that I've been bombarded by transphobic hate. It's just really funny to me that Destiny has literally, and oh, before we go there, let me just play you this clip. Thank you, big shout out to Hawk for finding me this clip, because I really appreciate that he was willing to find it. I now remember where it was from. It was from the Vosh, it was from a Vosh debate. Let me just play this for you real quick. Just have a listen at this real quick.
Let's go back to exactly what I said.
You realize you sound like an anti-SJW, right? Like back in the 2014
I am the only
era.
SJW left on the internet because all of you fucking morons left intersectionality behind for class consciousness.
Wait, whoa!
I am the only SJW left. Do you think that the only SJW left is somebody who just so happens to direct hate in the exact same way that a right-winger does? I'm not kidding you. When I get retweeted by right-wingers, I've literally gotten more transphobia now from Destiny's audience than I have from anybody else. So it's just a little silly. It just comes across as a little bit delusional to me. Oh, I don't know if he is transphobic. Hey, thank you so much.
I'm turning in my senior paper on voter registration tomorrow.
Pog.
Public policy gang.
Pog. Thank you, Kumami. And also, thank you, Comrade Anthony. Really appreciate that. Oh, sure. If you want to find more receipts, I have a whole lot. I don't care about whether Destiny is personally transphobic. I just think he doesn't care. I just think he's really careless with his platform. And so is Sargon. What is different? If you have a giant platform and you use it to direct hate, intentionally or otherwise, towards marginalized people that results in them leaving the space, I think that's pretty shit. Let's check in on Destiny. What's he up to?
Wait, why can't I pull up the map? Look for the...
I'm looking for it. The king
oh,
one,
yeah,
right?
there it is. Yep. So where are you?
How about that? Wait, do I want to
do
move
this one behind you?
Alright, I'll go to that one.
Yeah, behind you. That one right there.
Pro gamer. Wait, it doesn't matter if it's his Twitter shit or his Twitch shit. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. The behavior is the same and the damage is the same. He knows. Now, here's the thing. I happen to know that Destiny has made arguments like this many times in the past. He just doesn't care when it's him doing it. Oh, I'm sure he won't care, but that doesn't really matter. Whether he cares or not doesn't matter to me. My interest. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Oh yeah, his engagements with Jack Saint. Yeah. Oh, bad faith is like no doubt. Yeah. Oh, he defended Kyle Rittenhouse and all that, but whatever.
Really sucks if you're a breadtuber. I feel for the community.
Oh yeah, I did a segment on this specific clip because he literally doesn't know what he's talking about when he's talking about. Remember the debunk I did, where we went through BreadTube and we looked at whether anything that he was claiming was even close to true? Do you remember that? That was technically the first. I think that was the first Drama Mama segment we ever actually did. We called the first one the Vosh one, which for some reason that video is totally fucked, and I've tried to upload it 3 separate times and it's failed every single time. Don't know what's wrong with the video. We'll figure it out. But yeah, we got a ton. I mean, again, this goes on all over the place. It's all over the place. Whoops, don't want to leak that. Send the video. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'll do that. Thank you. Sick. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's just because the VOD. I don't know what's up with it. Yeah, okay. I'll put a note for that. Give me that. 1 second here. Let me just make a note here. Blah. Blah, blah. When's the Destiny debate? Well, as soon as Snack Liker. It's going to be as soon as Destiny answers the DM. He said he wanted to talk to me. He literally titled his yeah, so yo, what the fuck, Windleby? Oh, apparently Lycan was just talking with Steve. Yeah. All right, he's gonna pull me in. Let's see. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Let's go. Yeah, he's apparently, I just got a message. Apparently, he had Lycan on, and apparently I'm gonna be on next, so whatever. We'll talk about it. Twitter's kind of a mess. You could have fun, but you gotta follow the code. That's basically it. Am I gonna make Counterpoint CTV and Destiny mauled when they're 20? I already have. That's the thing, Silent. I've already won. I mean, the fact of the matter is, what's he gonna say? Like, he's just trying to workshop his image at this point. He was mad as fuck on Twitter. His tweets speak for themselves. I'm just willing to engage with him. I'm just willing to engage in good faith with him. There we go. Hello.
Hello, what's up?
Hey, and not much. What's up with you?
Not much.
Yeah, did you want to be on video on here or what? Do you want to pop up video? I don't know. I usually do conversations on video because I like to see faces.
You can have my video if you want, but I don't care.
Yeah, sure. Let me just hit the Discord button real quick. Give me a second here.
What do you need my help with?
Hello. Do you want to activate? I don't know how you usually do it.
Hold on, I'll be back. Give me 1 second. Hold
Sure,
on.
sure. All right, let me get this set up here. Hello, Destiny chat. How are you all doing? Much love. My name is Demon Mama, by the way, just so you know. I don't know if you can hear me, but my name is Demon Mama. DemonMama.com live if you want to watch my stuff. I am also known as a crazy person from Twitter, apparently. It's all good. Nice to see you all. Probably know a lot of you. Some of you may know me. But nice to see you. Unboxing video. Destiny unboxing video. He's unboxing a new fridge. I'm not looking at you right now, by the way, Destiny chat, but don't be rotten. Don't be rotten. That would be a shame. Oh yeah, welcome. DGGers, welcome. Welcome. Come on in. Oh, maybe. Come try that shit here. I'll debate any one of you. DGG isn't acting weird? Well, that's good to hear. Much love. Got my cactus mug right now. Nobody cares? Oh, okay. Yeah, I love this mug too. Look at this. This is such a cute mug. Look at it. It's so cute. It's so nice. Let's go!
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up?
Hey, are you ready to do our fridge unboxing video?
I'm fucking ready for it.
All right.
It's a
So,
couch,
yeah, I guess did my take on Twitter bother you like a little bit, or?
Hold on, I remember. I've always got several thousand people screaming at me.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, me too. This morning, my mentions have been a mess.
Oh, that's good. I think you had a problem because I was screaming at Liz, and for some reason you brought up the fact that Liz, I think, is trans. I'm actually not 100% sure.
I think you were talking to Liv Posting, not Liz. I know it can be a little hard to.
Oh, they're all LI names to me.
Yeah,
Liv Posting. Oh no, Liz is cool, and Liv Posting is a insufferable piece of shit. You're right.
Sure.
I could never mix these two people up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever people disagree with you, I know I call them insufferable pieces of shit whenever I disagree with somebody too. Yeah, I get it.
Oh no, like I mean they're like a trash human being.
Okay. I would say that too.
I was talking to Liv Posting, yes. So
yeah, Liv Posting, not the same as Liz, not the same trans person, but I get you.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I more or less what I have a problem with is I think that on Twitter, not only are you an insufferable piece of shit on Twitter, but actually you like lean into like these Gamergate era tactics that are like super annoying to me, and actually I think cause a lot of harm. Oops, sorry, I gotta mute my alerts there. But yeah, it actually really annoys me because there's this, it seems like what happens is basically there's this like plausible deniability when you lean in on very specific and well-known like stereotypes, whether it's when you called Lexi like mentally ill the other day, or when you call people shrieking banshees, whatever you want to come up with, like you have most recently on Twitter. And then your followers follow that lead and they bombard this person with even more hate. I mean, I can't say the things because you're on Twitch, so I can't say some of the things that your followers, where my Twitter was a nice peaceful haven, and then one interaction with you and I've got people dropping T-slurs on me, F-slurs, someone telling me I should be hung for being an F-slur. And yeah, so like, I don't know, there's just this pattern that keeps happening with your behavior. And it seems like what ends up happening is that you go, oh, well, you know, I've done a lot to fight against people. In fact, I think in a conversation with Vosh, you even said you believe that you're the last SJW around because BreadTube turned into some conspiracy about everybody being a class reductionist, which is absurd, and I debunked that in one of my own videos. But yeah, it's just very strange to me, and I feel like people should hold you to task for that in the same way that you have held GamerGater people to task in the past.
All right, cool. All right, so number one, piece of shit on Twitter. Curious which takes I've given on Twitter you disagree with. Number two, cause a lot of harm. I hope against certain people that maybe they're bullied off Twitter because there are a lot of toxic fucks on this platform that make it a horrible fucking place to be around.
Do you think Cyberwitch Lexi is one of those people who deserves to be
absolutely
nice?
Who deserves to be what?
You said to be You said there deserves to be bullied off of Twitter. Her Twitter no longer exists. So you think Cyberwitch Lexi deserves? I just want to get you on record saying that because
on record, yes,
yeah.
Twitter would be a much better place with a lot of these people who's gone forever.
Amazing. So what you're doing right now? Wait, what you're doing right now is you are literally endorsing harassment campaigns against trans people. You are literally a GamerGater right now. I joked about you being a pseudo-game. No. Don't wait me. You literally just said you think it would be a better world if they got bullied off Twitter.
Okay. Slow down. Firstly, I haven't even responded to your initial gish gallop before we go.
Initial gish gallop. It's because you have no defense to this. You know this is indefensible, Destiny.
Hold on. You don't know if it's indefensible because I haven't begun to give a defense. So I'm at 0.2 out of 5 from what you started with initially, and now you want to go deeper into 0.2. Okay. So let me just respond to these first 5. I'm literally writing these down. Okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
So number 3, GamerGate era tactics. I'm curious what those are. Number 4, plausible deniability, because I say things like mentally ill, shrieking, or banshees. I don't know if I've used the word banshees before. Am I not allowed to say? I don't know like which words we're like slowly encroaching back on like never been. I try not to say retarded anymore. Apparently saying mentally ill is not okay either, I guess. Or shrieking, I guess, is not okay. And then people should hold you to task for that. I don't know what that means. Okay, so backing off to the, you think that some people should be gone off Twitter. It has nothing to do with anybody being trans. There are trans people that I like, and there are trans people that I hate. Nothing that has to do with anything that Liv posting or the Cyberwitch.
This right here is what I'm talking about. This is the plausible deniability thing. It's like, oh, I wasn't doing that because they're trans. I just happened to call a trans person mentally ill, and then my following just happened to barrel in on that person and continually assault them with further, maybe that's I don't mean the legal definition of assault for the record. But
wait, so am I not allowed to use anything that questions the sanity of somebody if they happen to be
guess
trans?
What? There's like a ton of ways that you could do that if you really wanted to. First of all, I don't really know how valuable it is to question the sanity of somebody on twitter.com, especially when you yourself especially when you yourself regularly clearly lose your shit on Twitter and definitely like visibly have an anger problem. But whatever, like if you want to question the sanity of people, do that. But don't you think that you have some responsibility, the same responsibility that you've argued against dipshit right-wingers, these fucking dunderhead motherfucking Nazis that you've argued with in the past, like Sargon? You've argued that they use their platform to direct hate, and yet you are doing that. You are deliberately, and I don't know if it's deliberate. Maybe it's accidental, but regardless, the outcome is exactly the same. The outcome is identical. You're directing hate, and you're being careless with your words in ways that act on very well-known stereotypes. I know you know this. I know you at the last SJW on the internet. I know you know this.
Sure. So number 1, how valuable is it to question people's understanding? Well, some people are deleting their Twitter accounts. Apparently, it's very valuable. Apparently, I'm accomplishing my purpose.
If that's your goal. If your goal is to harass people off of Twitter, which it apparently is. Apparently, you believe...
That's all we do on Twitter now. That's all of your, like, everybody that's
don't even try. Destiny, you can't even... I would love to see what your justification for why Cyberwitch Lexi should be bullied off Twitter, but I'm sure it's just amazing because the level of of discourse and engagement that you engage in is literally just as bad as anybody you could possibly impugn. And me making one tweet and then your simps flooding my mentions for hours is hilarious. It's like actually hilarious. You are the toxic influence on Twitter that you always rail against. You really are.
That was a really nice story. So when you talk about whether or not some people,
it's also true.
Twitter, that's great. So if you talk about whether or not some people should be bullied off Twitter, there are people that are constantly like making horrendous statements that are trying to deplatform me or bully me off of platforms. So why the fuck wouldn't I return fire? Of course.
Wait. Do you think that Cyberwitch Lexi is somebody who was trying to just bully you off? See, you're doing this thing where you're just smearing all people together. You're mad at some random other person who might have a campaign against you, which is shitty. I don't think you should be deplatformed.
Cyberwitch Lexi has literally been involved in tweets related to this.
Really? Do you want to give me a couple minutes?
Yeah, people in chat can start throwing up.
Yeah, sure. I would love to see where Cyberwitch Lexi, the terrifying, just reached partner, one of a few trans people on Twitch at all to have reached partner.
Stop? Why are you so obsessed about?
Because it's actually important. Wait. I thought you were the last SJW on the internet, Destiny. I thought you recognized.
These people
identity politics matters.
Trans.
Wait. It doesn't matter. Wait a minute. It doesn't matter if your issue personally is with them being trans. The outcome is what matters. The outcome is that you are driving.
I have never attacked any of these people for anything related to them being trans.
I don't know.
It's
really weird. Again, there's that plausible deniability. I didn't attack them for being trans. I just called a prominent open trans person, one of the few on Twitch, a mentally ill deranged person. Yeah, that's a little fucked. That's just a little fucked. It's almost like you're doing the exact. Remember, like you know, Sargon. Sargon would do this all the time. Sargon's a great example for this because he would do it all the time. And I genuinely believe Sargon is too stupid to like actually know what he's doing. But I didn't think you were too stupid to know what you were actually doing.
So I try not to call people retarded anymore because I feel like that's kind of a bad
but
thing.
That's not here. That's neither here nor there.
So now, well, sure. So now instead of saying that this person is retarded, you're saying like this person is like mentally ill. This person has a mental illness. I talk about terminally online people all the time. I'm pretty sure there's like 2 tweets back. I literally say like if you were terminally online screaming on Twitter,
yeah, you did that. You said that after. Sure. That's fine.
Sure.
If you want to say that, that's great. But wait. Let me ask you a quick question.
Any trans person mentally ill,
quick clarifying question.
Am I calling them mentally ill because they're trans?
Quick clarifying question. Is it or is it not true? And again, I'm asking you this with the assumption that you are, as you have claimed on multiple occasions, not just in the Vosh one, I've seen this in other videos, that you're the last SJW on the internet. You're a social justice.
You are really fixated on this. You really love this line.
Yes, absolutely. Of course I do, because this is what you're selling yourself as to your audience. And if that's the case, I think it's pertinent to point out the fact that you're not being honest about that if you aren't. So here's the thing. If you're like some sort of supporter for social justice, surely you will know not only that it is a historical fact that mental illness has been publicly and frequently weaponized against trans people, but also that when trans people are attacked about their mental health, they're often also bombarded with all kinds of other transphobia, which is the case in the case with Cyberwitch Lexi. Your simps flooded in, and they are simps. They just go there to try and make you notice them or whatever.
Okay, so do you think if I would have used a different word than mentally ill, are all of my criticisms somewhat valid now?
Well, I mean, there wasn't really any criticisms. You literally just were saying that she was mentally ill. Like, you didn't have a criticism.
I think a lot of the people that spend all their time online on Twitter
like you? You mean like crazy. You spend...
I get paid for it. It's my fucking job.
Yeah, so does, guess what? So does Cyberwitch Lexi. She's a partner on Twitch. Yeah, you get, yeah, guess what? So you are just as mentally ill as the people you went after, except guess what the difference is? The outcome of people calling you mentally ill is that Twitch stays exactly the same as it currently is. The outcome of you directing your fucking army of idiot simps to go flood the mentions of every trans person who happens to disagree with you and calling them mentally ill is that Twitch stays just Destiny and Destiny clones. So that doesn't seem very social justice-y to me. So maybe you should just drop it and start branding yourself as like some sort of reactionary Twitch person instead.
I think I'm just going to carry on until every fucking lefty has been bullied off the fucking internet because like, the Twitter takes are so fucking
there we go. So that's what it's all about. So it's literally just all spite. You don't actually have any principles here. You don't have any rational approach here.
I have plenty of principles, but for some
reason,
you're
hyper-fixated. Destiny.
You know what? I'm going to be totally honest with you. I actually didn't even know that Liv Posting was a trans person. I had no fucking idea.
Yeah, I mean, that's great.
I don't know if I called her
doesn't matter.
Mentally ill or Lexi or whatever. I didn't even know before you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Guess what? Wait, it doesn't matter because it literally. Wait, Destiny. I know. It doesn't matter.
You've taken all of my criticism.
It doesn't matter.
I know that you love to talk a lot. Okay, I know you're excited to be on here. Okay.
Hey, there we go with that meme too. Hell yeah. Hey, chat. We all know that meme, right?
Like you can literally on my stream, I'm trying to write down points you're giving, and you're like firing off like 20 fucking things, and I don't even have a chance to respond to one of them.
Yeah, you wanted to debate me, and you're like breaking under the heat, buddy.
I'm not breaking under the heat.
I mean, it looks like you are.
Be a little bit. I know that's because your blood pressure is probably through the roof right now, and you're very excited to be screaming in here. But I haven't gotten to respond to almost a single thing you've said. It's just been rapid fire.
Well, because you're lying, though.
It's funny because after you come off of here, you're probably going to repeat the same dumb things that people say about me. Oh, he gish gouts. Oh, he talks to me, blah, blah, ignoring the fact that you, like 99% of the people that talk to me, just come on here, screech over me the entire fucking time.
Nice story.
Like, oh,
again,
blah, blah,
nice
blah,
story.
Blah, blah.
This is all just...
you've told so far is nice stories.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm telling you the truth.
This is transphobic.
Wait, this is verifiable, Destiny. This is verifiable. Go look at the actions that you've done. Go look and see if Cyberwitch Lexi even has a post. You literally admitted at the beginning of this argument was over before it started because you literally admitted that all you care about is harassing people that you don't like off of Twitter. And what I think would be great, wait a second, that's literally what you said. Go watch the VOD, everybody. Destiny fans, all you simps, go watch it.
In that VOD, you will never hear me say the only reason why I post on Twitter is to bully people off Twitter. That's just a side effect of what I do. Generally, what I try to do is I try to call out bullshit takes when I see them, and I'm a little bit inflammatory when I do it. If the byproduct of that is bullying people off of Twitter that give horrendous dog shit takes over and over and over again, oh, then fine. I consider that to be a positive side effect of what I do. But my
Yeah,
main goal is not to harass and bully people off of Twitter. That is not my primary goal, okay?
Yeah,
you can
I mean,
keep doing
again,
this. You've spoken for like 80% of the conversation.
Because here's the
You're
thing. When I'm
Holy shit.
Oh, I mean, sure. Go ahead. Lead
Oh,
right
I
into
can't, am I not allowed to say delusional?
No. I
either?
mean,
Is
it's
that
fine.
also,
You
like...
can if you want to. You're certainly welcome to say that if you want to. You're also
Oh
welcome
my
to do the
God.
smuckle.
I love how
I
the
see you've
impulse
learned.
comes
Wait,
out in full
I
force
see how
and
you've
you
learned.
need
I
to
see how
defend.
you've
Oh my
learned from
God.
Sargon. You've learned from Sargon to do the smuckle when you're falling
that's
behind.
Great.
Just go the.
And apparently, you're learning from the Sargon attack videos. You become like the insane whatever people that at SJWs or
Here we go. Destiny. Destiny.
Okay, yeah, what do you got?
You really are like a fallen titan, aren't you? Man, it's so sad. You are just like going straight into like 2016 era. That's not gonna sell these days, my dude. It's just not.
I'm
And
not out here
also, you
trying
should
to
be
sell
honest.
shit.
You should
Okay,
be
so
honest
I'm
with
good.
your audience. You should be honest with your audience and brand yourself as like some kind of like spiteful, like Keemstar-esque drama guy. If you're gonna try and make the idea that you're making like substantial arguments by calling Cyberwitch Lexi like mentally ill, or by calling live posting shrill, or whatever other like stereotypes you want to break out, like all this, your intent in this doesn't necessarily matter, and you know it doesn't, because you've made this argument before to people like Sargon. You've made the argument.
You are so obsessed with roping me into whatever you think Sargon is today.
Oh, whatever.
I don't even
Okay,
think you're
then pick
talking
somebody
to me.
else. Pick anybody else.
It feels like you've had like this. I don't know. Maybe you're obsessed with Sargon. Maybe you have a crush on him. Maybe you like dream of
I don't
talking
know.
to him.
I've
and
never
it
even
feels like
talked to him.
You're like, the closest I can get is talking to Destiny. So I'm just going to talk to Destiny for 20 minutes. I'm going to pretend he's Sargon the whole time, and I'm going to like work through whatever.
No,
feelings
I'm
I
drawing.
have.
I'm drawing
Sargon.
a.
I don't know.
Do you want me to explain it?
You don't need
Yeah,
to
I can draw a parallel
you don't
because
need
it's
to draw
useful.
any parallels to me. You could just criticize my behavior.
Yeah, I am, and I'm showing you that the
Sargon.
people that you've debated against in the past, that you are doing the behavior that they do. You just
Why
had a
not
conversation with this guy, didn't you?
Why not just
There's like
point
100
out-
people I could do. Nick Fuentes, any of them. They all do the exact same thing that you're doing right now, which is
The fact that you
equivocating.
think that the fact that you think that I'm comparable to any of these people show how absolutely.
Oh yeah, on Twitter
mind-fucked
you are. Yeah, on Twitter you are.
It's absolutely not. What was the original post that I responded
Oh, yeah,
to the
absolutely.
posting that kicked
Wait,
all of this off?
Wait,
Do you
it
remember?
was I've got it up here, but it's you were saying that she's screaming on the internet because she made like literally like the most like a one-line shit post about Debate Bros, which is like the coldest take ever, and you had a complete meltdown and tried to portray her as like some sort of hysterical person, calling her shrill and all this shit. And I happened to point out that, damn, you sure do seem to be leaning in on those like misogynist, transphobic stereotypes recently. Again, things that you have called out in other people's behavior in the past.
Okay, so to be clear, it's not just one tweet, but there's been like a constant
there's been a ton.
surge.
Yeah.
There's been a constant surge of people on the left online because they realize, hey, we're dog shit at defending our ideas, generally because most of our ideas are dog
I mean,
shit.
this has nothing to do with me.
So let's go ahead and make fun
Talk
of
to me,
people
not the
over and
left.
over
Talk
again
to me, not
that
your
debate
phantom
you.
of the left. You're afraid of the left, I know.
I'm trying to speak to specifically the tweet that I responded to. If you give me a second to finish a single sentence, I know.
Well,
you're
I mean,
really
if you would
excited
talk
to
about
okay?
if you would talk
Now
about
you're
things that were
really
prevalent, it would make this conversation a lot easier. But what you keep doing is
looking for is
pivoting.
relevant, and that's what I'm doing. I'm literally talking about.
What does the
very
left
tweet
have
that
to
I'm
do with
responding-
me? What does the left have to do with your behavior?
Okay, let's take a little break. I am specifically talking about the exact tweet that I responded to that started this whole thing off. That's what we're doing right now. Do you understand? Can you nod your head for me?
Oh, absolutely. I understand
Okay.
completely what you're doing. I appreciate the condescension, though.
Liv's post was, do political streamers understand how fucking lame I challenge you to a Twitch debate sounds when it comes out of your mouth? 50% of the time people are making these types of things on Twitter, they're usually referencing me, okay? It just is. It is the fact.
In
you
fact,
can pretend that it's not.
They really aren't.
Listen,
wait, let me have a second.
I gotta finish. No, I need to finish.
Go ahead. I'll tell you later in a second.
A lot of people like to run around these circles and do this shit, blah, 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 blah. And I know I've heard the whole like, oh no, it's not a reference to you because, you know, funny enough, the projection is real. Oh no, plausible deniability is exactly what you're trying to hide from now. But yeah, so people make fun of the debate pro culture. But the real problem is people like this will run around and they'll give dog shit takes on Twitter over and over and over again. And when you try to challenge any of them on it, like, oh, don't debate me, bro. Don't debate me, bro. So yeah, if somebody tweets out like some stupid subtweet where, oh my God, political debate bros are so dumb, of course I'm going to respond like, oh wow, constantly screeching stupid shit on a public media platform where anyone can see it. Someone challenges the claim, oh my God, you're such a debate bro. Why are you even responding to this public platform? What? Yeah, I think that's a perfectly fine response tweet to that. 100%.
Yeah. So let me just inform you of a few things that you might be blinded to with your massive ego at this point. point. There was yeah, literally. You're like, oh, any tweet referring to a debate, bro, must be referring to Destiny. Destiny, first of all, you didn't fucking invent doing debates. Like, that's been a thing that's been happening since like fucking ancient Greece and before that.
On
just
Twitch,
so you know. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. But guess what? There's like a ton of other people. In fact, there's people who are damn, they're skyrocketing up there. People, you got Vosh, you got Zan, you got
Vosh is not on Twitch.
Oh, not on Twitch. I'm sorry. Oh,
yeah, nice try. Go ahead.
Do you think that the tweet needs to be taken literally, that it's literally only on Twitch?
Oh, the Trump defense. Don't take me literally.
Wait a minute. What? Wait, you're trying to say that making fun of debate bro streamers has to be literally on Twitch, so it has to be you? There's also, let's see, I can name a couple of smaller ones, because as it turns out, there's like a huge scene on Twitch. You probably know some of them. Dario is one of them that has been called a debate bro in the past, likes to say, come on my stream and debate me. Guess what? I'm one of them. I tell people to go and debate all the time, but guess what? I can also take a joke, unlike you, which you decide that, in response to a very mild critique of debate bros on Twitch, you took it incredibly personally, believe it's all about you, and then decided to lead in on misogynist stereotypes that you would have critiqued in the past.
I just want to, no, first of all, I would never critique that. I think defending your ideas is perfectly valid.
Yeah, okay.
So do you think that this response versus the chat, hey buddy, want to come chat about it? Do you think the hey buddy is a reference to me, or do you think a lot of people just say hey buddy too?
What? I mean, wait, are you for real? Like, do you literally think that "Hey Buddy" you invented the term "Hey Buddy"?
Okay.
Like, are you gonna like copyright? Is this like copywriting the Happy Birthday song or something like that? Are you gonna copyright that next, Destiny? Are you for real, my dude?
Okay, you're actually insane. What else do you want to
say? Nice. Hey, so that's what you got. I know. You've been like literally blown out on every point. And
no.
It's really funny. It's actually, I didn't. Listen, Destiny, I'm going to be completely honest.
Who are just absolutely fucking crazy. So.
Yeah, you're calling me crazy, but all I've stated is exactly what has transpired, and you've lost it because you're just not willing to be honest about what you do on Twitter. This is actually hilarious. I actually came on here expecting like one of the toughest debates of my life, and this is actually hilarious. You're just pivoting. That's all you're doing every single time. Wow. I mean, for the inventor of the concept of debating and the concept of using the word "Hey buddy," I'm a little underwhelmed.
Well, sorry to disappoint. What else do you have for me?
I mean, that's about it.
Are you
really
just mad about me calling people mentally ill?
Well, no, I am mad about you calling trans people mentally ill because I'm trans, and I actually care about trans people a lot, and I actually really heavily doubt. Or, you know, here's the thing. I'm even open to the idea of you being like a social justice warrior. I just don't think your actions are lining up with it. And I think that in your hatred and fervor for the what you imagine to be the online left, which apparently like you think the entire online left is like Peter Coffin or something like that. You know, judging by your statements about BreadTube, it's like actually just disconnected from reality. Like verifiably false, the statements that you made about what BreadTube is and isn't, which I don't even care, really. That's only one section of the online left. But in your hatred of the online left, I think you've begun to, let's say, lose the thread a little bit. You've begun to fuck up in your tactics, and you've started to cause harm to the things that you claim and that you sell to your audience as being important to you. And I think you can do better. Like, I do actually believe that. I do actually think you could, especially given that, yeah, it is true. You are influential on Twitch. You're really influential on Twitch. And right now, your influence is driving trans people off of the platform. Like,
driving
actually.
Lefties off the platform.
Well, sure. I mean, I don't know.
I don't really care if any of them are trans. That's fine.
I mean, see, but that's the thing, right? You're so blinded by your weird obsession with the left, the other. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like a right. You sound like a right winger trying to trigger
the left. Oh, I know you're excited. You just talked about
wait.
Not the left, the lefties, socialists and communists. Those people. Yeah, I do want them off.
So what do you even think the definition of the left? Like I don't know if you have like a coherent definition of what the left is, but the left includes a lot of socialists and communists.
Sure. So in America, I don't know where you're from. In America, when people say the left, they're usually talking about Democrats. Online, when people say left, I don't. You're so insane. So in America,
sure. Go ahead, keep saying that.
So in America, when 99% of people say the left, they're usually talking about the Democratic Party. That's what real life politics is like.
Online, I mean, that's what Republicans talk about. Yeah.
No, that's what real life. Politics
You really think that Democrats, when they refer to the left, they're not talking about like at the very least like Bernie Sanders and AOC? Like in fact, this is so like verifiably false.
Wait, hold on.
Sure. Hey everybody. Hey DGG. Hope you're doing good.
Okay, sorry. Hold on, hit me for a second. What did you say?
Yeah, no, I said, like, I don't think that's accurate at all. In fact, like, Biden has been defending himself from the left within the Democratic Party, like when you say that like in America that there's no like that the left means Democrats, that's only Republicans. That's only people who literally will call Joe Biden a socialist. I mean, what is the meme right now on the right wing? It's calling
okay,
I don't know why we're
getting. I don't know what that's.
Wait, this is relevant because like the thing is like you have your own
Literally
little like
2-minute explanation of fucking semantics.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. These ideas are too big for you to understand.
Do you understand that when somebody online says they're a lefty, that means something different than when somebody normal in American politics describes somebody as being on the left? Do you understand that those two things are very different?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, but that doesn't.
Okay,
how does that change anything?
Saying. What I'm saying in America is if an average person says like, oh, I'm on the left, usually they mean they fall within the Democratic Party. Online, when somebody says they're what I'm saying is just true. You go look it up later. I mean,
sure, but you could also say
when somebody online says that they're a lefty, usually that implies that they're like usually anti-capitalist, like socialist or communist is generally, or not a liberal. Usually that's what that means online.
I don't know. I mean, these days, I don't know if that's really true anymore. Like, I can think of a lot of people who describe themselves as lefties who are pretty firmly in the like social democrat category, maybe even yourself. But like, there's like Polar's World, there's like Pisco. I think even Booksmarts. I don't really know Booksmarts all that well, but these are people who generally I hear describe themselves pretty frequently as lefties. And they're definitely not in that category. I think you just have, again, I think your imagining of the left is totally disconnected from reality. You just think of Peter Coffin or somebody that you hate. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's Hassan. I don't know who it is who you think of when you think of the left. And I think you're actually the one who's out of step. It's that image, that Simpsons image with Principal Skinner's like, no, surely it's the children who are wrong. That's you right now.
I think I have a much better grasp of politics, both online and in real life, than you probably ever will. So
I mean, you can say that, but
right now,
you can say that, but you're just wrong. Like I can show you how you're wrong. If you
go and talk to any average person in the United States and even in Europe, and you ask them what they think about socialism or communism, they'll usually say like, oh yeah, like that's some meme shit that like nerds or losers follow.
But what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything we've been talking about? Literally nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Because no, it's literally everything we're talking about. I'm saying that there's a difference when you talk about lefties online versus a lefty in real life. That's all I'm saying. They're two totally different definitions. You can sit there and make dumb fucking faces.
No, I mean, the thing is, I'm trying to understand how this changes anything that we've talked about. Like, I want to understand what your point is.
About what the definition is between lefty online versus lefty.
To what end, though? What's your point with that?
Well, because you brought up the fact that I'm mad at online lefties, and I seem to not know who that is.
Yeah, you don't seem to know who online lefty is.
I know exactly who they are.
No. So if we're talking about online lefties, I know that you like this is the thing that I'm not understanding where you're going with this, because when I asked you, well, who's the online left? You then went, well, Americans, this, that, and the other thing. So, well, who's the what do you even think the online left is?
Anybody that calls themselves a socialist, communist, posts on BreadTube, and a lot of the anti-capitalist sentiment that's rising on like fucking Reddit and other large social media sites on like Twitter.
So, okay, well, I mean, it is rising. I will agree. There's an increasingly large amount of people. Hell, there's an increasingly large polling data. I don't have it all on hand, but does show that there's an increasingly large criticism of capitalism among everyday Americans. But that's neither here nor there. The point of the matter is that I don't know like what your like problem is with like socialists or communists or whatever your little straw man that you invented the online left is. But what it's leading you to do is this weird spite-fueled thing that's like, again, basically turning you into like, in my opinion, in my interactions with you, and I'm not like a big fan of your content, I haven't followed it forever or whatever. I know a bit about what you do. I've seen some of your videos, thought you did great against Nick Fuentes, for example. But what I've seen on Twitter is that it's basically your behavior on Twitter is being justified by some imaginary phantom of the online left.
Okay, I'm curious. So I'm not going to sit here, because even though you would probably do this to me, I don't do this to people. I'm not going to sit here and ask you for a fucking source, but I'm curious, generally speaking, what takes do you think I give on Twitter that you think are so abhorrent or that you absolutely disagree with, that you think I have no foundational basis for?
Wait, did I say anything about your takes on Twitter? I said specifically the way that you act towards people, the way you direct your audience. I don't care about your political takes. If I wanted to argue with you about political takes, there's totally different discussions. We could have a whole. I could have you on. Wait. Hold on.
The way that I acted on Twitter.
Yeah, the way you act on Twitter. Yeah, that doesn't have to do with your political takes. I don't know. I have some problems with your political takes. I think you have a bad analysis.
Wait. Let me.
You asked me a question. Let me explain.
Wait, I didn't even.
Oh, come on. You gotta let me answer.
Oh my God.
You got to let me answer if you're going to ask me a question. You asked me what's my problem with you on Twitter. My problem is that you're directing. It's the Gamergate shit. It's the directing hate towards people you seem to not like. It's claiming that everyone is a lefty, whether you know where they are or anything about their political positions, and therefore determining that they, in your own words, deserve to be harassed off Twitter. Like, that's the Gamergate stuff. That's what I have a problem with. Now, I do have some problems with your political takes, but I don't think that's what we were here to discuss. Like, for example, I feel like I could offer...
No, example. Let's do one at a time, okay?
Sure.
Because you want to rattle off 30
Go for it. I know. It's
number one, directing hate towards people you don't like. Isn't that literally the whole point of calling people out on social media platform?
No, actually. I mean, not in my
opinion.
opinion.
Do you think anybody does on Twitter when they talk about how, like, oh, this person gave a dog shit take about this, or oh, this person is an idiot about this? What do you think that does?
Oh, well, I mean, there's a couple of functions. I guess it depends on how you approach Twitter.
Do you agree that directs
wait, hold on a
hate
second.
towards people they don't like? Do you agree that directs hate towards people they don't like?
Not necessarily, actually.
Wait,
let me explain. Wait, you have to give me a chance to explain Destiny. Destiny, come on. I know you're desperate to get out of this conversation because you look bad. Wait, don't even try. Come on.
If you're gonna be like this delusional about these things, it's like not even
hold on a minute. Destiny, you're literally not letting
me
me respond, and you're trying to say you're bored when you're clearly engaged in the conversation. This is cope, my friend. This is cope. This is cope. Can you just let me answer the question?
I hear the more times you say it, the more true it becomes.
I mean,
go ahead, go rattle off on some other irrelevant bullshit.
No,
so I can
wait,
back on the same question again when you.
The VOD speaks for itself, Destiny. Come on.
It does. Go ahead.
So the fact of the matter is that when you call somebody out on Twitter, there's a whole bunch of different things you can do. You can aim to make people aware of the bad behavior of somebody. You can direct hate. You can encourage people to go after them, which is one of the possible things that you can do. You can be hoping that they change their actions. There's a whole bunch of different motivations for responding on Twitter. I tend to think Twitter is really bad about this. In fact, it's a huge meme in my community. Anyone in my community can tell you this. I have a code of Twitter that I think will help people to guide Twitter a little better because I think it's pretty toxic most of the time. But what you've talked about doing is that what matters here is that your engagement is with the goal of harassing people off of Twitter. And my thing is, well, when I am going to think about how I approach people who I believe deserve to be harassed off Twitter, I would reserve that for the worst of the worst. I don't even really think I would advocate for that most of the time. Like, I mean, I don't know. Some of your takes I think have been pretty bad, but I would never advocate for you to be harassed off of Twitter. There's a lot of people I don't like that I wouldn't advocate for that. But I guess that's what you think it is. And you, in fact, said that the only reason why, I think just a couple seconds ago, the only reason why you would call somebody out on Twitter is to get them harassed off, which is very telling. And again, just reminds me of Gamergate era. So if you're a Gamergater now, that's great.
You said the only reason I attack people on Twitter is to get them harassed off.
You said that. You
never said that. No, I never said that. I even not
okay.
only did I not say that, I specifically corrected you, and I said that might be a byproduct of what I do, but that's not my goal. My goal is usually to shit on bad takes. That's my goal.
I think we're talking about different spots. What we were.
No, we're not. I literally just said that. No, I can't. Hold on, dude. You just literally said like 5 things.
Wait, but you're responding to something else now, and I'm trying to explain.
First of all, initially before you even went off on this, I said I was going to have to refocus you because you're going to say a whole bunch of irrelevant shit, and you just did that, and now I have to refocus you.
If I said irrelevant shit, like I mean, I just think
99% of what you said in this conversation is relevant. But I know you feel really good about all your jokes right now, okay? So,
I mean,
anyway, the original thing that I asked you about was, do you not agree that most people are directing hate towards people they don't like on Twitter when they give out those takes? That's literally the whole point of calling people out on Twitter. Even on your own Twitter, you say that dunking on your enemies is important. Dunking on somebody is literally directing hate towards somebody.
Dunking on your enemies is definitely
literally directing hate towards somebody.
So not necessarily. Wait. Hold on. You're jumping through a lot of stuff here. You're jumping through a lot of stuff here.
For a lot of these examples you say, yes, that's what you've done this entire conversation.
Actually, I haven't. I really haven't.
I'm literally writing down what you're saying to me on stream.
Okay, but you in every stream, and right now what you're doing is you're not actually, you're literally just saying that I'm bouncing all over the place, but I've been pretty clear in what I've messaged you. I've been saying the exact same thing.
I'm literally writing down every single point.
Destiny, my God. Just watch the VOD back if you need a review, watch it back.
Saying, I wish you would watch the VOD back.
I will.
You won't. You literally keep saying, okay, that I'm cutting you off. I'm writing down every single thing you're saying.
I never said you cut me off.
You are literally right now gish galloping me, okay?
How?
You are laying out like 5 points. I'm trying to write them all down, and when I respond to a single point, you're cutting me off and you want to go and defend that point.
Okay, give me my 5 points.
So if you want to give out like a deluge of shit arguments,
okay,
and then try to
all right, this is meaningless. This is meaningless, Destiny. Okay. Give me my points.
So you said you want to make people aware of people's bad behavior. You want people to go after them or whatever for their bad behavior. How is that not the same thing as directing hate towards people?
Wait, there was two. Those were two separate things.
And then you also gave another example. You said you hope that they change their actions. You generally hope somebody changes their actions. Why wouldn't you try to DM them or settle in a private platform first rather than calling that on Twitter? All the examples that you gave of what you do when you try to call people out on Twitter is literally an example of directing hate towards people you don't like.
Okay, so let me address a couple of these. First of all, the first one that you did, I know you said 5, that was 4, but there was actually 2 there, so that was 3 that you listed, and there was, but just so you know, just so you keep your math straight. But on the first part, these are when we were saying the things that you do on Twitter, that was me talking about general actions that people take on Twitter. I don't do engage in Twitter with the same way that you do. Maybe in this case, I kind of did because I felt like you were being particularly bad faith, and I felt it fell into my rule number 4 of dunk on people who dunk on enemies, people who I think aren't engaging in good faith, stuff like that. But in general, in fact, literally happened this morning. Lycan, somebody who I've had great engagements with, we were sort of starting to disagree on this, and I DM'd him. Same thing happened with another creator, Synth. By the way, one of your followers, right after you retweeted me, told Synth to go hang herself. So that's pretty shitty. Just so you know, that's pretty fucked. And that came from your community. I literally
sent that person a personal order, marching orders, all those.
No, it has nothing to do with that. I'm just letting you know that you have the fallout of your actions at the point. Your audience is bringing toxicity to other people who, in fact, like you and defend you. And that's what you're... So just a point of what I've been talking about here. Regardless, those are the ways that people...
Nothing to do with
wait. It actually literally does. I'm literally walking through your points. I understand you're like... Clearly, I don't know if your audience is having this much trouble following, but I don't know. When you talked about those points, I was talking about very specifically, those are the things different people do on Twitter, not what I do personally. What you said is that the way that you engage in Twitter, in this framework, I know you said earlier that this wasn't the case, but right here, what we were just talking about right now, you said that the point of retweeting people is to direct hate at them. And I'm saying that's not the case. Some people certainly use Twitter that way, like yourself, but not everyone.
I'm not saying the point of it. I'm saying that that's going to be the byproduct of anything you do. When you attack somebody on social media, whether you're attacking their arguments or points, it's always going to direct hate towards that person.
No, it isn't always. There are many ways to call people out that's not going to necessarily direct hate.
Give me one example.
Yeah, you can say, hey, I really don't like the way that this is framed. I think this is problematic. Let's talk about it on stream.
And what do you
do
think
it like that
gonna,
instead of
all,
wait, instead
what you
of
literally just said, people would respond with like, "Oh, you're being a debate, bro. Invite me on your Twitch stream."
I
And
don't
people
think they would actually,
so
because
here's the
wait,
for 5 years. That's exactly what somebody would.
I mean, I've been doing this for a
100%.
year, and I've had many success. So maybe it's a you problem. Maybe you engage so negatively on Twitter that people assume that you're like. Well, I mean, I will say, at least from my personal engagement with you, you're really fucking like you come off really fucking fragile on Twitter, and so people probably interpret
I'm
that.
the one that comes off on fragile.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
Because you call that person.
Wait. Do you not? Wait, I want to know. Do you actually disagree with that? Are you actually going to contest the idea that mental illness has been openly, frequently, and is currently right now being weaponized against trans people?
There are probably people that do, sure.
Oh, there's a lot of people. Like literally, I mean, holy shit. I don't know if you're not connected with the trans community, but this is something I cover a lot, and I can tell you right now that literally trans people have been killed over
wait,
shit
real
like
quick.
this.
The person that yes, people down.
I'm just saying.
The person that made this comment. Wait. Which comment are you talking about particularly?
Wait, what do you mean? Do you want to wait the hang yourself thing? I can send you a screenshot. They were banned because they got it reported. Thank God. But nonetheless, I have a screenshot for you. I can send it to you.
Okay, gotcha. I'm super curious who these people actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I also took a picture of one of the people who sent me. And again, I can't actually say this on there, but Ugly Teesler, I took a screenshot just out of curiosity.
Oh wait, is it the Callisti88 person?
That's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, this person is an anti-fan of mine.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Just saying.
Okay.
But
No,
you know, you got to be aware. You got to be aware. You got to be aware of
anti-fans
wait.
that follow me? Are they
You've
gonna
got
tag your
yes,
life like
actually,
okay.
yes, you do. You do have to be aware of that sort of thing when you are. And let me explain this again for you. I know it's difficult to get, but you've made this argument in the past, so I know you understand this. When you have a giant platform like you do, one of the biggest on the web, it's incredible. I know it's so big that you think that everything's about you. But when you have a giant platform, you are responsible for who you deliver to other people to some degree. And I don't think that I don't think it has to be like totally off the rails. But when you lean in, and I don't think you've contested this even once, well-known stereotypes, well-known weaponized statements and terms and stereotypes about trans people, and then your anti-stands or your stands, which are very hard to tell apart, to be completely honest.
They're not.
They really are, actually. In the comments, it's pretty tough. But those anti-stands, those people are going to flood in, and you as a content creator do have a responsibility. And in fact, I know you've argued this in the past, Destiny, and I know you know this. So you got to be a little more careful is what I'm saying. If you're going to, maybe if your goal is to like actually have conversations with people on Twitch or get them to come on, maybe you should be a little bit less toxic.
Why would that be my goal
Twitter.
when these person have explicitly stated that they will never have conversations with me anyway?
I don't know. Maybe you should just leave them alone then. Maybe they don't want to talk to you. Have you considered that people don't like you? Maybe you're like a toxic influence and people like don't like being around you.
You know what?
I'm just asking.
If only there was some function on Twitter. If only there was something that you could push to make it so that somebody else wasn't able to retweet you. Maybe they could implement a feature that would make it so that there are people that you didn't want to interact with. Maybe you could make it so they wouldn't have the ability to access your Twitter account.
Oh yeah, some of them have done that. There's also another feature called, there's this feature that you can do where you delete your account, and you usually do that when somebody who has a giant platform has gotten a whole ton, so many people that you can't possibly block them all because they're all simps and they're all going to go repeat exactly what their daddy Destiny told them to that was okay, or signaled to them was okay. Yeah, you delete your account. That's another feature that has. But we can recognize that these features really, in a civil conversation, these features shouldn't have to be used, right? I mean, the block is fine, sure. Some people could block.
It's really hard. I'm trying to have sympathy. So people will attack me and shit on me publicly. And then when I respond and shit on them back, I'm supposed to feel bad when they delete their accounts.
No, that's not what happened though. Like
Lexi hasn't harassed me and attacked me publicly.
Oh, I mean,
she has attacked me publicly.
Well, okay, harassed and attacked. Okay, maybe
you're right. Attacked me publicly.
Okay, well, let's say
most of these people.
Okay, hold on, wait a second. But there's a difference. There's a couple of differences.
Oh, yeah,
wait, there really is. This is. I mean, I know you know this, Destiny. You've made this argument before. Don't be disingenuous.
First of all, your arguments come off so much better when you're like, you've said this before. You've said this before. When you keep saying that, it makes your point so much better.
It's just true, though. It's just true. I know the truth. The truth does help arguments come off better. It really does.
I just want to say this conversation is really fun. Are you a really big Vosh fan?
I mean, I like Vosh, sure.
I feel like I'm talking to a version that's been filtered down. Like, I can tell that you copied mannerisms off of Vosh, who copied mannerisms off of me. This is a very interesting conversation. I'm sorry, because you're doing a lot of like literally you've done this literally like I mean,
people talk. We're both Americans, you know. I know. Again, here's that egotism. It's got to be you. It was. You can call it ego. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Destiny. I'm so sorry that
a second generation.
Yeah, second generation yourself, the better version, the improved version, Destiny 3.0. Yeah, we're here to take you. You know, you've fallen off of the mountain, and the Neo Destinies are taking over. Okay. Shame. Sucks to be outdone by a newer model, doesn't it? But yeah, just saying. The fact of the matter is that there's a difference in platform between you and someone like Cyberwitch Lexi, even between you and Liv posting, first of all. So your ability to direct hate and harassment is actually significantly more. Also, debating or dunking on each other back and forth in Twitter, I don't generally consider harassment unless it goes beyond certain lines. But what I do consider a little bit weird is when, like, for example, in this particular case, Liv makes like a random statement about like generally debate people. In fact, literally there's been videos. There's a really popular YouTube video that goes, debate me, debate me, debate me. Everybody knows it. That wasn't made about you. It was made about a bunch of random fucking people who do this shit. But again, even if it was about you, your response to that was to go like all caps level, like boomer tier tweeting in response. So yeah, it's like a little toxic the way that you engage, even with people who disagree with you. And I guess, when it comes down to it, what I would just say is like the way that I determine whether somebody's like engaging well on Twitter is like how they engage, because debating and disagreeing with people and dunking on one another happens. But it gets really fucking weird when people like yourself, Destiny, engage in well-known, again, stereotypes, epithets, whatever you want to call them, while also, selling yourself to your audience as like the last social justice warrior or whatever. But you don't give a shit enough to even be careful about your language in that way.
Yeah, I can be careful and not use mentally ill. I guess I'll have to find some other way to talk to the like mental derangement that people have on Twitter.
That's come on. You can just say, oh yeah, that was actually pretty shitty of me. Like, you don't have to like do this like extreme performative, like, oh, I'll never say mentally ill again. Like, I mean, I do agree. You should probably check the ableism. It's something I'm working on myself.
The problem is that all of this is like super performative. Like, it is entirely possible. So there was the I don't remember her name, Angie Speaks or whatever. I think I called her a subhuman fuck before. Subhuman is a word that I use against a lot of people. Mentally ill deranged is words that I use against a lot of people. Okay. It is possible that like, so calling a black person specifically on Twitter subhuman, maybe not the best look because of the types of attacks, or maybe calling a trans person like mentally ill, maybe not the best look given like those types of attacks. But like, instead of it being framed as like, hey, these aren't the best words to use, it becomes like, oh, you're attacking trans people online now, blah, 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 blah.
Is
like,
that what I
you're
said?
not actually concerned about like, oh, like maybe there's like a particular word or a different thing that could be better here. Like, instead, like it goes to the most furthest like essential thing that you possibly can. Is
maybe
like, oh, you're
actually
a transphobic person. I hate trans people. Hold on, can I please respond to your points?
I'm just commenting.
I don't care what you're gonna say or comment because you're gonna derail it into another argument.
I'm not. So I really am not.
That's what you've done throughout this entire
Wait, Destiny,
conversation.
I'm serious.
So
even
the first thing that you said. So the first thing that you said is there's a difference in platform between smaller content creators versus you. So my questions here is that, one, does this mean that I literally can't critique like any smaller person that shits on me? Because there are a lot of smaller content creators that attack me. And believe it or not, cumulatively, these attacks all mount up to be something that's pretty decent. Am I not allowed to go after any single one of those individuals because they happen to come from smaller platforms? Number one. Number two, Liv Posting has twice as many followers on Twitter as me. Okay. So it's kind of silly to be like, oh, now do I have a bigger platform on YouTube and Twitch? Yeah, sure. But like, what the fuck? On Twitter, where she's attacking me, she has twice as many followers as me. Okay. And then the third one,
wait, she wasn't attacking you. She made a joke about Debate Bros. Let's be clear.
She has attacked me plenty in the past.
But that wasn't what happened this time.
I'm 99% sure that she has my channel in mind. She's making these types of jokes. A lot of these
that's
people do.
The ego, but all right.
They don't. Sure, that's the ego. Okay.
It is. There's other people that do the stuff, Destiny. I know you don't know about that.
And then debating / dunking on each other back and forth. I don't consider that harassment. You're literally saying that, like, well, when you attack people, you have to be mindful of what happens with their audience. What do you think happens when a bunch of people are tweeting out like, oh, Destiny's transphobic, right-wing reactionary, blah, 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 blah? That's going to lead to harassment. So I don't understand how you think it's impossible for me to call them back and call them out and do the exact same thing back.
Oh, wait. I mean, again, you're kind of smearing together a bunch of different stuff that happened. I've never once said that you don't have the ability to defend yourself against other like people who criticize you or whatever. That's like literally such a straw man of my position. It sounds like you're not willing to engage with it in good faith. But it's like, but yeah, you're totally capable. I think anybody should be able to respond, but you do have to be mindful when you have like a massive platform advantage over somebody. And yeah, maybe Liv has some more followers, but you know for a fact that your platform's bigger than her.
So what did I say to Lexi that was so unfair then?
Wait, what you said to Lexi was totally inexcusable, and actually, honestly, I do think that was transphobic. Now, whether you meant it to be or not.
What did I
calling
say?
Her saying, "Oh, I think you're." Let me get the tweet. I have it up here. Let me just bring it up real quick. I can read you your exact words. Give me 1 second. Hey, this is your words, by the way, Destiny. Hey, just as an FYI, I legitimately think you have a mental illness and shouldn't subject yourself to online scrutiny and stuff like this. It's pretty clear you're not capable of having any kind of reasonable conversation like this, and you'd probably be healthier, happier offline. I'm sorry, Destiny, I don't know.
Wait, your mic just cut out.
Wait, really?
Yep. Or no, you said offline, and then it cut out.
Oh, offline? Yeah.
How is this transphobic?
Wait, listen. Whether you intended it to be or not, it absolutely is. Telling a person who's openly trans, who is not only openly trans, but also a creator in your space, that they're, oh, I think you're legitimately mentally ill, that all of these sort of stereotypes, that is ridiculous. If you really think that, first of all, and people in your, by the way, your own fans, I've checked this tweet, by the way, your own fans told you this, that if you actually thought that and you weren't just trying to get a cheap dunk, you could have DM'd, you could have said, hey, I'm not going to engage with this person because I think they're mentally ill. What you chose to do is the worst possible way around it. You chose to try and label a public open trans person who shares your space, whether you like them or not, as mentally ill, and that is fucking shitty. That is transphobic.
Well, you know what? I'm taking it back. I'm taking back the mentally ill slur. Okay. And I don't know why it can only, I guess, be a derogatory slur towards trans people. I think that trans people and cis people can have forms of mental illness.
Yes,
that
they
have nothing
can.
To do
this
with
is right-wing tier. Come on, this is so anti-SJW. You're being
literally right-wing.
You might be the last anti-SJW on the net, Destiny.
Maybe
That's what it might be.
One.
Listen, the thing is, you know as well as I do that context matters when you're making jokes like this. And if you're going to direct that sort of shit with the platform that you have against trans people, I think it's fair for people to call you out on that. I think it's totally fair. And I think that your reaction to it is, a little fragile and weak.
Definitely. I'm the one who's fragile here.
Yeah, totally. You've kind of shown that throughout this engagement. But the fact of the matter is,
here's my suggestion. Sure. If you are a snowflake and you're going to get super fucking bothered by me responding on Twitter, then not you personally, but anybody in general, one, there is a block function. Use it. And that's all I got for you.
Yeah, and also just try to use the block function for the thousands and thousands of mindless drone-like simps that will flood into your mentions telling you to hang yourself and all that shit too. Remember, you do not
get thousands of responses from people that follow me telling you to hang yourself. It's probably going to be a few. And you know what? Those should be the funnest responses, because if you report things like that, those people will get banned from Twitter.
Yeah, it's really shitty though. The thing is like especially if you actually, like, I mean, I know you've said this lots of times, that you say what you actually believe. I don't really buy that. I don't think anyone's 100% honest all the time. I think that's like a thing that you sell when you want to build like a personality thing and a brand and whatever.
A thing that you sell? Wait, what's the thing that you sell?
Oh, you like sell like that you're the most honest person who's ever lived. You always speak the truth and never do anything wrong. Like that sort of
First of all, you guys have such this insane caricature of me. Okay,
well,
I'm a human being and I know that. I'm not perfect.
Wait, Destiny. No offense, but it's not just because of. I know this isn't just your assertions, but I promise you, I have seen at least 4 times this morning in the comments, people saying, Destiny always is honest on Twitter. Sometimes he's hyperbolic, but he's always honest. And it's like, you sold this as your brand.
So earlier you got upset because I was attacking some strange caricature of the left. Now you're quoting what fans say about me, trying to say that that's my opinion of myself.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying what you're just saying is wrong.
No. What I'm just saying is that you can imply that.
In my life said that I am the perfect arbiter of fucking truth and justice. All I said is that I generally try to find the most truth in most arguments. That's generally what I do.
So if that's the case,
I've never said that I'm perfect ever.
Sure. If that's the case, and you try to engage honestly online and whatever, barring some hyperbole, then I think that if you honestly do think that somebody is mentally ill, you definitely should be more careful about how your platform could affect that person. And it's as easy as just not quote retweeting them to your fans.
Well, if they're deleting their Twitter accounts, maybe I'm doing the world a better place.
Damn, there we go, right back to that. At the end of the day, you've ceded on nearly every point that I've made here, and yet the conclusion is I'm not going to change anything because I'm stubborn.
All of those mental illness claims I've made, I stand by 100%. If your life is being heavily negatively impacted by Twitter, guess what? You should delete it. There is nothing of value to be gained on the shit wasteland that is the barren politics landscape.
And guess what,
landscape of Twitter. And you know what?
I like it.
If you're online and you're like crying or you're distraught because of hate or horrible shit that's coming to you on like social media platforms, you should fucking uninstall and delete that shit. And your life will be better.
No, I agree with you.
Thank me for it.
But guess what, Destiny? I agree with you. I do agree. In fact, I would advise people I've advised people on my own stream that they should do that. But the reason why Twitter is trash is because of you. Because of people like you. Not only you, but people like you and the way that you engage with Twitter. Absolutely 100%. And especially absolutely. You open wait, let me just remind your audience and mine, all of our audiences, that you opened this by saying that you believe that it would be a good thing if these people that you disagree with, these actually I don't know Liv posting, but I do know Lexi. Lexi's a wonderful person, one of the best faith in people who engages. I don't know what imagination or struggles you've had in the past, but the idea that she deserves to be harassed off of Twitter by your simps is fucking stupid, and I will call you out on it. I think that's bullshit. But you've admitted to it, and you don't seem to want to back down off that, even though you've ceded the fact that people with platforms have to respond. Wait, I'm not done. Let me finish.
Of course you're
not. Let me finish. Yeah, I know you're annoyed when women talk too much. I get it. It's fine. You're not the only one. It's one of these things where you've ceded that yes, people with a platform do have some responsibility to their communication, the way they go about it. You've ceded the fact that mental health and mental illness has been weaponized, like almost primarily. That's been almost a primary weaponization against trans people. You've admitted that you engaged in these things, and you've also admitted that you believe that people that you don't like on Twitter should be harassed off of it. And what I would say is you are about the most, if that's all true, and you're not just like desperately trying to save face or seem cool to your audience right now, then you are indeed the emblematic, the paragon of what's wrong with Twitter.
So when you say that, I say that people that I disagree with should be bullied off. I never said that it's people that I disagree with. I think that it's people that are involved, coordinated harassment campaigns, or people that are online on Twitter making constant dog shit takes that are attacking other people constantly. And the online left does this relentlessly.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the
I'm really not even allowed to talk for more than like 20 seconds.
Go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
And just blubber all over calm down. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. So again, you keep repeating the same dumb argument. Yeah, you can. Oh my God. It really is like watching like a fucking 3.0 version of myself. Jesus.
Upgrade.
So you can
upgrade.
Huge downgrade. Very clearly something fucked up in the transmission from 2.0 to 3.0. So when you say people that I disagree with should be bullied off, so you keep repeating this over and over and over and over again. I've never said that. I understand that, so part of the Gish Gallop is you have like your 4 or 5 arguments and then you repeat them over and over again, even though we kind of walk through and try to
That's not a Gish Gallop. That's the opposite of a Gish Gallop.
It doesn't seem to work. Are you having a lot of fun talking to your stream right
now?
No,
I was just saying out loud, that's not a Gish Gallop.
You say that people what?
I said that. Wait. Having 5 points that I stick to and I'm consistent with is the opposite of a Gish Gallop, which you've ceded to those points, by the way.
What do you think a Gish Gallop is?
A Gish Gallop is when you bounce around from random points and have no intention of completing them. I've brought up a couple of very key points. We've stuck on them the entire time, and you kept accusing me of Gish Gallop, but you have no evidence of it.
So a Gish Gallop is when you lay out a ton of arguments and you don't give me the chance to actually properly respond to any of them. That's what a Gish Gallop is.
Which one haven't I let you respond to?
On almost anything.
I see. Anything, nothing. Right.
if you want, we can try and like we haven't even had a conversation right now.
We really have. You're just getting mad that you're just getting mad that someone's like meeting you on your own ground. Like honestly,
this isn't my ground. You're on the hypothetical ground. This is what you're doing right now is actually, I guess, how most lefties seem to imagine.
Here we go again. Like, there's that phantom again.
This is actually so,
phantom.
And it's so crazy because I run into this so much with right wingers and lefties now, where people imagine that like there are certain Destiny debate tactics, and I know that he does, and then when I talk to him, I'm going to use the same debate tactics he does, but I don't.
Wait,
you can go through and you can watch any of my debates or any of my conversations.
Wait, that's not what I was talking about.
I literally never do any of these.
I don't know what you're talking
there
about.
There might be times in a conversation where I get like a little bit heated, and maybe I'll talk quickly or whatever. But like I'm almost always like, hey, if you disagree with me, stop me here. Or hey, if you want to respond to this, sure. Or we can go point by point by point.
Destiny.
I will do this in every conversation.
Destiny.
Whereas
wait, Destiny, hold on. Before you go off on another one.
So right now I'm doing the same thing that you've done to me this entire conversation. And you're losing your mind over it, right?
I'm not.
So
I'm just asking you. Wait, I want to finish the point.
I'm trying to write down point by point by point, and I actually haven't gotten through a single time where I've written down everything you said and gotten to respond to it. You're incredulous right now.
Wait, I'm just saying you were the one who called me Destiny 3.0
over and over again. Okay, but like I literally have not gotten through a single time where I've written down your points and gotten to respond through them because you will cut me off at the first one and then we'll run down a whole other like train tracks of railroad. And then at the end of every single time we try this, you just repeat those same 5 points again, and I haven't actually gotten to respond to a single like fucking like deluge of commentary that you've given. I haven't gotten to do like any of this.
You're still ranting about what you supposedly didn't do. You just had a whole bunch of time that you could have done.
You literally said, and you've repeated this point over and over and over again, people you disagree with be bullied off. That's like your primary objective or whatever, blah, blah. Like when the harshest form of this that you seem to be positing is your intentional goal is you go on Twitter and you try to make people quit Twitter. But what I've told you multiple times now, and I'll repeat it again, although I expect you to ignore it and repeat your same argument, what I've said is that when I go on Twitter, there are people that I disagree with, and I will quote tweet them, and I will call them stupid and deranged and whatever the shit if I think they're making stupid or deranged arguments. And if they happen to leave Twitter as a result of that, I'm okay with that. It's not my primary objective, but yeah, I would like to see less people on the platform that are giving deranged or insane fucking takes. Okay. As I imagine you and every other person that quote tweets people and does stuff on Twitter like that would agree to, much like how in your very own tweets, you say that your goal is to dunk on people on Twitter, which is directing hate towards somebody and bullying them, whether or not you agree. You can pretend that it's not, but it is.
I mean, I don't know. There are some people like Nazis for who I'm certainly welcome. I'm certainly fine with directing some level of hate towards. I find it really funny that I know you've accused me of gish galloping, all this random shit and not letting you talk, although you do. You get your opportunity to talk and then you say the same thing. It again, in the framework of this conversation, whether or not it's your primary goal, you've openly admitted multiple times in this conversation that that is what you intend to do with a lot of your tweets. And I'm saying that not everybody does that. And even if they do, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. And that what you're doing is right. And also, the other thing that I find really funny is that, like, first of all, I wasn't even referring to like debate tactics. I meant literally, we're engaging in the same way. We both do a little bit of interrupting here and there, a little bit of ranting here and there. We both do that. We're both a little performative in that way. But it was you who did accuse me of being.
I don't do performative shit.
Come on! Don't lie. Everybody does. No one on this entire platform.
To anybody
You're a
that's met me in real life or off. I do not do performative shit. I know that for you guys, this is like a fun exercise for you that you enjoy, like getting on and virtues and whatever. Nothing that I do is performative.
Wait a minute. You're a streamer, Destiny. Listen, I also am very bombastic IRL, incredibly bombastic IRL. Just because because you're performative IRL or that's your standard doesn't mean that it's not performativity. All streamers are performative. It's just a fact of the matter. And we're both. Not a fact of the matter, but go ahead. It is absolutely. You're a streamer, Destiny. My God, you're a showman. That's what you do for a living. Don't lie to your audience. This
streamer
is like
means
bullshit.
I turn the camera on and I capture what I do.
This is like. Wait a minute. Are you like?
I will stand by every single thing I say to the death. I'm the same way in real life.
Yeah.
In DM,
me too.
Off stream, on stream,
absolutely.
in Discord.
Me too. But nonetheless, I can acknowledge that being on stream, there is always going to be some performativity. Are you really telling me that that you live your life with like a fucking focal point, behind you 5 feet with purple lighting? Like, come on, there's always an element of theater to anything that's done online.
Actually, I really like the lighting here. Sometimes do LSD or MDMA, and I really like the way the lights look. Actually, it's actually pretty cool. But go ahead.
Sounds actually based as shit.
You can. I like also real quick. I like what you just did there, where when you said performative originally, that's usually an attack on character, and then you try to back that up in terms of like, well, you have a setup in the back to look good on camera. That's not what performative means. That's not how it's ever perceived. But that was cute. That little switch that you played there.
Wait, hold on. Like, I mean, you're getting like, I think you're getting a little like defensive over certain terms. I don't say performative as a pejorative. I was literally just using it as a description of what we're doing here. We are on a stream.
So it's interesting because earlier you attacked me because you said that mental illness is oftentimes something that people use to attack trans people in order to call into question their sanity just because they're trans. And then you just used the word performative against me, which is something that's often said towards streamers to imply that they don't actually believe the things they're talking about.
Are you
but
literally
now you're saying that when you use performative against me, you didn't
streamer-phobia?
take into account the intentions of your words.
Streamer-phobia?
Mentally ill. You can't
Destiny, come on. This is pathetic.
I think that's very funny.
Streamer-phobia? Are you really pulling out the... Yeah, I know. You're grinning because you know that's a bullshit argument. Streamer-fucking-phobia.
It's exactly analogous.
Streamer-phobia, Steve?
I think it's really funny.
Come on. Like, that's ridiculous. And you know that's not the same. You know that if this was a conversation in any other way...
It must be true.
Yeah. I mean, it is true. You know that's not fucking... You know those aren't
You
equivalent.
keep saying that I know. No, and then you have to say, I've heard you say this in the past against an argument with Sargon Destiny. Say that one again.
Wait,
I
literally haven't...
strengthening your argument a lot.
I don't know if you're like caught in the first 5 minutes of this conversation, but we've been talking for quite a while. And I know it can be hard to like keep these things when you do them a lot. So I get it.
It's like every bad debate thing I ever say is like filtered down. Like you must be getting mad right now. Like I know. Oh, I can see that green or whatever. Blah,
Damn.
blah, blah. Like
it must
suck.
suck.
I remember like back in 2016,
it must suck to be confronted with what you've created, isn't it, Destiny? The Destiny 3.0 is just crunching you right now with your... Listen, it's really funny because like it's this whole thing, this whole like wait, this whole tangent was because you got really offended because I said something about that I'm meeting you on the same ground, and you took that to mean like, oh, I'm something about your debate tactics. I literally never brought up your debate tactics. You are the only person who's alleged that I'm like a third generation Destiny in this conversation, which sure. All right. By the way, if we're going to be third generation Destiny, please like and subscribe to my channel. That way I can be as big as the original Destiny. That'd be great. Third generation Destiny on the way. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, it seems like you've basically tried to throw out every defense you possibly can for like basically being a shithead on Twitter and doing some really like terrible stuff that I don't think you would I think that you would criticize other people for doing this exact thing. And again, as all of the points which you ceded, whether you want to say that you didn't or not, we can watch the VOD again together if we want to.
Well, sure. So I'm curious because I wrote this down. Let's talk about this point exactly because you keep, and I said you would bring it up after correcting you on it again.
Okay. What is this thing?
So you said you've openly admitted multiple times that this is what you intend to do, that I intend to bully people off of Twitter.
Yes.
So if my intention, like not as a side effect or a byproduct of what I do, my intention was to bully people off of Twitter, you admit that I could be far more effective at doing that, right?
Oh, I do agree. You could be, yes.
I could coordinate harassment campaigns and shit off of alternate accounts. I could do crazy shit.
Yeah, but that's not like incompetence isn't a defense.
Do you really think that somebody like me is not bullying? Wait, hold on. You just claimed that I was using incompetence. You don't think that it might be that I actually just have a desire to engage in a different type of behavior? You really think the reason why I haven't bullied some people on the internet is because I'm incompetent at it?
I mean, I don't know. Well, that's what you were. That's the defense.
You said that you don't. You can't say I don't know.
Let me answer the question, Destiny. Let me answer the question.
You literally just said that you're incompetent isn't an excuse or defense.
Let me answer the question.
I'm planning incompetence.
I have to answer the question that you ask if you actually want to find out the answer.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Well, I'm just trying to hold you to what you say.
I mean, I am. This conversation was opened with you saying that you are, and I don't remember the exact wording here, and I'm trying to meet you at your own. I'm not trying to fucking bad faith you. I really want to understand what we're going here. I mean, no, I came on your show and I'm engaging with you, like, you know, like I'm talking with you.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, I mean, sure, maybe you're real mad about it and whatnot, but
keep calling me a snowflake and fragile. That was working really well too.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to be. You seem a little.
You're doing the smile thing that Vosh does.
Wait, smiling? Destiny invented smiling too. So wait, what are we at now that you invented? You've invented the smiling. You've invented okay, buddy. You invented debate.
Now that I'm looking for the mannerisms, it's like
fucking Socrates, Steve, inventing philosophy and thinking and talking.
Keep going.
Oh, you're using that language thing? Oh my God, that's my thing. I invented the language. I use language to communicate. Oh my God. No. Okay. Anyway, the point is, let me answer your question now that we've got off on this. The fact of the matter is, you were the one who opened this conversation, saying that you're perfectly fine with people being harassed off the platform. That you're totally fine with directing hate and harassment towards people if they're a piece of shit. And my argument is that okay, I'm glad that you've admitted to that. I don't know what your intent is, but I know what your outcome is. And your outcome...
Wait, you realize that you agreed with that last point, right? That it's okay to direct hate and harassment to people on the platform if you think they're a piece of shit, right?
I think within reason. Yeah, like I think somebody like a
So
Nazi.
we don't. So
wait, hold
yeah,
on.
you said that earlier. There are some people like Nazis who are fine directing levels of hate towards. So
certain levels,
so
yeah.
You can't attack me with that point when it's something that you agree with. You just levied that as an attack on me. So you
Well,
said
wait,
I'm fine with people. You said that. Well, Destiny, you said that you're fine with people being harassed off the platform. That you're fine directing hate and harassment towards people on the platform if they're a piece of shit. Yeah, you agree with those points. So you can't attack me with those.
Well,
you
wait,
need to be a little bit more
can
specific
because,
in your criticism because
yeah,
you agree with both of those points.
Except I kind of can because the fact of the matter is that first of all, like I would argue that if like I mean obviously there's obviously people who we believe should be taken off of platforms. Like I don't think anybody would not agree with that to some extent. But we have to determine what those extremes are. And your extreme is apparently I don't know. It seems like it's just you're willing to use transphobic hate to drive people off the platform who mildly disagree with you. And when it comes to Lexi, when I've asked you about Lexi or when I've asked you about Lived, you've said, oh, you've vaguely gestured to them participating in some kind of hate campaign or whatever. What it sounds like to me is that you take any criticism of you or any disagreement with you as like a personal attack that's trying to disassemble your massive brand that like massively outsizes these people, but then you're totally willing to just obliterate them with your simps and not think twice about it and not think that you're responsible all the while, and again, this is the only argument I've been presenting to you, it has multiple parts, but it is the only argument I've been making, all the while claiming to be the last SJW on the internet and some sort of social justice warrior.
If I would use any other term besides mentally ill, are you all of a sudden perfectly okay with all of my behavior on Twitter? Because you're very fixated on that expression.
No, I'm not. But this is just the examples that were most prevalent. These are the ones most recently. That
This is not just the example that's most prevalent. This has been like a linchpin to your argument. You're literally over and over again saying like, this is like conservatives use mentally ill to attack trans people. It's not just a random point. You're very fixated on this.
I mean, of course, yeah, because that's the one we're talking about. I'm talking about how you use.
Okay, wait. You're doing the thing. Okay, so
what do you mean?
You said that like this is just what I'm using. It's just one example, and I said, well, no, it's a very important example. It's not just a random example. It's important. You're like, oh yeah, well, of course it's a very important one.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but now you just contradicted.
Wait.
So
Hold on.
it's not just a random argument that you're using. This particular expression is very important.
Clarifying question. I just want to understand when you say, "Am I okay with what you're doing on Twitter?" What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Do you mean
in terms of like if I see people that I will vaguely refer to as lefties that consistently bully and harass and demean my takes and quote my stream and do all sorts of shit or whatever, is it okay for me to call them out and to talk shit to them and call them stupid and all that shit on Twitter as well?
Of course, absolutely. I have no problem with that. Wait, I do that too.
Sure. So then back to my original.
But what
question.
I don't do,
if I were to redirect all of my mean and horrible comments, blah blah blah, but I just didn't use the expression mentally ill, would you be okay with what I do then?
Oh, I mean, when you say what you do, I mean, I guess here's the thing, because like that's like a broad for like you're taking like a broad conclusion from a specific example. But in this case, yeah, if you had been mad at Cyberwitch Lexi's take and you hadn't gone in really hard on calling her like a mentally ill person who should leave the internet and all this shit, yeah, I think that you probably would have been able to have a much more, in my opinion, not only a much more responsible but a much more effective engagement. I think your unwillingness to like surpass both ableism, but also transphobia in this case, these transphobic stereotypes, whether you intended it or not, is the biggest problem. And I think that is a real problem. I think it's a problem in communication.
Sure. So this entire conversation boils down to you being upset that I used the expression mentally ill. If I hadn't said that, you'd be okay with anything else?
I mean, it is a little upsetting. But it's upsetting in the same way that I would be mad at somebody like using racial epithets. Same way you have presumably been mad at people being racist in the past. The same way you've criticized people for being disgusting racist in the past.
Okay, you don't need to quote my own.
I'm just saying. When we're in this conversation and we're talking about this, we're talking about your consistency. I'm disagreeing with you.
I'm just asking a very simple question. So
yes.
I wouldn't have used the expression mentally ill. Would you be like, oh, Destiny's totally fine at what he's doing on Twitter?
I mean, I would have other problems. I mean, I think you're a dick, and the way that you engage with people on Twitter is like really unproductive. But other than that, I don't think you're like doing anything morally wrong. What I think that you're doing morally wrong is when you lean on well-known like stereotypes and this like, again, it's directing hate, and that is different. There is a big difference between just disagreeing with somebody, calling someone a name or whatever, and specifically not just even saying it to them, but also quote retweeting them so that your followers can get on it and saying this person should not be on the internet. That does have an effect. We can't.
Wait, hold on. So do you think it's bad for me to quote retweet and say like this person doesn't belong on Twitter?
Well, Well,
because
maybe not that.
Again,
no.
so as part of a Gish Gallop, you keep using all these arguments, but I don't think you
It's
actually
not a Gish
stand by any
Gallop.
of them.
There's no Gish Galloping going on here at all.
So let me explain what a Gish Gallop is. So a Gish Gallop is when you lay out bad argument after bad argument after bad argument, but if you lay out enough of them sequentially, it appears as though you're making a legitimate argument.
I haven't.
So my
done that.
problem.
You've literally seeded most of my arguments here, Destiny.
So
You literally
I know
have watched the VOD again.
Oh, everybody can go watch the VOD.
Please
so
do.
I just keep asking you, is it okay if I engage in the behavior that I engage in if I just don't say the word mentally ill? Now you keep vaguely saying like, oh, well, yeah, but there's one behavior like, wait. And then you say things like, oh, like, I don't like it when you quote retweet people.
Are you going to let me answer or are you going to pretend to do an impersonation of me?
I'm asking you very specifically.
Yeah,
if I quote retweet somebody and say this person doesn't belong on Twitter, is that a behavior that I shouldn't engage in? Is that a bad thing?
If you quote retweet somebody and say they shouldn't belong on Twitter, and you're aware that that is going to likely influence your audience and you feel you've done the due diligence, I think there's a space for that to happen. But what I don't think is okay is I don't think that doing that same behavior and tying in extremely obvious, what I would argue are hate dog whistles, if not just outright hate, that is not okay. And the reason is because when you retweet somebody and say this person's dumb or whatever, then the most that somebody's going to get is like, oh, you're dumb. And you might get some annoying simps and whatever. But I can tell you, again, firsthand, and I know you know this part, Destiny, but getting like racist and transphobes in your comments, and also getting the signal from the streamer, intentionally or otherwise, that that's okay, is a big difference. It's not just being called dumb. It's being targeted for your intrinsic traits. It's what leads to the horrific mental health situation that trans people find themselves in this country. That type of behavior. And so, yes.
A really good speech. I understand. So
wait, you asked me a question, Destiny. My God.
Yeah, so what I did was I asked you a question on if it's okay for me to retweet and quote tweet somebody.
Yeah. And
I'm sorry, I'm just enjoying. Okay.
Sure.
I asked if it's okay if I retweet and quote tweet somebody, if it's okay for me to bully them if I don't say mentally ill. And your response to that was, well, my problem is when you do it when you call them mentally ill. So I'm very specifically, so I'm going to try one more time because I've had to ask a lot of these questions like 4 or 5 or 6 times. So I'm going to try to ask it one more time. I'm going to say, is it okay if I retweet somebody and say, this guy's a fucking moron, or this person's a fucking moron, they don't belong on fucking Twitter, like, fuck this person? Is it okay if I retweet somebody and I quote that, even if they're trans, or even if they're a lefty or a black person or a white person or a gamer or whatever?
I mean, I'd argue it's like shitty and kind of...
I'm not asking if it's mean or shitty.
Let me answer, Destiny. I think it's mean. I think it's shitty. I think it's bad, but I don't think it's like morally wrong in a larger scale, nor do I think it's like particularly politically harmful. So yeah, I mean, I've answered this already like 3 times, but apparently it's not good enough. But what does matter is when you then do that.
You keep doing this because now you're going to do this.
Wait,
what does matter is when you call them mentally ill.
Yes.
But I'm asking you aside from that. Yeah, but I'm asking you aside from that. So then,
do I think that like directing hate in general is bad? I mean, I don't know. Like,
but you don't think directing hate in general is bad because you literally said you're okay directing levels of hate towards the Nazis. You don't think that that's bad intrinsically?
No, I don't think it's bad intrinsically. I don't think. Of course not. Of course, context matters. Yeah.
Is it just bad when I do it against people that you agree with?
No. Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
You said that it's bad to direct hate towards people, but then you also said it's okay to direct hate towards people. I don't know how you actually feel about that.
No, wait. What I'm saying is that I think there are circumstances in which directing hate against somebody can be incredibly harmful. Like, I don't know. Is this like a...
Hold on. You don't think that's always bad, do you? If I direct hate towards Nick Fuentes and it's harmful to him...
Likewise, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Do you think that it's bad for, like, justice to be done and someone to go to prison?
I don't know.
Wait, just answer the question, Destiny. It's simple. Do you think it's bad for someone?
For me, the answer is yes, but that's because I don't think that justice should be. I think it should be rehabilitative, not like retribution or whatever. So that's
if that's the case, I mean that's a bigger thing. Yes. Yeah. So, but do you think then that let's say in our current system, barring because I also do agree that retributive justice is not good. But do you think it's a good thing when like someone goes to prison for a crime?
Within the confines, was there a current system? Yes.
Okay. Yes. What if that person is innocent? Do you then think it's good?
Probably not.
So the context does indeed matter. Likewise, when we're talking about hate, the context matters. And I would argue that you directing hate against random people that you disagree with, and also, again, leaning very strongly into extremely hateful and objectively harmful stereotypes that, again, you have never contested that. Appreciate you not trying to contest that and going full right-wing or whatever. But yeah, you doing that is a bad outcome. It's exactly like, it would be like, again, it would be like sending an innocent person to prison. If you subject...
Yes. So your analogy is apt. Okay. The problem is that you came onto my stream and you essentially said directing hate towards people is bad. much the same way that somebody might say sending people to prison is good. And then what I would ask, and I would say, well, you're taking my argument. So let me explain this very carefully. Yep.
No.
So you said,
No.
Destiny, do you think that sending people to prison is good or bad, right? And generally, I would say, oh, it's probably good if you send someone to prison. Like, well, what if they were innocent? Oh, well, I guess in that case, it's bad. So really the original statement, sending somebody to prison is good, doesn't hold up. Really the statement is guilty people should be sent to prison. Now, you've come onto my stream and you've said directing hate towards people is bad.
Did I make that argument?
Yes.
I don't think I did. I think
you
I said.
Absolutely did. It was. I wrote it down like 4 times earlier. I'm trying to write it down. Earlier, you said directing hate towards people on Twitter is bad.
I think I specifically said directing hate against.
This is why I have asked you. I said, do you think directing hate towards Nazis is bad? And you said, oh, well, no, I guess like some people can be hated on the internet. So now what both of us have established, one, through your analogy of is sending people to prison bad? Well, we don't know. We need to ask more questions. And then 2, is directing hate towards people on Twitter bad? Well, I don't know. We need to ask more questions because when you came in here, your original hardline stance was anytime you do anything that contributes to harassment or bullying or hatred of people on the internet, on Twitter, that it's a bad thing. That was
the original point. But that was not my original point. My original, actually, in fact, I know for a fact, and I can tell you this, that first of all, I know my points obviously better than you do, but that's fine. I know that this is not the case, and anybody who's not convinced in the audience, just so you know, like my entire point coming in here was because I was pissed off that you've been, directing a lot of hate towards trans people in specific. And that is something that I have a problem with. And you've been directing transphobic hate at those people. That's the problem. And that's exactly what I've been talking about this entire time. I don't think I ever once here, maybe I like unintentionally made some argument, but I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I said something like that wrong. I'd be willing to cede on that particular point. So wait, sure. I'm finishing. I would be willing to cede on the if at some point I implicated that like directing any hate ever in any circumstance is bad. I don't think that's the case because I seem to recall a bit earlier in this conversation saying like, oh no, I think there's cases where directing hate is justified pretty openly. I don't think my argument was ever this. I think that's like what you want it to be, but the fact of the matter is that.
Fuck. Hold on. Fuck. Give me 1 second.
Okay, take your time. Hey DGG, how's it going? You doing okay? Come hang out on demonmama.com/live. I promise, you'll have a good time. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a crazy person. I know. You might think I am, but you'll have a good time. Come hang out.
1 second. Hold on, I'll be back. 1 second. Or I'll be right down there. Bye. I need to run downstairs real quick. 1 second.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep the stream entertained. Hello, everyone. Can DGG hear me? Can anyone confirm whether DGG can actually hear me at this point? I'll talk to you guys. I promise you, I do engage in good faith. People try to make it out like I'm not, but yeah, okay. Hey, everyone. My name is Demon Mama, for those of you who don't know. I'm pretty cool. I'm a political edutainer. I'm a lefty. Talk about all kinds of stuff. You all can come in and debate me if you want to. I do a lot of debates. I do a lot of conversations. We talk about a lot of stuff. I promise I'm not as scary as I seem. I am Demon Mama. Some people are scared of demons. You can also follow me on YouTube. I have a whole bunch of videos. I even have a video where I talk about Peter Coffin and Destiny and how both of them are kind of wrong about BreadTube. That's all right. I hope Destiny's all right. I got misgendered by a poll in DGG. That's not very nice, DGG. That's kind of shitty. Probably shouldn't do that. It's not very nice. Not only is it not very nice, I'd actually argue it goes against probably most of the principles. Yeah, it's true. I am white. I am white passing. That's true. I don't really feel particularly attached to my whiteness. I think whiteness is a silly construct that changes definition whenever it's convenient, for the political establishment to determine who can be, kicked out and whatnot. Yeah. Well, I hope they fix it. It's all right. Listen, I understand if people make a mistake, that's one thing. The deliberate stuff is a little bit worse. The mistake is fine. Hey, listen. It's all good. I've had a good, Socrates, Steve. Yeah, you like that one, guys? Listen, I have had a good conversation one way or another. I think I've made my point pretty well, but I'm interested to finish this off with Destiny because this has certainly been interesting. I will say, I do like Destiny's lighting. His lighting situation is wonderful, actually. Yeah. Well, it's a much bigger... I mean, keep in mind, my chat's contending whether the demonmama.com website chat is better or DGG. I don't know. I think DGG is a lot bigger. So, yeah. You got like 400 mentions about skateboards. Oh, I saw that. I know. I've had a million pings. I don't even know. I know. Destiny invented finishing things off. Welcome back.
Okay, sorry.
Hey.
Okay, if you would have come in here originally, and your argument would have been, hey, if you call mentally ill people, or if you call trans people online mentally ill people, kind of transphobic?
Yeah, that was my argument, though. That really was. Like, if you go back and watch it, I think
absolutely was not your argument.
Pretty sure it was. Yeah.
You made a much broader argument that made it seem as though I literally can't attack trans people, period. Or that all of my behavior on Twitter is toxic and horrible.
Nah.
If your original claim is you come on,
I mean, I do think your behavior on Twitter is pretty toxic and horrible, but I don't know that it's necessarily like I wouldn't say that.
You just said it again. So what behavior of mine on Twitter is toxic and horrible outside of saying mentally ill?
The directing hate to people who don't deserve it, usually along the lines of gender and or sex. Yeah, that's the part that I disagree with, and you have done this multiple times. Again, I think the live posting one was a little bit more.
Okay, I just want to be okay. I'm going to let you finish this, but just to be very clear. So initially, I said you should have if you would have had a more pointed claim, then then it would have been very strong. Yeah. You shouldn't use mentally ill towards. But now, and you just said, well, that was my initial claim.
Yeah, my initial.
But now you're saying, well, actually, it's about you directing hate towards people who deserve it on the basis of gender or sex.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait, is not directing hate on the basis of gender and sex using known stereotypes to target people and direct hate based on that thing? Is that not exactly what you just said, just slightly reworded?
I think that transphobic insults are a bit different than like on the basis of gender or sex.
Wait, but I think we were talking about both of them, and I think there's examples of both. I think the live posting.
What other examples are there?
Yeah, I mean, I think this one's a little bit lower key, but nonetheless something that is encountered all the time. Very confident in saying that the calling, like implying that women who are disagreeing with you are like shrieking hysterical people, like you did in your all caps tweet, saying that like, oh, live posting is screeching onto the internet, like shrilly.
You keep saying shrieking, but it was
you did say that, right? Shrieking, was that the word, or
I think I said screeching.
Screeching, whatever. I mean, it's the same thing. Like the Banshee thing is literally like I'm not even kidding you, Destiny. Like here's the thing. I frequently
I don't think I ever said Banshee either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just maybe you didn't use that exact word, but the stereotype is exactly the same. You could have just made that exact tweet saying hysterical would have been identical. Calling women like a shrieking person and like implying them that they all they do.
I didn't say shrieking. I said screeching.
Screeching. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
But like you're like throwing a million other words.
No, I'm not. I'm showing. I'm illustrating very specifically that calling women screeching, shrieking, hysterical, all of these things are exactly the same. It's literally a misogynistic stereotype, and I know you know this again. That this is a stereotype that's been used all the time. I've been on like 3 or 4 femme presenting panels hosted by the wonderful Prime Kais. You probably know Prime Kais, in which we talk about this and how frequent it is that femme presenting people online get told that they're shrieking shrill. It happens to me all the time, so much so that my community made a bingo card, and that's one of the bingo card options because I get told all the time that I'm no matter how calm I am, I'm some shrill, shrieking banshee, and you're engaging in that, and I'm saying that you're doing that, and you know, maybe you don't mean to. I've never said that you intended to. Obviously, I can never know somebody's intentions, but you are nonetheless doing it. So yeah, that is what I came in here to talk about. That was the point that I made originally. I mean, I think that if you're asking me now, like,
just to be razor focused here. So your problems with me are that I've used the word screeching and mentally ill. Those are your problems.
No, those aren't the exact.
Save those 2 words or expressions. If instead of screeching, could I have said? Can you go ahead and so here's a sentence. You're screeching stupid shit on public media platform. What would you say instead? Give me a hypothetical alternative sentence. So next time when I criticize someone, I'll use this
just
instead.
Say like putting out bad takes. You're always putting out bad takes. Just anything you could do. Why would you have to or why would you choose, maybe you didn't choose it, maybe it was unintentional, but why would you act on those obvious, very clear, historical fact, misogynistic And in the other
we're
case,
not acting on a
transphobic.
misogyn. The
Well,
thing that
but
we're
you
acting
are,
on
though.
is the stereotype of a person being online, screaming and screeching online about
Yeah,
things.
but this is a context thing, though, and you know that if you're using it against somebody who's femme presenting, which is pretty obvious, and also Liv, so I know that you know who they are. You're adding a context. Maybe you didn't intend to, but nonetheless, you're adding a context that is very real. And I know you know this because you've argued against misogynists in the past, and you've argued that it's bullshit when people do this kind of stuff.
Usually when I argue against people, it's in a very broad context of statements they've made. I will never, ever attack somebody for using one word.
Oh, well, it's not about one word.
It is.
No, it
is
isn't.
Literally,
about one
this whole conversation
no,
has
the
been about two
example is
expressions
one
that I've
word.
used.
The example is one word. I'm not going to you want me to comb through your social media and find every
You
tweet?
don't have to comb through, but I don't think in general
we're talking
I'm very
about
sexist or misogynistic or transphobic when I insult people. It's just not. There's just usually aren't characteristics that I'm like interested in attacking.
Maybe. I mean,
especially when it comes to lefties online.
Maybe
it's usually I'm criticizing them for being fucking morons, for being deranged or mentally ill, or for like being terminally white and online. Like these are the things that I tend to hit on. Not like you're women or you're terminally you're a woman.
Terminally white and online. Damn, Destiny. Bit of a self own there. But yeah, I mean,
the difference is that I tend to align more with like persons of color and real life political opinions, and not the terminally online, terminally white, terminally suburban kids that exist on Twitter.
I don't know.
But
there we go again with your like. There's your phantom.
Your
your boogeyman of what you think the left is online. Which again,
I'm not boogeymanning anything. There's like, wait, do you think that online people tend to be more white, more suburban, more wealthy? Than people in real life.
It depends on your circles that you go in. Like, I don't think you can make.
I'm not talking about particular circles. I'm talking about online on Twitter in general. Do you think that online in general on Twitter, that audience is probably a bit more white, a bit more wealthy, a bit more?
No, not in general. I mean, I think there's.
You think that the people on Twitter? Hold on, no, wait. Hold on, I don't want you to weasel because you keep weaseling. Okay, do you
what
think
do you mean
that
I'm
Twitter?
weaseling? I'm answering your question, dude.
No, you're not. You're gonna derail in a sentence.
No, I'm not.
You have
I literally am not going to.
You think that Twitter is accurately, or honestly, an accurate cross section of like the average American population? You think that Twitter is?
Twitter is way bigger than the American population. What are you talking about? This is a meaningless question. Twitter is huge. Do you know how many people use Twitter? There's no way that you can get a cross section. I don't even think you have the argument to make that. The argument that you're trying to make.
I have because of the polling data is out there.
You don't
really
have
obvious
the data to say anything about what Twitter is. Twitter is way too big to make a single generalization. How many Chinese people are on Twitter? You trying to tell me they're all white and suburban? What the fuck are you talking about? Twitter is a global platform. Are you fucking kidding me? This is, again, delusion. You're telling yourself something that doesn't reflect reality. You can't generalize that broadly and make a meaningful statement out of it. Yeah, if you want to say, like, do I think that
so here's a Pew Research poll right here. And if you want, you can go ahead and scroll down on this.
Sure.
And what you'll see here is Twitter users are younger, more educated, and more likely to be Democrats than the general public. If we look at like college graduates, we see 42% of Twitter users versus 31% of the average US adult is likely to be college graduate. We see that they're wealthier. They're highly represented at the 75,000 plus range. We see that they are a little bit even. I guess not necessarily terminally white. We see the Black and Hispanic numbers are similar though. Lots of young Hispanic people in the United States. Yeah. But so yeah, we do have polling data on this, and they tend to be much younger as well. The 30 to 49 and the 18 to 29 data are massively overrepresented.
There's just there's a lot of things that go into that. I feel like you're kind of trying to weaponize a single poll in order to try and make it like seem like Twitter is all a bunch of like rich white people, which is another thing I've heard you do a lot.
I'm not trying to weaponize.
Well, I mean, it does sound like that though, because you know that like first of all, like I mean, literally.
No. Hold on.
Wait, come on.
Common sense, like very clearly cites, and I hate to cite common sense.
Oh,
but,
this is. Oh, you're really doing it? Come on, that's ridiculous.
Again, were you doing the?
What?
So,
wait, saying really is a Vosh thing? This is hilarious. You have a thing with Vosh, don't you?
All these mannerisms didn't originate with me. That's funny. But so common sense tells us that if you're using Twitter a lot, there's a good chance that you're somebody that has access to a cell phone, access to an internet connection, the free and luxurious time to follow like internet politics and shit. These people are going to come from certain socio-demographic sectors of society. It's pretty obvious. You'd have to be pretty crazy to think that there are like gangsters that like between doing whatever the fuck are taking their phones out.
Excuse me? What?
Are you okay?
Yeah, what are you talking about now? Gangsters?
That there are like people, obviously people in different sects of life are going to be more, or that people that are working down at like freight harbors or people that are coming home from the fucking factory are getting onto fucking Twitter to argue with people online.
Well, listen,
certain sectors of society are like pretty
know.
obviously.
Like, Here's the thing.
Wait, do you really have trouble understanding this?
Wait, I mean, again, your citation is common sense here, and I don't think that's common sense. The internet access worldwide is broader than it's ever been.
Okay.
Wait,
Sure.
wait,
Okay,
it really
I just
is.
want to hear you say that then. And then we'll move on from this. You can say whatever you want. So
Sure.
you honestly believe that every person in society is about as likely to be arguing about online politics or on Twitter
but
arguing
you've
with people
changed the
as any other
goalposts.
person?
You've literally changed the goalposts.
No, that's
wait,
literally what we're
no.
talking about.
Okay, you've
also,
had a lot
China
of time.
literally has banned Twitter. So
You've
that was
had
bad
a
example.
lot
Go
of
ahead.
time. It's my turn to be able to respond to the unbelievable amount of gish galloping that you've actually done here, which is that, and goalpost changing, which is that first of all, you said, oh, do you think that Twitter is representative of the average American person? And I said, oh, well, Twitter, that seems like a way too broad of a statement to make. It seems like there's a lot of subsections of Twitter, and Twitter usage is pretty broad in America. Now, is there probably some bias towards people who are more likely? Yeah, I think that's fair. I think there's some sort of common sense, gut feeling, truthiness that you could reach into and do the what's it called? The country, yeah, I got a good feeling about it. A hunch. Yeah, I think that's fair to say to a certain degree, but I don't know how broad that is. And I don't know how much things have changed in recent years with how much internet access has expanded across the country. Now, if you're going to talk about how many people, what types of people are involved in lefty debate online, if you want to be specific about it, which you weren't before, but if we want to be now, yeah, I think that lefty conversations online do have a tendency towards being predominantly white, well-off, cis, and suburban. And
well, then we don't even disagree.
Yeah, we don't disagree on that part at all. But again, the way that, again, to tie this back to what actually matters here, what we were here to talk about, the way that you've engaged in these particular examples solidifies that further. It makes it more toxic and harder for people who aren't straight, white, cis, and suburban to be online because of the aforementioned directed hate, which I know you don't contest that. Yeah.
I'm not talking about the directed hate. I was just saying
Just
that we
saying.
can agree that there are a certain demographic is more heavily represented on Twitter than it
Sure.
will be in real life, which is I think a pretty easily agreed upon
I think that's
thing.
again a little too broad, but by and large, I think you could probably say
I
that.
don't
There's
think
probably
that's
some-
too broad. I think that's super well agreed upon. If you want to go do your own research on that in your own free time,
I mean, I'd
this
be
is one
open
of-
to being wrong on this particular point, whether Twitter is representative in one way or another. But I don't know. I'm not convinced by the sort of hunch that
All right, go
Twitter's
read on it later because
demographics.
I'm not here to convince you about it.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
think it's just a
I mean,
hunch.
that's fine. I don't really know
So,
why you brought it up. I don't know what it has to do
Save
with.
for me using, so we have screeching and mentally ill are two
Yeah.
words that I can't use. Can I say insane or is that bad too?
I mean, I don't. Again, when it comes to stuff like insane,
I'm
I
not
don't know.
asking
What am I
you
supposed to do?
I'm
What do you
asking
want me to
wouldn't
do?
be transphobic in your eyes. I'm
Do you
curious.
want me to do you want me to write you a manual or something on how to be a better what you claim you are, the last SJW, how to be a better ally? Because I could
I
do
don't
that.
call myself an SJW. I just say compared to
I mean,
class
you have
reductionist on
multiple
BreadTube,
times.
it
Yeah.
feels like I'm an SJW sometimes.
Oh, I would love to talk to you about that sometime because just for the record, this is something that we definitely agree on to a certain degree. I think your prescription for BreadTube is wrong. Anyway, this is neither here nor there, but we probably have a lot of agreements on class reductionism. Very against class reductionism. Yeah, there's a whole list of things that I could say that are transphobic, and my thing to you would be, if you're gonna be in the hate directing business, if you're gonna make those calls, slapping the people in the Twitter prison, so to say, if we're gonna call back to the example we talked about, I would say be more fucking careful than you are, because mentally ill, insane, delusional, deranged, hysterical, screeching banshees, these sort of things are again, it's not hard to avoid these words when you're talking about people like this, these words that have literally decades, if not centuries of use weaponized against those people. Yeah, you can avoid. I think you can do that. I think you can handle that. I think you're a big boy and you can do that.
Okay, so then on my Twitter behavior, save for using mentally ill and screeching, is everything else okay?
I mean, you keep going back down to that, but I mean, anything like that. If you're, yeah, I mean, I think I don't think that's a big, a huge ask. I don't think that's a huge thing.
I didn't say it was a huge ask.
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean, you keep
all
doing
sorts
this
of
thing
statements about
I
how it was
shouldn't
bad
say
to direct
as long as I
hate
don't
towards
say
people, how it was bad to bully people off Twitter. So
Yeah.
I'm just making sure that we're leaving all of this by the side now. Your issue is just that when I attack people, you want to make sure that I'm not using language that can be decoded as transphobic or sexist or misogynistic or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that would be a great improvement. And also, I think it would help you accomplish your own goals better.
Okay.
Or your own stated goals.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I wish that you would have walked in with, hey, maybe calling trans people mentally ill, maybe that's like a little bit of a bad insult. Maybe we should stay away from that one on Twitter. That probably would have been a pretty agreeable conversation. I'm like,
Destiny,
yeah, you know, mentally ill is the way that's used to do, but that wasn't what you walked in.
I did 100%. It is. We can
you
watch
really
the
think
VOD.
that you really think that that's the argument that
that's the argument I laid out with. That's absolutely the argument I started out with. Specifically, the examples are exactly the ones we're still talking about. I haven't varied off of this particular point. I know there's like an element of this, like trying to sell to the audience, like, oh, I did the wrong thing in the beginning. I think you're just in the wrong here. I just think you are. And I think you didn't want to admit it when I came in with the right take, because it sucks to be beaten by a Destiny 3.0, but it's okay. And listen,
I'm just glad that I'm here, that I can direct the generation, not only in your mannerisms and in apparently the code on your website and everything else. I'm glad that I could be here to help you figure out what your argument was.
Hey, that's not fair to White Nervosa.
Through all of your gish galloping, I'm glad I could steelman your argument to its strongest form, which was, hey, Destiny, there are a few words that you use that can be kind of loaded towards certain groups of people. Maybe you should stay away from those words. That seems to be the best version of your argument. And you know what? There's some agreeability there. I can understand that. Yeah. And I will consider that going forward. I will find other ways to impugn the mental health of trans people without making it sound transphobic.
Or
I'll find creative and clever ways to do that.
Mental health. That's another thing you could do. You could just find another way to disagree, like disagree with them substantively instead of trying to like find some way to make them seem insane. That's not going to come off like well. It's not going to accomplish what you want unless like, I don't know.
You know, when these people disagree with me substantially, then maybe I'll start disagreeing with them.
I mean,
substantially.
okay, but that's neither here nor there. Like I'm talking to you.
But that is here though. So if we're talking specifically about Lexi is somebody that has made some, I don't know if I'm allowed to say she's made insane tweets, but like this is somebody that has said remarkably, astoundingly stupid shit about me online. Maybe. And they have not engaged with me. Well, so here's we can do a little collage of it. I don't have all these recorded, but obviously people post pictures and shit. But like none of these points are like very substantial, right? I didn't expect Destiny to go full. Shooters are right to keep shooting if anyone tries to stop them. But I guess 2020 is truly a breaking point for a lot of people. Oh,
is that really that bad? Come on, don't be fragile. Like I know you can handle that. That's not even that bad. That's not even like nothing directed against you personally. It's just kind of like, I don't like your take.
Okay, then you should have no problem with me calling you mentally ill.
Wait, what?
If you think
we're back to square one, damn it, you reset. Damn it, these old 1.0 models always reset back to the beginning of the conversation.
If you think that somebody can come at me with these totally baseless, totally ad hom, totally mind-numbingly stupid takes over and over and over and over again, then I might say somebody like this is fucking crazy.
All right.
Okay? And if every way that I can attack your fucking mind somehow like conveniently, you know, goes back to being some transphobic insult, I'll try harder to like avoid those particular phrases or expressions if I can, but this person is not beyond me relentlessly shitting on them publicly when they are obsessively attacking me publicly.
I mean,
and I have no sympathy. I have no sympathy for a person like this that deletes their account because my fan base bully them because I was because they have picked fights with me over and over and over and over again.
I mean, I don't know. To me, honestly, like I'm gonna be completely honest with you. As somebody who engages in like the debate space, and I'm not nearly as big as you, so I'm sure I don't have nearly as much attention yet. 3.0 models are doing great. Yeah, you know, I'm not at that point, but I feel like if somebody made a take like that, I would go, and I wouldn't like feel like, oh, this person's obsessive if they made one tweet. I think Lexi tweets quite a lot. Like, I don't know, maybe tweeting too much is a bad thing.
When you have the entirety of the left internet sphere saying that I think that innocent protesters should be murdered by white nationalists, like
spooky. There's that left phantom thing again. Like this is where you were talking about Cyberwick's Lecce, and now you're talking about phantom left.
So I think I don't know if you lack empathy, which is strange because normally people accuse me of lacking empathy.
Here we go.
Or if you're generally just kind of clueless about like what the online space looks like. But
I'm very familiar
when these takes show up, these takes are showing up with hundreds of comments, thousands of upvotes, and hundreds of thousands of views and tens of thousands of likes of retweets on Twitter.
Okay.
It's not just the spooky boogeyman or whatever.
Well, okay,
these are very real people that have a very real drive and a very real vested interest in like destroying my presence on the internet.
Okay. So a couple things. Now, listen, I can't speak for anybody. I can't really defend anybody. First of all, I will say
you came here to defend Lexi originally.
Wait, I didn't come here to defend Lexi. I came here to attack something that I think you're doing wrong. Though, yeah, I guess that is a
Lexi,
consequence
if not
of that.
explicitly, but go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I do like Lexi, and it makes me really sad that right now we have one less trans creator on Twitch for the time being, and I hope that she'll come back. But yeah, that does make me sad. I will say that. But the other thing too is like Destiny. I don't know, like, if it hurts you and it like makes you sad and stuff, that like the left is like, or that you like certain parts of the left are like really mean to you and stuff like that, that's one thing. But you have a massive platform. This is more than just, I mean, the online left is more than just like personal feelings. And sure, I'm sure there's some people who have a real axe to grind with you. I know there's people who haven't, like, I have like a microscopic channel in comparison to you, and I know there are people who have an axe to grind with me. I've literally had to deal with those people already. Trust me, it's fucking horrible. And I get that. But what I'm saying is that like, I don't know that it's helping you navigate that problem to like have this idea of what the entire left is, or to project that specific prescription of what the online left is to every single person. Like, I think it's perfectly possible for Cyberwitch Lexi to tweet occasionally or even frequently about how she doesn't like your takes and not be a part of some like broader harassment claim. In fact, I think you could probably approach her in like a good faith way. Some people aren't debate bros, and that's fine. Why don't you just have a conversation? You could.
So these people aren't just mean to me. If that's where it ended, that'd be fine.
These people again. Is Cyberwitch Lexi like
she's part of that group?
Wait,
yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wait, you have evidence to say that like Cyberwitch Lexi is like personally going after you? Like,
I literally have a whole collage of tweets that I just sent you of her echoing and signal boosting and talking about this shit.
Okay.
Some of these tweets have over 1,000 likes.
Sure.
Yes.
But
she
are
is
they
part of that?
I mean, but lots of tweets. I mean, some of the tweets now, I mean, the tweet that you retweeted.
Goalpost moving? Go ahead.
No, wait, this isn't goalpost moving. This is saying that, wait, no, it is not. What you have, if you're going to say that like, this is some like deep personal vendetta, like out
Never
to
said
destroy,
it was deep and personal.
okay?
It doesn't have to be.
Wait, then what is it? What are you actually alleging? What
These
are the
are
harm
people,
you're alleging?
Sure.
Besides
so what
feelings,
I'm alleging, well,
which is
so
fine.
What I'm alleging is that these are people that engage in unsubstantiated attacks on me that try to threaten and destroy my livelihood. So of course I'm going to hit back.
Do you think that you really think that like every single person that you've disagreed with on the left wants to destroy your livelihood?
Do you think that every single time somebody calls a trans person mentally ill, they're being transphobic?
I mean, not intentionally, but most of the time.
Okay,
yeah.
Then you know what? That's exactly my response.
Okay.
I don't think intentionally. I think most of the people that attack me online, I don't think they intentionally want to like cost me sponsors and shit, but they definitely feed into it and they definitely empower those that do.
Well, Destiny, and this is, we're kind of getting onto a different topic, but I feel
like it is the exact same topic.
Okay, fine. But like, I think this is something interesting that we can pursue and talk about, because it's like, I don't know, like your career has been online, at least as far as I understand it, a lot of it has been built on pretty intense political contention. And I don't know how you could see what them tweeting at you or whatever as being threatening to your career or whatever, any more so than what you're doing to them. Like, in fact, I would argue that
because when I attack these people, I don't go after their money. It's very rare that I ever do that. It is incredibly rare that I will go after somebody's livelihood.
Well, okay, but here's something that my chat brought up that I think is a good point that I would like to share, which is, and this is something else that's specific to this particular example, but also applies in general to like trans people and marginalized people online. A lot of, and again, I don't blame you if you don't know this personally, because you're not trans as far as I know. But a lot of trans people only have online because of the way the simple fact of being trans in America. So if you destroy their online platform one way or another, make it unusable or terrifying so that they're being harassed or whatever, that can actually do exactly what you're talking about. Functionally, it can destroy their entire ability to make a livelihood.
You do not, if you are a trans person and you exist online, you are under no obligation to take part in the toxic shithole that is online Twitter politics.
Oh, I mean, I agree with you.
None of the people that I attack are innocent trans people that just get caught in the crossfire. That does not happen. Lexi is not that person. Live posting is not that. I've shown you a collage of tweets.
I mean, I haven't
looked
at this because I've got you up on
Lexi
Discord,
is not just a random person that happened to wander into a street and I saw somebody and pulled the trigger. That is not what happened here. Lexi is incredibly provocative online with her tweets in terms of attacking certain content creators. You can make all the dumb faces you want, but it is absolutely true.
Wait, Destiny, listen, I just want to respond to this. Like, I will engage in good faith and look at these tweets. But I don't know. But right now I have you up on Discord. I would have to look at the DMs, but I will. I promise you. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass on this. I will
Liv
engage with
posting
this.
is the exact same way.
But,
she's tweeted ethical child porn and shit at me, and like all sorts of other shit. She's made claims. Liv posting made a claim once that people. Does she stream on Twitch? She must, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Liv posting made a claim once that I had a whole bunch of fans that went over and like called her transphobic shit and harassed her. I had a head mod reach out and ask for names. Give us any names and we'll ban this because I always make people do that, and she didn't respond with a single fucking name.
Yeah.
Okay. So
sure.
just real quick. Okay. Yeah. I don't like how you are reframing a lot of these things in a very sympathetic way, in ways that are not reflective of reality. So for instance, hold on, to be clear. So you're saying that, why are you mad when people say, I just want to trace the outline of this conversation. You said, why are you mad when people are just being mean to you on Twitter? I'm not mad that people are being mean to me. I love it when people be mean to me. That's fun for me. What I don't like is when people attack my livelihood. Okay. I do not attack people's livelihoods except in exceedingly rare cases. I think the only person I've ever actually done that to, I think, is Sargon of Akkad. It is exceedingly rare that I attack somebody's livelihood. Yeah. And then you fire back, well, hold on. When you're mean to some of these trans people on Twitter, for some trans people, that's the only form of online communication they have. That is absolutely not true, that a trans person's only form of online communication is relentless
not every
posting about politics.
No, not every trans person. Now, hold on. There's a couple of things to address here. First of all, I think that, going after people's livelihoods is by and large pretty fucking shitty. I don't know. I guess I wouldn't be able to, I wasn't really planning on a discussion about going after people's livelihoods, but I don't know if you ever have or haven't.
Well, I only have to say that because you said that you seem to think that I'm just mad at these people because they're mean to me on Twitter. I mean, that's not why I shit on
don't
them.
know.
Because they contact my sponsors. They've contacted the site that I stream on. They've gotten me departed on Twitch. They've like gotten me multiple sponsorships lost. Like,
okay, I know, but there's like a lot of, there's like a fuckload of what's going on here is like broad generalizations that I don't think like are fair at all. Like, and I think this is a problem. And no, I don't know.
It's not fair.
Wait, you got to let me talk a little bit about this because you've brought up a whole bunch.
So dismissive, but go
I'm
ahead.
not being dismissive. Listen, like how am I dismissive? Like, do you feel like I'm dismissing your feelings? I'm engaging with you in good faith.
Real harms that I have materially suffered, and you're saying.
So you're telling me. Wait, what you're trying to tell me is that you have evidence that specifically Liv posting and Lexi, in the case that we're talking about, I can't really, like, there's a lot of, that would have to engage in a lot of evidence on this particular thing, that those people were a part of a campaign, and you have evidence of this, to remove your sponsorships and damage your livelihood. And that they've
so in Vosh's community, Vosh's roommate and girlfriend got a huge fucking retweet going that over 500,000 views. And at the same time that was happening, a whole bunch of people in his subreddit and his chat were saying that I needed to be departnered. A whole bunch of other people online were amplifying these messages saying that like Destiny wants to kill all protesters and shit. I had emails that went out to all of my sponsors. I had emails that went out to Twitch. I guess it's possible that maybe just one crazy person was doing this and all the other like online commotion was
I mean,
just
I don't know what this has to do with anything what we're talking about. Like this, again, this feels like you're lumping.
Wait.
You just got a turn.
Stop saying I don't know what this has to do with what you're talking about. You specifically said, well, Destiny, what's your evidence of this? I just gave you some. And now you're like, well, what is
No, you didn't give me evidence. You literally immediately after I asked for evidence about Liv and about and about Lexi, you pivoted to Vosh and I think Vosh's roommate and Vosh's partner. And,
I'm sorry. Here's evidence of Liv. I've already given you a whole collage of that.
Sure.
I'm sorry, of Lexi. Here's like one Liv tweet out of a dozen that she's made about me, responding with ethical child porn, which is a common right-wing hit piece. You can laugh it up if you want.
But I don't know what that means in this context. These seem like a lot of like what it sounds like right now is like you're sort of airing a lot of like random dirty laundry, and I don't know if any of this. Wait, I'm not done yet. I'm not done. Let me finish, Destiny. Let me finish. I have to go look through whatever you've provided. I'm not even here to defend individuals. What we've been talking about is the way that's engaged. It's actually possible for you to engage in a really bad way with somebody who's also engaged in a bad way with you. That has no bearing on the conversation that we've had. As we're moving to sort of a as the conversation has evolved, as I've talked to you longer, obviously there's been some new topics that have come up, and I don't know how you would, like, if you have evidence that there's like a campaign being against you and Cyberwitch Lexi and every trans person on the internet or something is a part of this, whatever it is, like, okay,
the only reason we're talking about this now is because you rattled off 4 statements in a row. You said it hurts you that people are mean to you online. The online left is more than just personal feelings, and I don't know if you're helping yourself navigate this problem, and Lexi isn't part of this like broader group of people harassing you. These were the claims you rattled off, and this This is what I'm responding to.
But I mean, that's true though. Like, I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with like the actual circles that exist like on left Twitter. I feel like not very much, because I did a segment on your analysis of BreadTube and I found it incredibly lacking, which is fine. I don't expect you to be an expert on like a community that you're not a part of or whatever. But like
what do you think I'm missing?
Well, what it sounds like to me is that you identify people, like you'll identify someone as like, oh, this is a leftist, and that means they're obviously in lockstep with every other type of leftist. And like, you don't understand that there's like literally not agreement between any of these groups, and that like Lexi regularly, like for example, and this is an example, this is true about nearly every person online. There's a lot of disagreements. There's no fucking lockstep between these people. If you're going to allege like a conspiracy against you, or if you're going to allege that someone's trying to kill your campaign and this justifies your general behavior, or kill your job or career, and this justifies your behavior in how you engage with other people, well, I would ask, as anybody should, for evidence of that and reasons why you would justify, oh, well, this person did this to me, that's why we have this bad relationship. If we want to talk about specifics.
These communities in general hate me, but that's a different claim than are all leftists in lockstep. Of course, there's a ton of leftist infighting. I talk about it all the fucking time.
Wait, but lots of people...
There's even lukewarm leftists, like the American leftist infighting that happens right now in the Democratic Party. Of course, there's leftist infighting. I would never deny that.
But surely you can recognize
simultaneously be true. This is a false dichotomy. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Simultaneously, leftists can all fight with each other, but then also come together to agree that they fucking hate me.
But can people hate with you and hate you and disagree with you without you interpreting it as an attack on your career or a personal attack? Because what it sounds like is, so far, and again, we'll see the evidence. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like any attack against you. It seems like, I mean, like, again, when
wait, hold on. I'm sorry. My conversations with Vosh generally, Vosh, he doesn't usually attack my career. He usually has substantial disagreements, even if I think his last name was really dumb. Usually Vosh has substantial disagreements. There's a guy online called Socialism Done Left. This guy disagrees on things, but all of his disagreements with me are substantial. They are actually a matter of substance. And I know there are a few others that I can't think of off the top of my head.
Like Demon Mama.
The what?
The Demon Mama. Yeah, this person. I've not gone after your career. I've engaged with you
substantively. The lion's share of people that attack me from the left do not engage with what I say. They give dog shit takes on Twitter that seem to be with the explicit goal of drumming up as much hatred and harassment and attacking and threatening my livelihood as possible. So, for instance, with Lexi quote tweeting something of me and saying property always matters more than lives to liberals. Do you think that's an actual disagreement with anything I've said?
Wait,
do you think that I've ever come online and said like, oh yeah, I think that property is more important than lives? Like, what a dog shit take.
Listen, I that's not my take, so I can't really defend it, but I don't believe that it's rational for you to assume that that's like some sort of an attack on your career. That is a completely...
It's clearly
that is
not an attack on an argument.
Wait, it absolutely is.
Made.
Like, okay, listen.
I've never made that argument.
Hold on a second.
What else do I interpret it as?
Hold on a second. Let me play a little bit of devil's advocate here. And again, I can't really defend Lexi's position, but I can tell you how that sort of... What's that?
You kind of came here too.
Well, no, I kind of didn't. I know
you're saying like Lexi is a good friend, and I'm sad that she's off
Lexi's
Twitter
not a friend of mine. I don't actually I don't know Lexi. I like her as a streamer.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think explicitly what you said was something like, I'm just sad that we've lost a good friend.
I do think that's sad. I hate that.
When
I
you
hate
say
that.
It seems as though you're kind of implicitly defending the position. But okay, you're not. Go ahead.
I'm really not. Like the fact of the matter is, again, I mean, in this case, you can argue like. Again, we're using this as an example, but saying the argument that like valuing property over people's lives, maybe you think that's a bad mischaracterization of you, but I think that there's an argument that could be made in that way in good faith. Maybe you would disagree with it, but I don't think that that's like a good example. Like these examples that you've brought up to me are not good examples of people having like a hate campaign against you. In fact, I've made similar arguments. And I would be willing, from a lefty perspective, talking about, if we're going to talk about politics, for example, I would argue that a lot of liberals do unconsciously value property more than human life. Maybe that's not you. Maybe that, but couldn't that be a debate that's happened and not like be interpreted?
I don't think anyone legitimately thinks that property is worth more than human life.
I mean, not if you ask them, would you trade your Xbox for a human life? But when we look at the way that like if we look at the way that we build policy around like for example a good example of this is like anti-homeless policy. People absolutely, the priorities that are put forward in anti-homeless legislation absolutely value property over human life. And as a result, because they build, whether it's hostile architecture, this is just one example. I could list 100 of these.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
but all this just valuing property over human life is so unimaginably reductionist that I would call you not making a substantial argument.
Here's what I'm saying. Maybe you think that's not a substantive argument, but I don't think that that's that what you presented here is a justifying example to say that somebody like hates you and is a part of a hate campaign. They disagreed with you. They made a Twitter take. Here's the thing. I will share something with you from the 3.0 model. You can take the system update. I invented a thing called the IMPS code. You've seen it. I know you know it. And this is because Twitter is absolute shit for meaningful discourse. The number one rule is immediately stop discoursing. And the reason that you do that is because when you discourse on Twitter, this never happens. And we've been back and forth. We've been contentious and spicy and everything, but we've actually had a conversation. Cannot happen on Twitter.
Narrowed your claim down to
nah. I helped you figure out what I was saying from the very beginning. I helped you build.
Walked you back from
listen,
that
you had like 3
friend,
reboots.
Okay.
I know it's hard to remember them. The 1.0 models with the reboots. I get it. It's hard. But I don't hold it against you. But the fact of the matter is that we've had an actual conversation. We've actually gone back and forth. This cannot happen on Twitter. Twitter is structurally, it's impossible to have a meaningful conversation on Twitter. You will get dunks and whatnot. That's why I say don't discourse. So if you give even the slightest shit about somebody, move it to some other platform, like we have. Although I did start by dunking on you a little bit. But yeah, if you do that, and then the second rules are the other things that you can use Twitter for, which is like memes, stuff like this, promoting your content and dunking on people that you hate or people that you intend to go hard on, which we did. So yeah, and so the thing is like with this particular thing with Lexi, I don't think this is a good example of somebody like directing hate. I just think it's like a 120 characters boiled down tweet. So I think you can have that.
So I don't know if you are because now I have to try to guess at your psychological state. I don't mean that in any transphobic way. Sure. If that it was interpreted as such. So I don't know if you're defending this person because you are friends with them and you're lying about it, or if you defend them because they're on the left, or if you just can't see what you're saying. But any rational, sane person that would read this and look at this would be like, oh yeah, this person is definitely involved in like a large community of people that probably directs a lot of hate towards the person that they're mentioning. It is so
I don't agree with
unbelievably obvious
Destiny,
while reading this.
Like,
that for you to say, well, Destiny. I don't know if their takes are actually directing hate towards me. I can't believe that you are legitimately engaged.
Well, let me explain myself here. No, wait, I can do this. And I think that no offense, but I think that if there's anyone who's a little bit like disconnected with reality here, I think it's you. I follow a lot of people on Twitter. People make takes all the time. People make takes about me all the time. Who fucking cares? Why are you so... Your entire career is take making. You make takes...
Why do I care? I've already told you why I care. I'll revisit it real quickly. It's because these people attack my livelihood. If they just shit on me on Twitter, then
you're doing it again. You're just grabbing everybody. The examples that you provided of specific... And here's the thing. I can tell you exactly what my motivation is coming in here because I'm very clear about them. I talk about it on my stream all the time. I want Twitch... I want the world to be a better place for trans people. That's one of my main motivations in life. And when I see somebody who's influential and powerful in a space making it harder for trans people, that's going to go against it. I barely talk to Lexi. I know her by the fact that I share a space with her. I've never even collaborated or made content with her. So I do appreciate her presence. I don't know if there's like, she's a part of a secret anti-Destiny action movement. That's possible. I'm open to that possibility. But what I'm saying is that my motivation in coming here is to correct the action that you were partaking in. You're the one I'm talking to here. So I don't know what like this broader left, and also I just don't think that you have the evidence to rationally claim that like Lexi making a slightly reductionist Twitter post about you is like some example of going after your campaign. I think that's like really...
Well, then do you have any evidence that me calling somebody mentally ill is me like directing transphobic
Absolutely.
hate?
Yeah, absolutely. I can show you. I literally have screenshots I've been taking all morning of just examples of things that happened only after you engaged with me. You engaged with...
So if I have... So, and listen, and I didn't have anybody emailing my sponsors until people like Lexi were retweeting these tweets.
Well, but I mean, but that's not the same thing at all. That's not even close to the same
true.
thing.
My situation is actually a lot worse. You're just getting hit online. I'm having people like actually like defunding my fucking income.
No, that's not how this.
Really, you think
wait,
you think it's worse than on my end?
Hold on.
Serious?
You have to actually let me respond to things. I do think it's bad when people are like damaged. What I'm saying is that these aren't comparable at all. You are a massive public figure. Your career is built around, like it or not, making hot takes. You say, and you admittedly do this yourself, engage in extreme hyperbole. There are risks involved with that. You are going to piss some people off. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying, wait, hold on, let me finish. I recognize that there's certain people who go too far. There's fucking haters and weird stalkers and all that shit. But that doesn't mean that everybody who disagrees with you automatically falls into that category. And so
I already gave you examples of 2 people that don't. I don't think everybody that disagrees with me falls in that category. But people that retweet garbage like this and give garbage takes about stances.
That's a garbage take. That's not the same thing. You don't have any evidence that these people that you keep motioning to, specifically in the case that we're talking about, Cyberwitch Lexi or Liv, that either
you don't have any evidence that my mentally ill tweets have contributed to any harassment.
But I do. That's the thing.
No, you don't.
Because yes, it is. No, actually, I do. Wait. Destiny, literally.
If you do, then I do. Because
wait.
people weren't emailing my sponsors or Twitch until after.
But
these
you don't know.
Really
but you don't know who. Wait, hold on. This is so silly, Destiny. This is so unbelievably silly. It's so below you. Like I'm dead serious.
Well, the problem is that the argument is 1-to-1 here, but you can't.
It isn't 1-to-1 even close.
So we'll keep hammering it until you finally.
Hold on. Let's go there. No. I'll explain it to you. I know 1.0 model. We'll get back to this again. Here we go. So the fact of the matter is, let's go with your Kyle Rittenhouse comment, the big spicy one that caused everything. Sucks. I'm really sorry. I also said I don't think that you deserve to be departnered, but again, TOS, all types of people, shit happens. I'm not on Twitch for that reason, which is fine. But the fact of the matter is, you don't know who emailed. It could have been when you go on stream and you stream to what's your current viewer count right now? Just out of curiosity.
Probably like 20,000 or something.
20,000 people. You don't think that maybe it could have been one of those 20,000 people that was pissed off at you and not some random Twitter lefty that you're completely fixated on enough to blow up?
And you don't think I might have some random Nicholas Fuentes anti-fan that follows me that might have attacked a trans person?
Yeah, you do. But the difference here is that you don't have evidence that that Lexi or any of these people that you're fixating on, that you're hating on, or whatever, that you are convinced are a part of this conspiracy theory. You don't have any evidence that they actually had anything to do with your departnering or anything like that. You have no evidence of that. They just didn't like your take. And
what
you're
evidence
assuming.
Do you have, what evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that I've had any transphobic hate?
Last night, I had 0 fucking interactions. I retweeted your tweet, got a couple likes, whatever. This morning, you retweeted me, and a fuckload of people were in my mentions, multiple of which who perhaps swept in.
Maybe it was another Discord that saw you. You don't know those are anybody that related to me.
Maybe, but I mean.
Oh, so there we go. So then we're on the same page.
It is technically possible that you retweeted me. And then another Discord just by pure chance.
It's technically possible that some right-wing
But you know this isn't equivalent.
The chances are talking Rittenhouse take that I agree with most of them on, and it wasn't the left-wing people who I got a 500,000 view Twitter clip. Maybe it's
Destiny. This is so disingenuous. You know it is. You have a
20. I do know this is. I know that's why I don't know why you keep hammering on it.
Your position on this is disingenuous. You know you have a much larger audience than almost anyone else on this platform. By definition, your voice is reaching more people. You have the likelihood to piss off many people.
True.
You cannot.
Vosh probably has Vosh could have a larger audience.
We're not talking about Vosh here.
That's where this started.
No, it didn't actually.
Yes, it did.
Wait. Okay, so this. Okay, I see what's going on here. Like, what's happening now is I think you're stuck on Vosh. Like, you've got. I hate to say it, but
on anything. I think you don't know what all has happened here. So you're trying to defend arguments you don't realize there's some descriptive facts you're missing.
Did the 2.0 model break your heart?
No. So so Vosh's, I don't know if this is a roommate or girlfriend. I don't remember which one. It's one of these two.
Yeah.
Made a tweet.
Okay.
Sure. That was taking a small section of my Rittenhouse argument.
Okay. Sure.
And then people like Lexi and other lefties on the internet signal boosted the fuck out of this.
Okay.
Now, unless I believe there's some crazy other world dimension where other people are coming out and emailing my sponsors, a lot of left-leaning related people started to email Twitch and my sponsors to attack me over this clip that was being amplified by people like Lexi. So Lexi and everybody else that is involved in amplifying these tweets is contributing to that attack.
So, but this is where it becomes conspiracy, because and I get it. like there are some unknowns, just likewise in the case that it is technically possible that a secret Discord found
What
my
is an unknown here?
Hold on. It is technically possible. What's unknown is that you don't know your video was seen. First of all, you broadcast that in the first place. The number of people who saw this from I think it was Conyer was the original one. The number of people who saw it from Conyer is like a fraction of the number of people that originally saw your clip.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true because originally I had this conversation at like
Destiny?
2 a.m. I was in Sweden.
Wait,
there weren't even that many people watching that stream and that debate. This
I
didn't
disagree.
go up and go viral. That's fine to disagree. This is my
well,
life.
Let's hear
this
the thing.
clip on Twitter had over 500,000 views. This went viral on this Twitter account. It wasn't off of my stream. It was this person and all the people that signal boosted.
I mean, maybe at this point, I don't know. Like, because here's the thing. I feel like you're being a little bit dishonest with like the metrics here. I would love, and I'm serious because here's the thing. We don't know how many, I mean, we don't, unless you have the data, how many people were watching your stream that night. I mean, I know your average audience is pretty.
It wasn't 500,000.
Well, but wait, but that's 500,000 views. You know, that's not the same exact thing. Like 500,000 views cumulatively. How long has that clip been up? 2 months?
Dude,
come on. This is so basic. You know, you're being dishonest here. 500,000 views over 2 months is completely different than how many people were live watching.
No, hold on. You just don't have the information. So one, this screenshot was taken on August 29th, okay? This wasn't up for like months and months and months.
August 29th? What's the date right now? I know it's COVID, but what's the date right now?
We're in December.
Yeah. Damn, it's been up for a long fucking time, hasn't it?
Okay, no. I'm telling you that the screenshot showing that the video has 500,000 views comes from August 29th, okay? The Rittenhouse shooting was on like the 25th, okay? So this got 500,000 views
You're
almost
a big streamer.
overnight.
People watch shit that's related to you. Your name has brand identity. You know this. Come on, Destiny. You're a professional fucking streamer. You know how these metrics work. You know that views is not the same as live views.
You are breaking,
this is so silly.
Okay?
I'm not breaking. This is obvious.
Breaking.
You're being
trying
so
to make
dishonest.
excuses, okay?
Listen.
On my stream, I was doing a boring game. I had like 2,000 viewers. I was in the middle of the night, and I went to talk to Vosh about this, and I had to mute my stream to do it. Yeah. This was not a big stream that millions of people were watching.
Wait, the Vosh one wasn't where this came from. This came from the quote. Now, maybe we're talking about different clips here, and my bad if that's the case. But if I remember correctly, it was Vivian Wolf that you were having.
This was Vivian I was talking to, not Vosh.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So
this is at a later point. But this clip was not a massively fucking viral clip until somebody clipped it. They tweeted like an inflammatory message on top of it, and then it started to get signal boosted by a ton of left-leaning people.
Right. Yeah.
What part of that do you disagree with?
There's nothing that I disagree with there.
Okay.
There's never been anything I've disagreed with there, Destiny.
People were motivated to contact. Destiny, come on.
Okay, go ahead.
Very simple train. Choo, okay? So this clip went viral, okay?
Yeah.
People saw the clip. They were very livid about it, and they decided to start emailing my sponsors and Twitch and everybody to try to get me canceled.
Okay. Yeah, that's the
Lexi
conspiracy
was part of the group of people that amplified.
Wait, but that's totally different. But retweeting a clip of you can't possibly believe that retweeting a clip of you that's viral on Twitter, you are a broadcaster. Do you know how many viral clips of you are on all over the web? Listen, you chose to say those things, and I'm going to say this for the record because I've talked about this, and you can go check my stream about it. Do I think that what you said violated TOS? Probably. Do I think that you deserve to be departnered? No, I don't. I never have. That sucks, but I think it's ridiculous of you to think that just because Lexi retweeted a viral tweet of you when you are literally one of the most largest people on the platform, that somehow that makes her like implicated in and deserving of being somebody who wants to take you down just because she retweeted a hot take that you did. You put that hot take out in the first place. I agree it shouldn't have gotten you departnered. I think we're in agreement on that. I think even maybe Cyberwitch Lexi would agree with that. I don't know. Ask her.
If Lexi is involved in getting thousands of likes on a tweet, retweeting something that led to people emailing me and getting me canceled, if she's not to be held liable for that, then why am I supposed to be liable for the fact that other people might use mentally ill as a way to discourage
because those
trans
are totally different circumstances.
Explain how.
It's incredibly easy. It's incredibly easy for me to explain how the difference is.
Go ahead.
Somebody retweeting a random tweet of something that
wasn't random. It wasn't a random tweet.
On.
This is the tweet that got me.
Yep. Okay.
Well,
yeah. No, it was the take got you departnered, and I recognize that, yes.
Well, no, it was people emailing the company that got me departnered.
Sure, but the take had to be made first, and you do admit, I'm
And
sure you will admit,
it was
inflammatory.
first, but go ahead.
It was inflammatory, was it not? Was it not hyperbolic and a little bit inflammatory?
I've made tons of hyperbolic and
Yes,
inflammatory
I know.
takes.
That's what I'm saying. These are always risks when you make any inflammatory statement. I know for a fact that there's stuff that if people really wanted to, they could probably ruin my life.
There are risks when you act mentally ill online.
That's not.
But
the
go
same
ahead.
thing. Yeah.
Tell me
That's
why it's
totally
different.
not the same. So
Tell
here's
me
the
why.
difference. The difference is when you're somebody who's just random, when you're literally just randomly retweeting somebody's bad take that's going viral. You're like, haha, this is really funny. Look, Destiny said a dumb thing, and you retweet that. You're not taking any sort of action whatsoever. And like, if even
You
if
literally
wait,
are.
let me finish.
You
You're
literally
retweeting.
are. You are literally
I see what you're saying.
amplifying it.
So what you're saying is that I should be able to go through your Twitter history, and if you've ever retweeted anything or liked anything that has had a bad result, that therefore I should be able to permanently accuse you of being a part of a conspiracy to take Destiny down, or whoever you.
Not a bad result, but if I'm
Yeah.
retweeting or liking tweets that
Yeah.
are trying to like attack somebody that I shouldn't be, then
and the
yeah,
difference-
people already do that for me.
let me-
Dude,
wait.
Sometimes I'll retweet what it looks like you could take, and people will tell me, they're like, dude, that person that you retweeted, if you go back 10 more tweets, that
Yeah.
person actually retweeted it. Not Like,
Sure.
oh fuck, I guess I have to unretweet them. So yeah,
okay,
of course,
that's fine.
Of course, I get
Yeah,
held
but I
responsible
mean,
for shit like this
that's
all the time.
perfectly. That's totally not what's going on here. You're talking about somebody retweeting something, and you're spinning this into justification for harassment and transphobic harassment, and now you're saying about the mentally. I mean, you're sort of starting to smear it together. The difference is
No.
Wait.
Hold on. My
You gotta let
harassment
me
was
answer
not,
eventually.
You're saying, you're mischaracterizing. I was not engaging in transphobic harassment. I was engaging in harassment that you said could be co-opted by people to look
Well,
transphobic, or could empower transphobic attacks.
Yeah,
And
well,
what I'm
but I
saying-
would
well, if
say-
you're
I
gonna
would say
believe
that the-
if you're going to believe that, then Lexi is engaging in retweets
No, that's
that
not the
are she is.
No, they're not
She
the
is
same,
amplifying
Destiny.
a
You know
voice
this
that's
is
being
not the
used
same.
by other people to
Let me
try to
explain.
cancel
Let
my
me explain why
career.
this is not the same. First of all, you have the platform. You have not dictatorial, but you have an incredible amount of power with your platform. When
That
you
doesn't help
wait,
me. That doesn't
wait,
shield me from anything.
Wait
You
a
keep
second.
bringing that up like it
Excuse
matters,
me.
but it
Hold
doesn't.
on a
Go ahead.
second. It does actually matter. Because when you are choosing to retweet someone with commentary, and I would argue that the comments that you made against Cyberwish Lexi were unintentionally or intentionally, I don't know. I'm guessing probably unintentionally, actually transphobic. That, in my opinion, was transphobic harassment. And then also contributed to people flooding in, which is the secondary effect. And you know this is a secondary effect. We all know this. This is something we all have to think about.
Why am I responsible for my secondary effects, but Lexi isn't?
Wait a second. Because the secondary effect is totally different. You're talking about
true. My secondary effect was some people said mean things on Twitter.
Let me finish.
Their secondary effect was people
You're
got me,
asking
like,
me.
canceled on
I need
fucking
to
Twitch.
explain it, Destiny. I know. I know. But the fact of the matter is that a retweet, you have no evidence that the single retweet of a viral video of you, a broadcaster who puts your videos out, your takes out to lots and lots of people, is actually like somehow responsible for you getting departnered, other than some weird butterfly effect. However, when you retweet someone with transphobic harassment and your followers who follow your channel, who follow your advice generally, I don't think you're responsible for every single action individually.
This person is not just doing a single retweet.
But
This person is engaging in a pattern of
my
shit
God.
talking
So,
online and getting
yeah.
thousands of likes while doing it.
And what you're saying is this is where I'm starting to feel like I'm running into a brick wall with you. It feels like you have a fixation with people who disagree with you or don't like you. You haven't. Wait. I'm not done.
Correcting you on that. I don't care if people disagree with me.
But
What I
that's
don't
not-
like is
but
when people are amplifying illegitimate voices trying to get me canceled.
Wait, but functionally you do, because what the evidence you've presented against the example that we're using here, and of course maybe there's other examples, but we're talking about a specific example. The example that we're using here, you have no evidence that this is what's happening. She just retweeted a video. That's it. A video of your own take that's not anything else. It's just your take being a bad take. And I do, again,
So
I will
don't
state
have
for the
evidence
record.
that they were in any way amplifying or empowering people that would like to
absolutely.
these email campaigns or whatever.
You don't have any evidence of that. You don't have any reasonable evidence.
And somebody else starts to tweet
This
like
is so
transphobic
silly.
stuff, and I'm directly responsible for it. Gotcha.
Yes. You have a massive platform, and you're talking about a retweet as the justification for why you think it's okay to instigate your audience into transphobic harassment. Whether you meant that to be the case or not, that's what happens. We all I don't think we need to retread the fact that that creators are responsible to your audience. In fact, I seem to recall you making a giant video about how Vosh should be more responsible with his audience or something. And if that's the case, then this all flies back on you.
True. It was not about Vosh being more responsible with his audience. The people in Vosh's life that tried to get me canceled were his girlfriend and his fucking roommate. You can't always chain your audience down to not giving dog shit takes or not doing horrible things. I know that. I don't hold Vosh accountable for his entire audience. Yeah. What I hold him accountable for is the fact there's a massive threat. You can make faces all you want, but it's true. People can go back and they can watch my videos and my words a million times. I don't hold people liable for their entire fucking audience because most people's audiences fucking hate me, and I don't usually hold that against people. Problem is that Vosh had huge threads going up in his subreddit trying to get me canceled, a moderator on his subreddit, his girlfriend and his roommate, and moderators on his Discord all saying that they should report my shit and get me canceled. That was my problem. It wasn't that some people in his community were bad apples. It were leadership people in his community were bad apples, and he didn't want to take a hard stance against it until after the fact.
Here's
that was my problem. Just to be clear, because you keep making these weird claims.
Well, no,
I'm mad because his audience hates me. I don't care if people hate me. I don't care if people don't like me, and I don't care if people's audience hate me. I just don't like when there are coordinated attacks on larger platforms, people that are supposed to be my friend, that try to get my income destroyed.
The reason that I feel like we keep coming back to this particular subject is because I feel like you kind of see, like, you have the specific problem with, like, not just with Vosh, but with Vosh's partners or whatever, and then you then transfer that over to different people in order to justify why you're mean to them or you go against
well, because them. If other people are going to start to amplify,
but dude, it's over retweet. Like, you can't possibly. This can't be like. I mean,
this
talking about mental health.
Just a retweet. It's a retweet with commentary and multiple tweets behind it.
Okay, so what was the commentary? Wait, no, I'm just asking. What was the commentary on the original one? This is shitty of Destiny to say this. What fucking bullshit? This is mask off or whatever.
The thing that she said on the tweet that went viral was property always matters more than lives to liberals.
Okay, like, is that that offensive to you?
It's like, not even remotely in line with what I believe.
But okay, so worst case scenario, what we have here is a dumb take. That's it.
Okay,
a response to your dumb
calling
take.
Somebody mentally ill on Twitter.
No,
that's also trans
not the same thing. Don't do the. You're just trying to justify. You've already admitted that you were wrong.
You're justifying.
I'm not justifying. I'm showing you.
Happening right now.
No, what I'm showing you is that the justification that you use for directing harassment, whether it's transphobic or not, is
directing harassment towards me. Go ahead.
That's not directing harassment. Retweeting a public figure is not necessarily directing harassment. Now,
retweeting a public figure with a disingenuous tagline characterizing their position in an obviously fucking horrible way is obviously directing harassment.
Wait, you don't think you've ever done that ever? You don't think you've ever retweeted someone on Twitter? I think I know for a fact you have. I could probably go scroll your timeline right now and find 100 examples of you doing that, and you have 20 times the platform that any of those people have.
But the difference is, I try to
it's okay when you do it.
Hold on. I try to attack people over what they say. I try not to like straw man or whatever.
But
that's oftentimes why, and people will make fun of me for it, but you even agree with me. That's oftentimes why I usually try to bring people on for a conversation, because it's probably easier to figure out what somebody means or wants to say over a conversation than 140 character or 280 character tweets.
Okay, so, I don't know, how do we move on from here in that, like, I don't know, do you want to have a conversation about that specific take? Because it sounds like that take really bothered you or something, or like takes like this really bother you. And if you want to talk about like lefty stuff, like I
don't care about any of that. I just don't want a bunch of snowflakes crying to me that I'm harassing them on Twitter when they spend so much time making horrible dog shit takes about tweets at me, and then are also involved in these fucking email campaigns or empower these email campaigns to get me departed.
But Destiny, like, look, with all due respect, and again, I'll state it again so that the DGGers understand that I'm being honest about this. I don't think it was good that you're departnered. I think that sucks.
I don't care that you think that.
But wait, this is why I'm making this clear, because I'm about to make a point. Listen, I think that's a bad thing, but the fact of the matter is that the biggest enabler of the email campaign was your own words. I think that we can acknowledge that, like, what you said there is pretty fucking inflammatory.
That's not what we're talking about.
Wait, we are, though, because what you're saying is that people retweeting and commentary.
Then fine. Then the biggest enabler of Lexi being called mentally ill was her tweeting at me.
No, it was you.
It was her tweeting at me. She should
really? Oh my God,
easy.
Destiny.
So easy.
Destiny,
because you know what? If she could just keep my name out of her fucking mouth for more than fucking 10
You're a public
tweets,
figure. You're so...
Well, hey, and you know what? She's attacking a public figure on a public platform. So you know what? Well, then I can attack her.
This is what it boils down to. This is ultimately you're bending over backwards to find any justification.
I'm literally just using your justification.
No,
I don't even have to make the argument. You're making them for me, and then I'm just like changing some of the nouns around. That's what's happening here. I know that you don't see it.
I don't feel like that. I feel like like
I know you don't feel that way, but that's literally what's happening.
I mean,
so to make this like crystal clear for you, right?
To make this crystal clear, we know we've been over this 100 times, and you keep resetting back to the beginning of the conversation, which we've already admitted. You've already ceded defeat on me on that. You've literally already said that I was correct in saying that you using transphobic harassment, transphobic stereotypes is a bad move as a public figure. What you're now obsessed about is this conspiracy that like the online Voshite left or something is coming after you. And listen, like, I think it's just deranging your analysis. Like yeah, some people, you're a public figure, you have a huge platform. A lot of people are going to talk about you. And you know what? Sometimes it's going to be shitty, sometimes it's going to be a hot take. But if you're going to like justify like sending your enormous fan base at them or retweeting them and all this shit, I would say that you should probably have a little bit more evidence than one time Lexi retweeted a video that was of me and they had commentary on it, and this is evidence that they're trying to have my career ruined. That you sound like the Illuminati is out to get you. And I understand that there are people who probably do want to have you deplatformed, but you can't just like project that onto everyone. And it sounds like it's going on to mostly anyone who fits the criteria of left and disagrees with me. And if that's the case, then they must be part of the conspiracy too. And maybe you're going to say I'm a part of the conspiracy
your
now.
argument exactly. I'll just trace this out for you because everything you just said is insane.
Okay,
but
yeah,
retracing
insane,
this like
yes.
exactly. So you're saying that Lexi is simply retweeting somebody. She's not engaged in these email campaigns directly.
We have no evidence of it. You have no evidence of it. Yes, you have no evidence of that.
Yeah,
nothing.
No
you don't
even
have. In fact, not only that.
Can I finish? You just talked for like 3 minutes.
Go ahead. Sure.
Okay. So Lexi hasn't done anything directly horrible to you. She's just disagreeing with takes online, blah, 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 blah. This is what you've said. So my retort is, oh, okay, well, I called somebody mentally ill online. It's not my fault if other people are piggybacking off of that. It's not my fault if other people use those words to be transphobic. It's not my fault if other people are attacking her and she ends up deleting her Twitter. Those are other people doing it. You don't have evidence that I'm inspiring those people. But then all of a sudden you want to say, well, hold on. Well, when you tweeted at the exact same time that you did it, a bunch of people flooded my message.
Yes,
my mentions.
Destiny,
Oh, well, let me
this beggars belief. No, this is so disingenuous, and you know this is. I'm sorry, Destiny. I'm sorry.
I have to keep talking over you because you're getting the like
no,
advantage
go
by
for it.
off
But this
over
is
and
so
over
ridiculous.
again and just repeating your point. So I have to finish what I was saying. So you're saying that I need to be held ultimately accountable for every single thing that happens as a result of my audience or not even my audience. You
never even said that once.
People that aren't in my audience. You're saying
never even said that once.
For how my rhetoric can influence people that see my tweets to go and attack people that I
specifically didn't
and
say
then
that.
if I say something that might be perceived as transphobic or has been used potentially in the past as a transphobic attack, even if it's a more broad insult, then I need to be held responsible for that language. However, if somebody else online is amplifying other messages and getting over 5,000 retweets or 5,000 likes or whatever on tweets and is doing this over and over and over again, and that leads to other people attacking me in ways that threatens my income, that person is absolved of all responsibility because reasons. That's
Destiny, you're literally stretching. Like, this is such a stretch. It's actually hard to like to even meet it face on, because what you're implying is that you personally tweeting and calling someone, and literally the moment that you tweet, a bunch of people come in immediately defending you, and you're trying to go, this is the Gamergate. They say, oh, I didn't tell him to do anything. We know this is how this works. And what we're talking about, when we're talking about retweeting a take that you put out in public, you publicly made those statements, regrettable, whatever the outcome may have been, and people retweeted them, even if they added their commentary. Maybe their commentary was shit, but that is not equivalent to you being able to allege that they want to have your career taken down. What I am saying, and what I've argued, is that your tweet, your personal tweet that says this person is mentally ill, to your giant audience of very, very intense fans, is actually an action that you have some responsibility in. And again, I have stated this so many times, it's disingenuous for you to even act like I haven't said it. Obviously, you're not responsible for every single action, but there is a line there where, yeah, it is very obvious that you indeed did start this particular shitstorm with your tweet, with the way that you decided to go around it. And yeah, you do bear some responsibility for the audience that is parasocially attached to you in one way or another.
So
that's
when
a fact of the
Lexi
matter.
retweets my video with a bad faith comment, and that movement ends up departnering me on Twitch, she has no responsibility for it. But when I attack somebody that's already attacked me on Twitter, and I use a phrase that other people can use as being transphobic that is inherently not transphobic at all, I'm responsible.
How many people? Wait,
The
Destiny.
only thing
Wait. You're going off on another thing. Wait, you're going off on another thing.
Some consistency in
Hold on.
terms of how responsible you hold people for their online discourse, and you provided none.
No, this is completely ridiculous. You're literally just talking. You're not even talking to me.
You've given me an ungodly amount of responsibility for everybody that does anything.
Destiny,
even not fans of mine that do things in response to things.
You're literally just not engaging with the point at this point. The fact of the matter is that what you are citing right now is completely and patently absurd. It's off the rails that you would even make these comparisons. You're saying that.
You can keep saying over and over again.
You're
like,
saying
this is not true.
You are saying. Hold on. I'm going to lay this out for everyone to understand.
These aren't responses.
Listen, you're saying that how many, you said fucking 500,000 views, and one retweet of that video that happened to go viral, somebody had commentary, which is, again, this is what you make your show for, takes and hot takes and whatever. Somebody said, oh, I don't like liberals, whatever. You're saying that that the amount of responsibility that somebody who retweets one of thousands of people who retweeted the take that you broadcasted initially to thousands of people, regardless of at which point it went viral, that person is as culpable as when you single-handedly send in an army of simps to go harass people, and whether you intend it or not. That is not comparable at all, and the fact you're trying to equate it is desperate.
Let's say that somebody makes a transphobic comment towards a trans person online, and somebody else retweets that transphobic comment. Do you think that that person that retweeted it bears any responsibility for what happens to the person?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, probably. I would argue that's the case.
Somebody clips a video explicitly trying to show my take in the worst frame possible, and is involved in a community that's saying they're trying to get me departnered and they want to report my shit, and somebody would amplify that tweet, but that person doesn't have any responsibility.
Wait, but here's the thing. This is where we always just go back to, do you have the evidence? Do you even have the evidence that Conyer, who originally posted the tweet, and I agree, clip chimping is kind of
I love the standard of evidence. Like, I need to see a video footage from inside the house.
Yes, the burden of evidence is on you, who's alleging a conspiracy. Obviously, you know this.
I mean, like, there are Discord logs that leak from their community where they talk about reporting me. There's the fact that the person like clipped. I love how in order for me to prove that there was like some attempt to get me departnered or banned from these platforms.
I know there was no. Wait. Please wait. Hold on, Destiny.
Mentally ill, which other people apparently have in the past used to discourage trans people. I love that the standard of evidence is so much higher on my end than it is on their end.
Destiny, that's not even close. I've never said that there isn't some group of people who are trying to get you departnered, but you can't just allege that anybody who you have beef with, or that even these people that you have beef with, are a part of that conspiracy and therefore justified in being destroyed by whatever you want to do. Like, you can't do that. That doesn't make sense. That's conspiratorial. It's you know, it's kind of deranged. Like, that's the way that you're approaching this. And it's like, yeah, and it's like, I don't know, it's funny for somebody, you know, you throw out a lot of like delusional, deranged, all this shit, but you're literally saying, like, first of all, you don't even have evidence that Conyer was involved in some sort of conspiracy. They tweeted out something that the take you made, which was inflammatory. You know, you make these inflammatory tweets. It sucks. Yeah, sometimes bad things happen.
My take was part of an hour-long conversation.
Yep, sure.
22-second clip.
That's fine. And yeah, I agree. I have been clip chimp before. It happens. It's a risk of streaming. I agree that it's kind of shitty. And it can spiral out of control with certain things. But you don't even have evidence that Conyer was directing people to like deplatform you or anything like that. I understand that like deplatforming can like departnering can really hurt, but like what you've jumped to is this sort of like blanket associative hate that's just completely conspiratorial, and you don't have any evidence for it.
Not blanket and associative at all. I'm just literally asking for like similar standards to be applied on both sides.
I am applying completely similar
reasons
standards.
You don't wish to do this.
No, I absolutely don't even try that. It's so simple.
Come to the end of our
Destiny,
conversation.
come on. It is literally
saying "come on" and saying.
Wait. I mean,
wait
a second. I know you're.
Are there any final points you want to go over, or are we good on this conversation?
Well, here's the last thing I'll say. You choosing directly to tweet someone and direct anger at them and signal to your audience that it's okay to be transphobic to them, intentional or not, is completely different than one person out of literally hundreds of thousands of people who happen to see a video that you intentionally put out, whether it was clipped unfairly or not. It wasn't edited, it was just clipped unfairly. But whether or not it was, they're totally different things, and you and everyone in your audience knows that. So it's been wonderful talking with you. I appreciate you having me on. It's been an intense conversation. I hope we will talk again in the future.
Yeah, it's been fun. I hope that in the future we all have the same responsibility online and we don't go around holding some people to greater levels of accountability than the others. And I hope that when we ask for insane levels of evidence from some people, that we also demand that similar level of evidence.
Oh yeah, first conspiracy, absolutely. Anyway, thank you.
For conspiracy, yep. Have fun. Be
Come
careful.
hang out,
This is not the
demonmama.com.
same political like affiliation that thinks the CIA coordinated every horrible fucking thing in the USA and South America.
Okay,
and
there we
Central
go.
America.
There's that leftist. Wait. You want to talk about that? You want to talk about that?
It's been fun.
Oh, you want to talk about that? Hey, your little lefty phantom came back up. What a coward! What a baby! What a baby! He hung up on me. Fucker hung up on me. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Well, that was interesting. I'm not gonna lie. By the way, all of you who are watching right now, I know there's 391. Please give my channel a sub and a like. Please, I know this is annoying, but please do it. And consider coming to my website, demonmama.com, and joining my Discord, please. It would mean the world to me for you to do that. I'm going to get a Discord link down in YouTube real quick. It would mean the absolute world if you do that. There's my little plug. That's it. Now I'm going to talk about what we have to talk about. Here comes the little link. Here we go. Here. Enjoy. There's the Discord. Join it, subscribe, please, and make sure to slam the like because it helps me. I do a lot of work for this damn stream. So, with enough of the plug, enough with the plug. Oh, that's fine. I don't care. Thank you. I appreciate that, I'm Sleeps. That was a really interesting conversation. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting much more. That was really really kind of embarrassing, and he just wouldn't admit that he was wrong. But he literally, we can watch the VOD. The VOD is gonna be amazing to go over. We'll review this VOD on the next stream. Oh yeah, he hung up, so that means I won for sure. That's how it always looks. Yeah, holy shit. Oh, what did you miss in the last second? Grime Dango, he hung up on me. He got really mad and hung up on me. After like, how does the victory feel? Destiny 3.0, we are ascendant. Yeah, it's great. It's great being the 3.0 model. Damn how that works out. Sucks when you get when the old model's obsolete. But honestly, I don't know. I just feel like, I'm not gonna lie, like my takeaway from this is that Destiny is incredibly emotionally attached to this conspiracy that like Cyber Witch Lexi and Vosh and everyone is secretly out to get him, and every lefty is personally a part of an email campaign to get him personally deplatformed. I recognize there's probably some people who really hate him and want to get him deplatformed, and that's pretty shitty. Oh, I did. Yeah, I did do that, Gayfesh. Yeah, I guess maybe that is what it is, Vermin. Makes me a little like nervous or something. Damn. The conspiracy, it's just wild. The fucking, holy shit, the conspiracy is just absurd. Like, it's like, and he kept bringing up this phantom of the left. Like, it is, he calls a lot of people delusional, but in my opinion, that's pretty much definitionally delusional. He has this imagined conspiracy about people. The paranoia is outrageous. And everything, did he actually get banned from Twitter during this? Wait, no, I don't think so. Did he? Chavez's ghost. It sounds like Chavez's ghost. He talks about a phantom, what's it called? What's the term? Like a phantom left that's out to get him, and they're all class reductionists, and they're all bread tubers, and they're all Vosh, and they're all him. He is the one who made this. It's so wild. A specter is haunting Destiny. The specter of communism. Dun, 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 you know, whatever. Oh, I don't have to, but the thing is, I never did. I never actually defended it. I just wanted to get to the truth of the matter. I was willing to engage in whatever. I was engaging in really good faith. We haven't seen Vosh. It's true. Well, actually, yes, you have. Yes, you have. There's a picture of me. Here. Hold on. I'll show you. I can show you a picture that proves that we can't be the same person. Give me a second. Wait a minute. Where is it here? Where's my pic? Hey, thank you so much. Can I go
More of a
attack
Vosh fan
Vosh?
Destiny is okay.
Why
but
do you want me to
came
attack
off
Vosh?
Really bad in that debate.
Wait, sorry. What was that dono that said? What was that dono? Oh no. Where'd the dono go? I lost track of the dono. What did the dono say? It's the cursed one you DM'd me. Yeah, I was going to show that. Check super chats? Oh yeah, I should. It was probably my super chat. Let me check. Oh, it was. More of a Vosh fan. Destiny is okay, but you came off really bad in that debate. I did? You think I came off bad in that debate? I don't think so. Watch the VOD again, my friend. If you think I came off bad in that debate, chances are, like, you just don't like it when women disagree with men. Sorry. Wait, really? Holy shit, that's great. More of a Vosh fan. Yeah, okay. It's a YouTube dono. That's fine. Thanks for the dono. I appreciate it anyway. I mean, he rage quit from the call. Like, he, like, literally, yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Lewis Dollar. I appreciate that. Listen, like, I think at the beginning it was looking a little wobbly, but quickly afterwards he was the only one doing bad. That's fair. During the first half, you did engage in quite a bit of ad hominem, but during the latter half, Destiny came off way worse, borderline unhinged. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, I came in a little hot because he was, I mean, he literally titled everyone. He titled the stream talking with a fucking crazy person from Twitter. Destiny, people are so fucking favorable to Destiny. Why are you people so favorable to white dudes on the internet? He put in his title, like, talking with a crazy person from Twitter. He's so sensitive. You all are, like, you literally crazy Twitter girl. Like, oh my God. Yeah, he didn't get 5 minutes in. I don't know. Whatever. Fine. I don't know. You can never win. As a woman online, you can never fucking win. No matter what. You were too mean. You were too this. I could have been the nicest. Yeah, holy shit. I used the poll in his chat. Yeah, if anybody got a snap of that, let me know. I was too mean. I was too mean. Remember the part? I did call him a pseudo-GamerGater fallen titan. Yeah, but that's because he called me a crazy person.
You stuck to your points and Destiny clung to conspiracy. You ended strong.
Thank you, Ali Kozek. Appreciate that a lot. They wanted to me to attack Vosh for this. I have no context for this. Yeah, I think that's a pretty bad tweet from Vosh, but it's also just a tweet and has 9 engagements. Destiny retweeted quote retweeted multiple people directly. It's DM'd it on Discord. Oh, you did. Okay, let me check. Let me check, Cyborg. Can we hear him? Yes, no. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yes, you came off really bad, and the sexism is amazing.
Yes, you came off really bad, and the sexism is amazing. You were just bad not because you were a woman.
Nice! Thank you! Thanks for the dono. Appreciate the hate dono. Wait, unmute. Unmute Vermin Hands! No! There we go. Unmuted. There we go. Let's see. I think at the beginning it was looking a little wobbly, but after he was, oh, okay, that was the one. Yeah, that's fair. I think I mean, I've never gone up against somebody even close to his size before. Never. So I feel like I did fine. Also, I'm not gonna lie. It's really funny that he's like, oh, you're a Destiny clone, a 3rd tier Destiny clone. Yeah, fuck yeah, Silent. That's some high praise. Damn, I'm getting some high praise around here. Yeah. Oh man, somebody's got to clip that one where I'm like, the 1.0s models have that problem. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm sure the Destiny simps are mad, but it's okay. I live for your anger. Come talk to me. I'll debate you sometime. That was a memeable moment. We got to get that clip. YouTube chat is shit, probably. Let's take a look at YouTube chat. What's going on in YouTube chat? Hey, YouTube chat. Hi, thanks for the $1 dono. Appreciate it. Hi, everyone. Hi, the Serfs. How are you doing? Yay. Don't forget, please. I know a lot of you are viewing right now. Please subscribe and give me a like. Seriously, it will help my channel grow, and I really would like to grow. So thank you. Vosh really let himself go? Shit. True. You got me on that one. You got me on that one. Oh, yeah. I was going to show the funny picture. I was going to show the funny picture. Let me find it here. I have it here somewhere. I think it's right here. Yeah, here you go. Here we go. Wait, let me minimize all these things here. Now you have proof. Demon Mama and Vosh in the same place. We can't be the same person. We can't be the same person. Invite Lance on? Yeah, if Lance was... Lance, if you're listening right now, come on. I would love to talk with you. I would love to talk with Lance. Lance, if you're in the chat, I don't know. I'm kind of behind on chat because this has been a big thing. But, aw, much love to you, Morganzon. Love you, Mama. Aw, thank you so much. Much love to all of you. No parasocial Reno, but much love. Wait. Spencer Walker. Spencer Walker, that's simply not true. Spencer Walker, they're two completely different actions. They're totally different things. Destiny personally retweeted and added directed commentary. And Lexi just retweeted a bad take that Destiny put out. It's not like Lexi like retweeted Destiny and was like, everyone should report Destiny right now. Now that would be different. I would say, yeah, that's pretty bad. When we got pizza, yeah, it was an amazing night. Except for the window thing. That sucked, Vermin. But the rest was good. Yeah, he has lefty brain rot. Like, it's not even brain rot. It's conspiratorialism. Holy shit. Yeah, if anybody wants to tell Lance, I'll gladly talk with Lance if he wants to pop on. We can talk about it. I'd be happy. I tweeted a video at you where Destiny at first claimed he didn't know Liz was trans and then later said that she historically accused him of trans. I know. There's all kinds of little things. It is a little bit of left derangement syndrome. Oh, he's not on the live. Oh, okay. It is genuine paranoia. It does make, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's not doing well. It does come off a little bit like he might have some anger issues, but I can understand that. You know what I mean? Like, we're all people. Yeah, much love to Cyberwitch Lexi. Hopefully she'll be back real soon. Yeah, let's get a hug. Get hugs ready. Load your hugs. Yes. And if you have any good clips, send them to Gay Feshes out of context because we can, or just post them in the clips channel on the Discord. Look at those hugs. Yeah, thank you so much, Mild Lux. I feel like I did a pretty good job. Maybe I came in a little too hot in the beginning, but I didn't know what to expect with Destiny. He was pretty mad. He'd like to watch it first? Yeah, sure. We can talk later in the future. I'm sure I'll do a stream where I review it. So, because it'll be interesting. Thank you so much, Vermin. I appreciate that. I'm only going to get better. Everyone who's watching now, I'm only going to get better. That's all. That's it. These 3.0, the Vosh, what's it called? The Vosh fork, us 3.0 Destiny clones. We do the smiling. That's a thing that Destiny invented. We do hand motions. That's a thing Destiny invented. We argue. Destiny invented that too. Debate, philosophy, all those things. Destiny invented them and we perfected them. That's, yeah, we say the word buddy. Yeah, 3.0. We are the perfect ones. Breathing, big Destiny invention. Exactly. Streaming, specifically, invented the words hey and buddy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll DM him on Twitter. Absolutely. Let me DM him real quick. Give me just 1 second to respond to Lance real quick. Let's see. Let me DM Lance. Wait, what the Serfs? Here we go. Boop. Here we go. Did it. Done. Imagine being mad about inspiring. Hey, there we go. Damn, real time. Fuck. Hold on. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. This was very interesting. This has been an interesting day. Hey, mods, we're still going to do the mod event. It'll be a little late, though, as you can tell. We're still going to do it. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What we got here, Thought? What we got here, Thought Donut? I have, like, 9... Oh, yeah. Elliot Page, based. Yeah, there's a mod event, Max Sips. Private mod hangout. Make sure that you're in the Discord. We're going to do it later. We're doing a, tonight we're going to be watching a totally unhinged Christian conspiracy, video. It's going to be really fun. Any mods are welcome to comment. I'm trying to do events for my mods every month, once a month. It is at, well, whenever I'm done with this stream. I'll let you all know. It'll be when I'm done with the stream. So, yeah. Yeah, Elliot Page. Yeah, Elliot is based. How do you become a mod? We're not taking any new applications, but when we open applications, you just let me know and we'll talk to you and figure out if it's a good fit. That's all. He's got to be based. True. Aw, that's too bad. We'll get some though, St. Clair. We'll get there. It would be racist to call Candace Owens or JLP stupid because white supremacists call black people dumb. If you disagree with this, how does that differ from the Lexi mentally ill take? No, it would be like really racist to like imply that they were like animalistic. Calling a black person dumb isn't necessarily going to be racist. Not even close. We're talking about very targeted things. I don't know if you know this, but literally the number one thing that is possibly like by a large margin, the number one thing weaponized against trans people is mental health. Literally, you ever heard the 40% statistic? That's about mental health. Mental health is the number one thing levied against trans people. So yeah, that's why. That's the big difference. The big takeaway I got from Destiny is this. You're not responsible for the actions of your fans. However, you are responsible for making suggestions to them, even if unintentional. I don't think Destiny is a transphobe, but I do think he hints at the acceptance of transphobic ideation. Yes. I also think that maybe he'll think about it. I'm positive that when a mod position opens up, Demon Mom will have us do some type of Agni Kai for the spot. Yeah, you'll have to do, it's going to be a, I'm going to put you all in a like giant coliseum and you have to duke it out. Elliot is like the first trans man celebrity, not the first, but the first to be like transitioning publicly. I think like, there's been a couple. Chaz Bono is one of them. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much, Morgan Zahn. Deeply appreciate the tier 1 sub. Don't forget, hit that like button on YouTube and please subscribe because I'd love to see you all in the future. Points to the SmackDown sign. Yeah. Big mod party is, Grime Dango. It's going to be basically as soon as I'm done on here. I wasn't expecting to do this debate, so we're a little late on it, but it'll be whenever I'm done on this stream. I might be talking to the Serfs, so we're going to find out here in a second. Let me see. Hold on. Let me just check and see if I got a DM. By the way, aw, thank you so much, big happy face. She who knows no name. Yeah, look at that. Hit the shit out of it. The Destiny simps are downvoting the video, but that's okay. You thought Destiny was gonna mop the floor with me? You thought Destiny was going to mop the floor with your demon mama? Never gonna happen, motherfuckers. Never gonna happen. My abilities have been forged in the fires of hell. The perfected form of the debate bro. And instead, yeah, you thought he was gonna eat my ass, but I ate his. I ate his and my own. Take that. I was kidding. It was so yeah, he didn't even have it. Smash that motherfucking like button. But seriously, great job, my angry friend Reno. I am angry sometimes. Do you notice his tell for when he's upset? His right arm shakes because he's kicking his leg up and down. Yeah, I can do that sometimes. I can read, I feel like I can read Destiny's mood pretty well. I know I got to him when I got him laughing. When he laughs like genuinely, you know you've gotten to him. I've just noticed that over seeing his debates. He always laughs. He always, like, he'll be like, he'll crack up when he gets, oh, yeah, the Sargon laugh, not the Smuckle. But when he actually laughs, he knows he's been caught, and then he's going to try and find from there, you know, how he could stretch it out. Yeah. Yep. I would argue that, you know, honestly, Destiny is probably one of the best, if not the best, online debater. But now, there's Demon Mama. So, you know, not going to let my head get too big. Yeah. It's all good. Well, here's the thing. I would love to have discussions with Destiny over lefty stuff. A powerhouse. I think I like that. I think I am a powerhouse in a certain way of speaking. Destiny 3.0? No. Demon Mama 1.0. Destiny will be the Demon Mama 2.0 when he has his redemption arc and gets his shit together. Think he has PTSD from all the past threats? I mean, that's possible. I mean, listen, for the record, being a content creator is incredibly hard. It's really hard. I think you did get gifted a sub. By the way, if I missed anything during the during the speech, or during the conversation, howling hellish chorus. Yeah, let me see. Let's see. What's this? We got some conspiracy bullshit to react to. Time is a flat circle. Uh-oh, here we go. Uh-oh, here we go. Oh, hey, there we go. More of it. Yup. Time is a flat circle. It's Michelle Obama all over again. Jesus Christ. The time cube. Thank you so much. If I missed any donos during this time, I apologize. I did not plan for any of the influx that happened. Pre-alpha, yeah. Destiny is the pre-alpha Demon Mama model. Shit. Fuck. Happens. Listen, it happens. Thanks for all the subs. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate you following the channel. I promise you. Hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Hey, that's awesome. I do feel like I did well. I think my best was, I think my best one might have been, shit, I don't know. I've had a few good ones. I don't know. The Fnatic one was pretty good, but the thing was, it was much less substantial. This one was really substantial. This one was like we actually made progress, even though I think Destiny was being kind of bad faith at times. I feel like we actually talked about things that matter. With Fnatic, it was just, he was just whining the entire time. I feel like I did pretty good yesterday, too. I feel like my debate performance yesterday was fantastic. Not to, like, toot my own horn, but I do feel confident about what I did yesterday. Still got stuff to learn, though, as always. Usually, so just for all of you who are watching right now who don't necessarily, who don't necessarily know my content, I am a lefty political edutainer. I aim to make every stream as fun as I possibly can while teaching you shit, giving you the seeds of knowledge that I know so that you can go learn all kinds of stuff. I also do lots of really spicy debates, and I can kind of be an asshole sometimes, but usually for a good reason. So if you like any of that, I also do gaming occasionally. Ooh, a gamer girl. Ooh. And I talk about trans issues all the time. So if you like any of that, hit the subscribe button and consider joining my Discord where you'll get my notifications for when I'm going live. Because we have a really amazing community and we have a really fucking good time on my streams. I promise. I promise you'll have a great time. If you think this was good, you have no idea what's coming in the future. This doesn't make any sense. It's a conspiracy theory, but why wouldn't Kamala come out as trans if she actually was like the Dems, so they wouldn't, if she actually was like the Dems, wouldn't disown her? So why do they think it's a super? Because it's unhinged. Because it is literally disconnected from reality. These conspiracy circles where these things circle around, they don't even know what's real anymore. Debate Basquiat? Why does does Basquiat want to argue with me? What does Basquiat want to? I've argued with Basquiat before. If you do talk to Lance, just make sure you don't tell him I have a crush on him. Wait, I don't think you even know that, so I don't have to not tell you, and then you won't find out. Oh no, there's a spider on my enter key. Shit. Hi, Lady Raincloud. Wait a second. Lady Raincloud, good to see you. Can I send a link again? Yeah, send a link. Whatever link you were talking about. Because, sorry, I've been really distracted trying to focus on the argument, so I apologize if, I apologize if I wasn't keeping up with chat as well as I should have. Okay. There we go. Is there a specific Discord channel for the mod event? There will be. It's not there yet, but I'll send an announcement out when I do it. Damn, I've got 1 million DMs. Holy shit. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I completely understand that, retcon. I never expect anyone to be like on the Discord all the time. I'm not even on the Discord all the time. All right, here we go. Let's watch. Let's react to this thing. Let's react. What are you sending me? Let's find out. It's time. It's time to find out.
Hi! Hey, I'm a shouty man. Hi, I'm a shouty man. Hi, I'm a shouty man. Hi, I'm a shouty man.
Oh no, but this is CBBC. Oh no. I hope it doesn't get copyright struck. I'm a shouty man. Indeed, indeed. Sorry about that. Mucho texto mama. I had to do the typey type. I realized I'm like responding to DMs like a dum-dum right now. I was like, hi Lance, did you want to talk? And I'm like, oh shit, I'm so sorry. That came across as like the dumbest shit I've ever done. Hello, I'm Brian Butterfield, inventor of the Butterfield diet. Lance, we like Lance. I fucking love Lance, honestly. I think it's great. Let's see what's happening in YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube chat. What are you up to, YouTube chat? How are you doing? I don't know much about you or even Destiny. Lately, I've been watching debates about different topics and trying to see many perspectives. I like your confidence in the way you express yourself. Thank you, Shiga. I really, really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I do my best to try. The whole goal is that I try to communicate to people who may not know where I'm coming from and make sense to them. Hi. Hello. You're pooping? Well, I hope it's a good poop. Hello, I came here from Lance's channel. It's nice and cozy here. Yeah, BioMonkey. BioMonkey, you should consider going on the website. The website chat is the one that's up on the screen. And it's really cozy. The website chat is like really, really cozy. Canadian Lib from Destiny's channel and interested in your guys' takes. Well, you'll get the takes here for sure. What type of takes are you interested in? I watched Destiny for a long time and you owned him on his behavior issues and toxic community. He does have a toxic community. I do agree with that. I think his community is crazy toxic. And in fact, Destiny's community is like kind of the inspiration for what I want my community to not be. Yeah, I should post a Discord link. Yeah, I'll post the commands aren't working for some reason, so I'm going to post Discord links. Give me a second here. Let me get a Discord link that can go in there. Here, I'll copy it. If anyone else can do that, here, I will post this into YouTube. Here. Boop. Boop. There we go. We got it. The Discord, listen, the Discord is the best way to be notified when I go live. And unlike YouTube, on the Discord, you can completely customize your responses. So yeah, come join it. We have a genuinely wonderful community. I promise you. That's like the name of my goals. The mod event will be soon. For sure. That'll be really fun. We're going to do, let me tell you, so modding, listen, modding, I appreciate all of my mods incredibly, incredibly deeply. You all help me so much. And I mean that not in like okay, actually that is going to come across parasocial. I appreciate you very, very deeply. And I care about a lot of you. You guys are great. You help me so much. And I'm trying to get good at doing things for those mods. One of the things we're doing is tonight we're going to be watching a Christian conspiracy theory film that many people haven't seen. It's a special one from my own personal experience growing up in a cult. And the movie is called They Sold Their Souls for Rock and Roll. And the original, I don't know if, I'm still looking to see if I can find the original cut. But the original cut had doomsday predictions as well. And the new cut doesn't. They cut out all of their doomsday predictions. It's so bad, but it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Yeah, we're going retro, 100% retro. It's going to be great. Yeah, it literally, I'm not kidding you. The claims are that, a black guy made a deal with the devil and invented rock music, and it's designed to pervert the youth. It's absolutely wild. So it'll be fun. It's going to be really fun. Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be wild. I have all kinds of little things like this that I'm going to pull out over time. But yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, they did admit, at least they did admit black people invented rock. It's true, they did. But oh, it's so wild. It's so wild. Listen, I love doing, how did the debate go? Went great. Went fantastic. About as good as it can go. I went down to the crossroads. I fell down on my knees. Yeah, it's true. I'm rock music. Hawk, thank you for finding me that clip, by the way. I seriously appreciate that. It really means the world to me. Thank you. I just didn't have the time in prepping for the debate to find that specific clip, and you found it for me. So I appreciate that a lot. Big shout out. Wait, Hawk, don't I owe you a site sub? Or did I already give that to you? Hawk, do I owe you a site sub? I feel like I do. Do you think I will have another conversation with Destiny? Probably. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't that bad. I mean, he got mad. Poggers! Poggers! Let me see. Thank you. I appreciate that, Hawk, but I think I owe you a gifted sub. Let me check back in my notes. Is it? Maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering. You weren't going to be pushy? Well, don't worry. You don't got to be pushy. I'll give you one. Yes, Hawk, I owe you one. I'm going to make it happen. Here we go. Gifted sub from me to you. Give me 1 second here to do it. This is going to be really boring because I should have had it ready, but I didn't. So give me a second. I'm going to give it to Hawk. Here we go. We're going to do this. Gift a sub to Hawk. Bam. And there we go. We're going to do a 3-month tier 1. Bam. Here it goes. Here it comes. Get ready for the pog. It's going poggers. It's going through. It's still going. It's loading slowly. There we go. Look at that 17 combo.
Thank you.
Incredible. There you go. There you go, Hawk. 17 combo. Incredible. You're good. Don't worry. The combo breakers are fine. Don't you worry. The 17? We're happy about that. We don't need to be sorry about that. What's happening in YouTube? Destiny and Demon Mama both love arguing. True, Crosslight. I do love arguing. Arguing is interesting to me because I like to get to the bottom of people's views. Dog whistling, assuming the moral intentions of someone's statements instead of making an argument against them. No, I disagree with that. A dog whistle, it can be very easily a consequential analysis. You can say that a dog whistle, whether intentional or not, signals hate, and that can be very true. Like, for example, I don't need to know that it's racist to put, like, that it's anti-Semitic to put triple parentheses around something for it to be a anti-Semitic dog whistle. Yeah. I'm Penguin? Are you talking to me, I'm Penguin? Are you talking to me, I'm Penguin? Intent is not all that matters. Intent is absolutely not all that matters. That is not true. Outcome absolutely matters. Absolutely. Yo, Yellow Gang. Who won the debate, or was it a draw? We all know who won the debate. I'll let the chat tell you who won the debate. I'm not going to declare victory. We know who hung up the call. Who hung up the call? Who hung up the call? We know who wins the debate. Who hung up the call? Cuck Capitalism won the election? Vosh won the call. Listen, do you want to know who really won the call? You want to know, who won the debate? You want to know who really won the debate? Actually, yeah, it was Vosh. Destiny's weirdly fixated on Vosh at the moment. How did it end? Destiny got mad and hung up on me. It was funny. Trans rights. Agreed. Demon Mama 1.0 has been activated. YODA 1. Oh, this calls for a YODA moment. Give me a minute. I'll go get YODA. It's Yoda time. It's baby time. We love you, Yodi. How you doing? Baby. Big baby. What a chonker. You want to sing? Want to sing? La 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 la. La 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 la. Your breath is smelling. You're so good. You're so good. All right, you want to go? You want to go now? You want to go, or you want to keep singing? Huh? All right, let's go. Here you go. Go on. Let's go. Hi, you're happy, aren't you? All right, go on, Yoda. Good girl. What a good girl. Yoda. Yodi. A woo baby. She loves singing. She loves singing. She's such a good girl. That's my dog. Yes, it is. Indeed. Vosh is actually growing fast, become bigger than Destiny. This hurts the suit. It hurts his ego. Yeah. I mean, I got a little bit of that, which, I mean, I get it. It stings. But, like, come on. Come on. It can sting. It can sting. Dogs are the best. I mean, I think all animals are pretty fucking cool. I didn't know Yoda does harmonies. She loves to sing. I'm not kidding you. She loves to sing. That's like her favorite thing. We try to sing with her every day. Always has. Cause she used to live with my partner's grandma before she passed away. And she used to sing with our grandma. We don't know for sure, Sips, but I think she's a mix of like a terrier and a Carolina dingo. I think. Oh yeah, he did that whole thing. Oh, it's so silly. I was like, oh, come on. She's chunky. She is a chunky. Well, especially when she's all like, when she does that. Breeds are a sus result of, yeah. Dingo, is she feral? No, not at all. She's sweet. Carolina dingo is a breed of dog. If you make it open source, you can't complain. Yeah, it's literally the point. But also, White Nervosa's version of the DGG chat framework has a whole bunch of other features that DGG doesn't have. So, I don't know what he does that. It's weird. It's a really weird thing. It's just, I don't know. It's ego. Again, remember, the smile that was invented by Destiny. You know, we know. Yeah. We know he invented the smile and he invented the debate. Yep. Shouty man. But it's all right. Honestly, I enjoyed my conversation. I thought it was really fun. Destiny doesn't take responsibility for the departnering. Well, I don't know. Do I agree with Destiny on most of his political takes? No. But some of them. We generally agree on progressive issues, like on issues of social progressivism, but we have some pretty significant differences on economic issues, but also like on certain aspects of social issues. Like I think that he goes really light on the police. I think he doesn't have I don't think his argument about police unions are particularly good. Yes, Gold Eagle. Yes, you figured it out. That's how it works. You figured out the enigma of gender. Good job. Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, I don't agree with him on all of them, but I agree on some. We have some agreements. Other people have posted worse stuff and not been deplatformed. Well, yeah, but that's a risk. That's a risk you take when you are inflammatory. Listen, I can give my take on this. I've talked about this before. DMO, this debate has led to what I think will be a really fun game. Name a debate tactic or mannerism that Destiny won't claim he pioneered. Well, I know. Finally caught up to live. That was really great. You did good with a stubborn interlocutor. Thank you, Lawboy. I appreciate that. Feels like it's easier for Vosh to have a civil debate with Tim Pool than it is to challenge Destiny on anything. Well, Destiny right now, I feel is like, I feel like Destiny's just a little spiteful towards the left right now. And I think he kind of is convinced that the left is, oh, hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. Let me check in on my DMs real quick. I don't know. Oh, oops. Oh, I'm so stupid. I am so stupid. I am so dumb. A little. He's a little sensitive to the left. I wish he would calm down because I feel like he could learn a lot, but he's convinced. I think he's convinced that every leftist on the internet is Oh, hey. Here we go. Hold on. The Serfs are calling me. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hello. Hold on. Let me get you up on the big screen.
I don't know if that'll...
Is it, can you see me?
I'm about to. Hold on. Hey, everyone,
Thank you so much. I'm
Alive, the superstar from the debate debates.
Yeah, you know, Destiny 3.0 model, upgraded, you know, using all those slimy debate tactics like smiling and talking and stuff like that. Let me just adjust your audio just a tiny bit up. Here we go.
Yeah, no worries. I was gonna say I've only watched like the first 20 minutes so far. Wow.
Get ready for a ride. Get ready.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. Sorry, I'm trying to. Is there any way? I'm so sorry to ask this, but I've tried boosting it in Discord and also in my OBS. But do you think you could boost your gain just a tiny bit, or something in Discord?
I can, but everyone here is gonna have to. They're all gonna simultaneously cringe.
Oh, then don't worry about that.
Like, okay, hold on.
Oh.
All right. How
there
do I sound now?
That's great. That's perfect.
Yeah?
Now you're nice and clear. Oh yeah.
Okay. But now I have to wait to see what my chat says. Okay, chat. How bad am I? It sounds good.
Yeah.
It sounds okay.
I think it sounds great.
No. I know for you it's gonna sound fine. For
now it jumped up.
What?
Oh shit! Now it like exploded. Whoa, damn. Oh, you know what it might be? It might be
Tin can.
Discord's auto adjust. They turn that on sometimes when you do an update, and there was an update for Discord yesterday.
Okay.
I know. I'm
They're
sorry.
Now they're saying I sound like I'm underwater, scuffed as fuck. I told you, everyone. I knew this was gonna happen.
I'm sorry for even asking. I wish I could do it another way, but I don't know. I think it's fine now. Anyway, sorry.
No, on my end it's so bad the chat is like it's
okay.
unusable.
You put it back to whatever, and I'll just.
I can't now.
Oh no!
I know. Everyone's like your gain is too high.
Oh, I'm
Everyone's
so sorry.
talking about audio quality in chat is just trolling. Oh, they could be trolling me too. I don't know.
Well, it sounds pretty good on my side. It's a little like it sounds like the gain's like a little high now, but like I don't know. I don't know what your setup is.
It's not that bad. Go on.
So
you know what? I'm just gonna go on anyway. Just whisper sweet nothings. We're not. Oh no.
Yes, we can do an ASMR discussion.
No, not trolling. See, I have no idea. I wish I could depend on the mods to tell me the truth, but half the people are saying like we're trolling. Lower the gain on your high-end frequency. Ugh. I can hear your computer fan.
Oh, that sounds real. Now you sound really good.
Now I sound really good.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Lance. I don't troll you when it comes to your mic. Your audio is not great, but it's not terrible. Troller is not trolling. You're fine now. It's not great.
Yeah, it sounds fine. So yeah, sorry about that. That was a very, very spicy debate.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it got really spicy really fast. But I had a good time, honestly. I really do try my best to engage in good faith, although I'm not above taking a few little pot shots here and there, especially when the stream was titled debating crazy Twitter person or whatever. And
that was the stream title?
That was what he titled the stream. And so then when I went live on my stream, I titled it debating Fallen Titan and Pseudo-GamerGate debate bro Destiny. So I'm like, all right, two can play at this game. Two can play at this game.
Oh man, that's unreal. So I didn't know about any of this. I didn't know about the tweet at Cyberwitch Lexley, which that's the yikes as fuck. I didn't know that apparently Cyberwitch deleted her account.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
Yeah.
Just because of the harassment?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, I've reached out to Cyberwitch Lexi this morning, but yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before that the tweet went out about calling Cyberwitch Lexi I mean, you saw the tweet probably when I read it on stream. It's pretty bad.
Oh, I heard the tweet. It's just,
just
that she that she's like mentally ill or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, apparently even Destiny's Twitch bot was calling me an insane person from Twitter. All right. Well, that's fun. I know. See, this is the kind of shit that, like, I don't know. This is what gets me. This is why I had this conversation in the first place. But yeah, I don't know. Like, honestly, I'm not going to lie. I did expect him to be engaged like a little more, like, honestly, some of those things I know he knows better on, like trying to equivocate, like trying to make an equivalent. Oh, actually, you haven't even got to this part yet. You'll see. I don't want to spoil. it. It is a very fun VOD. I will say that. I'll toot my own horn and say this VOD is going to be a golden one. It's going to be one for the archives, for sure.
So many memes.
Yeah.
So many memes.
Yeah.
So like, have you now become the new ruler? Is that how this is? It Highlander rules? Like, did you just ascend the throne?
I don't know. Like, I don't know what this means. Destiny, later on in the conversation, you're going to get to a point where he accuses me of being like a 3rd generation Destiny clone. And he's like, oh, you even do the, what does he say? He's like, oh, you do the like smiling at the camera thing. I'm like, did you invent smiling at the camera? And so I got him really bad on that one, but I was just like, dude, you said that. Like, you accused me of being like 3rd generation. I'm like, sorry. And so for the rest of the conversation, I just kept referring to him as the 1st generation models. I'm like, I know 1st generation models have those reboot issues. I know you keep going back to the beginning of the conversation. I was roasting him on it. It was fun. But again, he kind of slung that shit first. To be fair, I mean, I did respond pretty badly. Not badly. I responded pretty harshly to him on Twitter initially, which is what started this whole thing. Last night, he was like tweeting at Liv, posting about her being like a shrill, hysterical something or other, like something like that. And he was like typing in all caps and all that. And I'm like, it's just really funny. Like, you just keep going after trans people and leaning in on misogynistic and transphobic stereotypes. I think it's pretty shitty.
Well, it's like bingo at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's so many different things that he's gone after. He was going after the black community for a long time, and then there was the Kenosha shooter arc, and then after that, now there's this weird like, I don't know. I didn't even know all this was happening behind the scenes. This is like, someone's like, you have to see what Demon Mama's up to. I was like, what do you mean? It's like, she's just destroying Destiny right now in real time. I was like, yes, please.
Well, that's flattering.
Yeah, and I was also like, I really like Demon Mama. I was like, I always sing her praises because I've seen her on panels before, and every single time it's like, wow, she does not take shit,
I don't.
Like,
I don't.
You really don't. And like, from what I've seen so far, the first 25 minutes, you would not let him pivot. Like, every single time, like, no, we're gonna go right back to what we were talking about. Like, this is exactly what we have to, and we have to focus on this. And even though he said like, you're not giving me a second to write down any of these points, it seemed to be the same point for the first like 20 minutes. It's like, I'm sticking to this. It's the mentally ill thing. I don't know if you get to a point where or if you ever understood this or you got a chance to explain it, to how people in the trans community have been told like their whole lives that they're like, they are mentally ill by like their friends, their family, their relatives, all that kind of stuff, right? Does it get to that?
It does. We actually talk about that. And the thing is, like, it's funny. He kept saying, oh, I'm gish galloping. He loved that word. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I would love to watch the VOD to see what he's even trying to talk about, because I had like basically like 4 core points, which he said was 5, but then he listed them as 3 at one point. And I was just like, the stream math, like, but I had these things, and we were sticking to them pretty well. So I don't know what he was talking about with the gish galloping, but when we got off of that, I'm like, listen, so what do you actually, where do these things disagree with? He didn't disagree that like, he openly admitted that he's like perfectly fine with, harassing people off a platform if he thinks they're bad enough, which I mean, okay. In general, like, I think there are circumstances in which that's all right as well. I think everybody has something. Like, I mean, imagine, we can always come up with a hypothetical, like somebody's threatening violence. Yeah, they should probably be heckled off the platform. Everybody has that to a degree. But Destiny confirmed that like he was totally fine with Cyberwitch Lexi and Liv posting being being harassed off the platform. That's what he said in the beginning. And then the other thing he agreed with was he did agree that like, that trans people are subjected primarily to attacks based on their mental health. That's a historical fact. Like, there's nothing he could have said that he would have been lying to do that. So he agreed with that. And then he agreed that the way that he was engaging with this might not have been fair. And then the last half of the conversation ended up being me sort of like, with all due respect to the conversation, it did feel a little bit like a therapy session of talking him through his accusations of conspiracy against basically everyone on the left, that he sort of interchangeably accuses them all of being associated with a hate attempt based on Vosh's community, and he's extrapolated this to nearly everyone who disagrees with him. And I asked him for a whole bunch of examples of like, hey, like, okay, so I'm not here to defend like Cyberwitch Lexi individually. I just think that the way you engage with that is patently transphobic, and I know you would make arguments like this in the past, but you're just overlooking it for your own behavior, which was what I was focusing on in the conversation. But then it kind of became this broader discussion where I don't know, he was very focused on this idea that like there's people with a campaign, and I'm like asking for evidence, and he's sending me these tweets, and it's just like Cyberwitch Lexi having a take about his take. And I'm just like, do you really think that that's like evidence of a conspiracy to deplatform you, and I'm just like, I don't know. It just felt really conspiratorial at the end. So that got a little bit weird. And then of course the whole like being called Destiny 3.0. I don't know if that's a compliment, if that should be taken as a compliment or an insult. I feel like he kind of self-burned there.
like I said, I mean, Highlander rules dictates that you now ascended to the throne. So there can be only one. I mean, I don't know if your name is going to evolve into Debate Mama or something like that. I think Demon Mama is already a great name. It already has all the connotations. But I to be totally frank, that might be an ego thing, right? That might be a whole like, you know, I created you and I can destroy you too.
Yeah, and I said that too. I'm like, I mean, you didn't you like, and I talked about this. Like, he was talking at one point about how like the Liv posting tweet about Debate Bros being like cringy when they say debate me on Twitch or whatever, and was like, oh, that was definitely about me. I'm like, listen, I hate to inform you this. There's so many. They've been here for a while. Like everyone like I'm technically kind of a debate bro. I do a lot of debates, like whatever. Like,
and you're really good at it.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, it's kind of my primary thing that I like to do. I do like to debate. I mean, the thing is, honestly, well, I guess this week my content's been a lot of debates. I go on panels relatively frequently, but I do a lot of other content as well, like a lot of just coverage and random stuff. But a lot of my followers have come from going on panels because that's where you get the exposure and whatnot. I love debating. Generally, there's some types of debates I don't really like engaging in, but most of the time I'm very comfortable in like the debate sphere, so I'm perfectly fine to go there and deal with the contention and whatever.
I was gonna say this. There's like, I think I've debated Destiny 3 or 4 times, and I've gotten the very fair call out of always being too nice, because that's kind of just my shtick, right? They're always like, you can't be good faith or polite, Lance. You know, they like, he's not coming to this argument in good faith or politeness or whatever. But I've never been afraid to, and the same thing applies to Vosh. I've never been afraid to confront Vosh, right? Even though we're on great terms. I would be afraid to debate you if I was on the other side of the aisle and it was a topic of which you were genuinely like, I was like, oh no, what did I do? And it's like, well, you had a really bad take. Demon Mom wants to debate you. I was like, I was wrong. whatever it is, I was wrong. I don't.
you flatter me, but I do know that I do have a bit of a penchant for bringing the fire, hence the Demon Mama name. Yeah, I do appreciate that, but I don't know. I try to make sure that my fire is directed justly, and, you know, well justified. Before I went in against Destiny, I gave my stream like a little bit, hey, here's where it started, here's where the conversation started, here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna try and like make this make sense to Destiny. I don't know, like, honestly, a lot of it seems to just boil down to like, and I brought this up to him, I don't know if you got to this part yet, where I talk about like, he seems to have this phantom version of the left.
Oh yeah, but that's the same thing that all of us have been talking to him about for so long, right? Like I anytime it devolves into personal stuff, I try to avoid the conversation where it's like interpersonal relationships you may have had. But the idea that there is like this conspiracy, I mean, I think he's totally right when he says that there's like Destiny support groups that form after people have conversation with them. That is true, because I've seen it. Right, I've seen people like in like streams otherwise, like all of a sudden bring like those phone like Discord calls when there's like 10 people, but they're doing it live on stream. It's not a secret, but they're all just talking shit about him afterwards, right? Like, he's right about that, but it's not like they gathered in the first place and they're like, all right, today in the meeting of the Council of Destiny, we will now speak about all the evil things that he has done, right? And we will now pass a resolution or something.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, I think there's definitely like some big jumps in like his sort of connecting of the dots to this conspiracy. And I told him, I'm like, listen, I don't think it was like, I think it sucks that you got departnered. Like, I don't think that's a good thing. It sucks. Like, I don't know, you like, at the same time, like, you also knowingly violated the TOS. Like, there's no way you can argue that you didn't violate the TOS. You are a broadcaster. You put out that take and people just retweeted it. And at the end of the conversation, we got into this really weird granular discussion about where he was trying to justify his mental illness dunks because like someone like Cyberwitch Lexi once retweeted a video of him and said like a critique of it. And I was like, this is not the same. You have a massive platform and you personally retweet people and personally send your group of people in. And he just refused to acknowledge that. But it is.
Well,
it's
he doesn't. Well, I mean, like he doesn't send people in though. He's not like go forth. And
attack.
Yeah,
not like that. But we all know, like again, and this is the part where I'm like, but like I know.
But that is exactly what happens when you have
of course.
Twitter platform. Of course, yeah.
And
if I retweet someone instantaneously, yeah, they'll be like their comments will fill up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But also, like, I mean, that's a fact of the matter as any type of content creator. We all acknowledge this. Oh, the only people who play dumb to it is, well, I did call him like a pseudo-GamerGate era, like, but that's the people who did. The GamerGate people are like, oh, I was just retweeting you with like, you know, sending people in like this and whatever. But it was like, but specifically like, it's a particular problem when, in my opinion, and again, I told him this, I'm like, I don't think like retweeting somebody who's criticizing you is necessarily a bad thing, but you do have to think about those dynamics, because I think it's risky, and you especially need to do that when you are also, filling that with some pretty questionable attacks on character that fall along lines of oppression that really fucking matters actually, and it can do a lot of harm. And that was my main argument, was like, do you even think about this? Do you even think about the harm that you might be doing and whether these people like deserve that type of harm? Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like, I don't know. He doesn't really seem to care. And that is like, okay, well, you're one of the biggest streamers on this platform and in this space. These are people, these aren't just randos on Twitter either. These are people that are in your space who are, you know, maybe you don't like them, maybe you think they're bad people or whatever, but they're still in your space. And I told him, I'm like, listen, like, you haven't presented any evidence that would say that like any of the people that are involved in this particular discussion deserved like having a big harassment wave. And by the way, sorry, this is a little rambly, but just so that everyone knows, for the record, after Destiny, I tweeted my tweet last night at like 2 a.m. And it wasn't until Destiny retweeted me this morning that I got thousands of comments, including a fuckload of just raw transphobia. I was told to hang myself, F slur. I was told that I was an ugly T slur. And I know that I recognize it. He's like, oh, wait, I'm supposed to be responsible for every single person who hangs out in my audience. No, obviously that's ridiculous. However, you should be aware that people who follow you and your simps are going to sweep in. And when you paint a target on somebody's back using very prejudiced language, intentionally or unintentionally, you're causing harm, because those people are going to sweep in because you've like sort of put a flare on them and said, there we go, I'm going to use my platform to highlight this person. And if you signal that it's okay to go dunk them, to go attack them or whatever, you know, even if you don't say it explicitly, that can still be a big problem. And again, that was another point that he didn't really contest me on. He did admit that that's true, obviously. I mean, he's talked about it. He can't really say anything because he's talked to other people and said, oh, you have a responsibility for your platform. You know, so it's just, there's this thing of like, I don't know, like it just felt like it wasn't coming together, or he wasn't willing to acknowledge that, like, yeah, you've said yes to all these pieces. The conclusion is you fucked up. Don't do it. It sucks, you know? So, yeah. Sorry, that was a little rambling. But...
No. Yeah, no, I'm sorry I had to go through all that. I'm just like, I'm fascinated to watch this now. Just when you do this, by the way, because I know you're going to do this, just one quick piece of advice. You should do a power edit of like the first 20 minutes. Because if like I was jokingly playing some music, I had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like battle music playing in the background, and it was already memeing. It was memeing in real time. You know, like right, and like the whole thing was, everyone was just like, "What?" Yeah, it was. Like,
that's awesome. Yeah, see, I've never done anything like that.
Watch the VOD. It'll probably amuse you.
Hell yeah, that sounds amazing. I'd love to review that. I mean, so one thing I did want to touch on, which is like the transphobia and misogyny thing is like out of control on Twitch and YouTube and the internet in general. And people like, I don't know, I think it gets downplayed sometimes because of like, I don't know, some victories that we've had over the last few years, but it's really bad. And it's especially bad when you get it from like all sides. And it does come from all sides. And this is why I got so worked up over it. And like, he was trying, oh, what are you mad that like I attacked your friend? I'm like, first of all, I don't know Cyber Witch Lexi. I know of her. I think she's kind of cool from a streamer perspective. I don't really know her or anything like that. Yeah. But I do know her as a trans person in this space. And that I care about very deeply. I care very much that Twitch is able to have trans people who are really, really fucking talented making content on there. And in reality, it's incredibly hard. We have very few trans creators on this website, and very few of them are even able to make it at all, without being bullied off or being attacked constantly. It just drains you out. And it is really extreme. There's a fucking lot of it. Like I have like 3 ongoing, like, weird people who are fixated on transphobia with me now. And it's just like, holy shit. I always joke about my Twitch DMs being the graveyard of slurs, because they are. I don't bother even checking, because I know it's just going to be slurs. And in fact, and on a similar note, you know, on the whole misogyny front, you know, I've been on, you probably know Prime Kais. I don't know if you're familiar with Prime.
Yep.
Yeah, if you know Prime, Prime does every week. He does the Lily panel, the Amazon Lily panel, which is a like femme presenting only panel. I've been on there a couple times, and every single time this is something that comes up, of just how bad of an experience and how much women in these spaces have to overcome in order to actually show their face on it. And it is totally, it's wild.
Or even survive.
Yeah, or survive, yeah. But
like,
but to make content, like, I mean, holy shit. Like, I've seen comments on, like, I've just, out of curiosity, I've just scrolled down the comments to see what people have said, on even other streams where there's like one woman on the panel, and like a solid, there might be one woman on the panel and 8 guys, and 30% of the comments will be about how either the woman was dumb and had no reason to be there, why the fuck was she even there, or she talked too much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's something that's just like, fuck, like, this shit is still a huge problem. And so it's important to me that like people pay attention to this, and that we make
well, I was gonna say, I can also say from my experience, like, I'll go a long amount of time with nothing bad being in my chat, and like there's like 700 800 people in my streams on average now, right? Like, it's usually sometimes I hit like 1k Andy, and nothing really mean or bad said about me. And then I might battle someone into the Devatosphere, or someone either on the right to far right, and then all of a sudden the next day my chat will be filled with like, you know, kill yourself, F slurs, stuff like that, whatever. But then it goes away. Whereas if you're a woman, or, you know, a trans woman on these platforms, right, you are getting like constant death threats, like, every single day, just by virtue of who you are. Like, just, you know, that's just, yeah. Yep. And like I noticed that every time I would be in like one of my friends, like, you know, chats, all of a sudden it's just like, boom, like, the most horrendous shit, right? Or if you happen to be black, same thing, right? It's just like all day the most horrendous shit. But because I'm white passing, I'm cis, you know, like, boom, nothing. Like, it's just, yeah. And you wonder why it's such a country club, you know. You wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, and I talked about, I mean, that was one of the things. You'll see this moment. It was kind of a mic drop moment where I was just kind of like, yeah, these spaces are like, you claim to like want to fight for, you know, progressivism and social justice and all that, and that does mean making these spaces, making it possible for trans people and black people and women to be able to succeed in these spaces. But you're directly contributing to what makes it impossible for them to. And I think that's the case sometimes. I think a lot of people, like, I mean, there's a couple of particularly bad people. And listen, again, this is not like, I'm not like personally like going after Destiny, or I don't think he's like some unredeemable asshole or anything. In fact, the conversation was fun. I had a good time with it, all things considered.
I don't think anyone's irredeemable unless they've done something like, you know, I mean, like, I don't want to like start the rapist recovery arc or anything that, right? But I'm saying for the average person on Twitch, or even someone who used to be a right winger, or even someone who used to have really shitty views or something, right? Like, I think the left, in order to survive, has to be open to allowing for people to learn and better themselves. And also, like, we're all human. I've had shitty takes. I still have shitty takes. Fuck, like, everyone does. That's part of like trying to learn, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
It never stops.
It's just, though, like, I do feel like it's important to like confront, you know, to confront it when somebody's actively engaging in it and doesn't seem to care. So that was my you know, that was my goal going into this conversation, was to say, hey, no, like, just because you're the big guy in the room, just because you're the biggest person on this platform or whatever, or the biggest person in this space, like, that doesn't mean that you have, you know, that you get to have like carte blanche, like I get to get away with it, like, because I, you know, sometimes you see this thing of like, oh, I spend my entire time like arguing for social justice, and that means that I can do this, that, or the other thing. It's like, no, that's not really how it works, especially when it's that severe, when it's so severe that like, every time you quote retweet somebody, you've like sort of primed your culture to just flow the fuck in and just blow the shit out of their mentions forever about everything. And like, yeah. Anyway, yeah. So that's something that irritates me. Hopefully it will improve in time. I think it is. There's a lot of fucking like good talent coming up in Twitch politics spaces, and I just hope they can flourish, because there's a lot of diverse talent, and it's incredible. People are like, seriously, there's some really amazing people like making their way on Twitch politics right now, and it would be a shame if every time you reach a certain threshold that all of a sudden you just get blown the fuck up by some larger creator who has an axe to grind with the Phantom of Hugo Chavez or something. I don't know.
The Phantom of Hugo Chavez.
And that's what it sounded like at certain points, where it's just like, I mean, I don't know, like who
isn't that Giuliani's whole shit?
Yeah, that's like Giuliani's thing. But I mean, is there really a difference if like it's the ghost of the left? I was joking. I'm like, a specter is haunting destiny. The specter of communism.
Oh,
but
yeah. So from what I've seen, incredible work. Not in the sense that like, oh, you know, you're finally someone who destroyed or defeated destiny. I think tons of people have done that on the left in the past. More just like the whole standing up for your beliefs and being that clear and concise about it. Because I mean, just speaking for me, I'm an emotional wreck of a human being. So for me, if I'm very emotionally invested in something, it's really difficult for me to do what you just did. Like I cannot just like be like, no, I'm gonna cut to the chase and get down to the point, right? Which you did. You did it really well.
Sorry about that. I was just typing real quick. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that I've had to practice a lot. I definitely got more. I mean, I wouldn't say I don't get emotionally involved. I've just learned to like contain it really well in the circumstance of a debate. Like there are certain parts where, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, Destiny's huge. You know what I mean? He's way bigger than me. Like this guy's got a platform advantage on me big time. Also just an experience advantage. I will say, I think he underestimated me like pretty severely. Obviously, I mean, he titled the thing just like a debating crazy person from Twitter. I don't think he has, and you know, maybe that's his downfall. Again, maybe he really is just kind of a fallen titan, and that he's just underestimating everyone else around him and is convinced that like he's gotten comfy as the #1 take haver, and his takes have gotten a little rotten, and he's not liking getting challenged on it. But like that was the approach.
Well, the idea that people are getting into leftist ideas and theory because it's a fad isn't really the case. I mean, it's exploding not just online, but in society as a whole, because like things aren't getting better, because alienation is being experienced en masse, and they're getting worse. And like, what, 30 million Americans could be evicted next month. 50 million Americans could lose their employment insurance. Like COVID, the pandemic, everything, the fact that both of those shine the light directly on the inequities already present in society, where indigenous people, black people, poor people, old people are all the ones who are dying like en masse, because that's the way our class system is stratified. Surprise, surprise. But here it is. It's laid out in front of you by the numbers. You can actually see it, like with the bodies, the cadavers that are piling up in the corner. So that's why more people are like, is there another way? Can we not live in the dying land park of our nightmares?
And I say this frequently, like on my stream. This is something I find myself talking about this a lot with my chat, and I think you do speak to something that's like a prevalent and rising, maybe zeitgeist is the right word for it, I don't know, but it's like there's so much shit. Like the COVID thing alone is like paralyzing, but people are very much seeking out answers, and they're really like that sort of check of like the capitalist realism that so many people are like locked in, that like certain worldview has totally been like knocked off of its rocker. And there's this opportunity where I think we can talk about a lot of things and make a lot of headway very quickly. I think the potential is incredible. I think this space is growing massively. And I also think that the general leftward movement is growing rapidly, and that if we you know, despite all of the absolutely just horrifying things in front of us, this like COVID spike that we're having in America right now is just paralyzingly terrifying. If there's anything that can save us from it, it's us coming together and actually working together. And I do think that there's hope of that. I think people are starting to look for that. And yeah, and I think there's a lot of potential for people to really make a difference right now, as far as you can do that, you know, from a platform like this. I don't have any illusions. I don't think I'm like starting some kind of giant political movement, but I do see myself as some part of that, you know, a communicator who's able to plant seeds or whatever. And I think like you have a place in that as well. I think a lot of us do. And I don't know. I do wish that, you know, on a like sort of personal level, I do wish that Destiny would give a little more credence to like the rising left, because I think he could find a lot of agreement and a lot of like actual progress to be made. I don't know if he's open to that though. I guess we'll find out.
Well, I mean, he's also butted heads with some of the worst figures on the so-called quote-unquote left, right? Like, if you have one debate with Caleb Mopin, I would walk away from that being like, oh yeah, everything I ever thought about the left is completely verified and true, and they're all anti-Semitic, and they secretly hate the globalists. Okay, the dog whistle.
Yeah.
But based on what you're saying, yeah. So what I have been doing as of recently is I've been reading an inordinate amount of literature. Yeah, like you should see the piles and piles of the books on like indigenous rights, land rights, on you know, these things. Like my mother's Métis, so she's been giving me all these recommendations. But like I've been like, well, if I'm going to be a communicator, I might as well try and learn a thing or two, right? Like on the pathway, because you're right. Like it's at least to be able to speak to some of these things.
Yeah, and
Thought Slime's in chat. He's like, Borg or Kang.
Hey, Thought Slime. Yeah. So. Oh yeah. No, I think reading like the theory is like super great. Like obviously,
can you communicate the theory? Because not everyone has time to read the theory. And like I hate the assholes who are like, if you haven't read all the theory, then you can't speak of the theory, right?
Yeah, I think like theory elitism. Yeah, like the theory elitism thing is like kind of frustrating. On one hand, it's like, okay, like I have two like sort of thoughts on this. One is that like reading theory is definitely good. You can learn a lot from it. You can gain a lot from it, but it's hardly the only way you can come to understand these things. And also like being too like cloven to theory can make it so that you don't actually like, you're not able to communicate with the current state right now, which is very different. You know, there's a lot of very similar and very valuable things to be gained from theory. I mean, I remember recently I read Reform or Revolution by Rosa Luxemburg, and that was a fantastic experience reading that. Yeah, there you go. It's a fantastic read. It is genuinely a really great read. And when you read it, it's like, oh my God, I feel like this could have been written today with just a slight change to the language being used.
That's the thing. Like when people are like, none of this has any bearing on today's world. I was like, no, nothing has changed. That's why it's more relevant now than it's ever been. That's why people are like, oh yeah, we haven't fixed the system.
Certain aspects. Oh, I mean, like Rosa Luxemburg talking about like how debt is leveraged by like the capitalist society in order to like continue speculation and prolong this thing. Like the debt leveraging is like, well, yeah, that's our society right now. Like that was like an accurate prediction. And some of that's like really valuable. And to be completely honest, another thing that's really cool is like I have a theory channel on my Discord that's been popping lately. Like people are hungry for this kind of stuff. So that's awesome. But I also want to say for those people out there like myself who do have a lot of trouble with the traditional big book ready. I say frequently I got the square brain going on, a little bit of the ADHD thing, you know, pretty bad.
Oh, I too have ADHD.
Oh, yeah.
I have an answer for that though. A friend of mine has written this book called Understanding Marxism.
Oh, hey, Richard Wolff.
Richard Wolff. This book I can't recommend enough to people who like want to learn all the theory but don't want to have to read all the theory. It is written like someone was trying to cheat through an exam. Look how big this font is. It's 70 pages of the biggest type font I've ever seen, right? And it's all just plain English. There's no like,
I think so too,
like, you know, oh, doth the capitalist rue from the bourgeoisie and things like that. No, it's all written just really simple. You can read it in like an hour or two. Like it's the best one that I've found for just, hey, do you want to? And afterwards you're like, that all makes sense. It just clicks. You're like, yes, okay, so this isn't like philosophy. I was like, this is just simple economic, like this is independent of human thought, like just the exploitation of labor. That's very, very simple for you to grasp in like in an afternoon.
Yeah. Also, audiobooks are great. That's how I do. I will play a video game and listen to audiobooks and take notes in between and whatnot. And yeah, it's really good. But again, to just reassure people who aren't like super into Reedy, I promise you these concepts are you are totally capable of studying these things in other ways than theory. A lot of people learn like so many of the lessons that are talked about, so many of the like ideas that are talked about in these books. You can learn just from the workplace, from critically and analyzing your workplace, and you can come to these like very like the results speak for themselves. The conclusions, you follow the evidence. Like these theory books are laying it out in a single place, but you can easily analyze this yourself and pick up a lot of stuff, study different types of things. There's all kinds of media you can enjoy. The point is to be learning and to be critically analyzing things, and that will ultimately, if you interrogate the world around you, you will be led to better conclusions. That's just how it goes. Obviously, you got to watch out for biases, but that's how you do it.
Someone in chat just informed me you just got him to delete his tweet.
I got him to what?
Delete his tweet. He deleted the tweet apparently.
Oh, hey, that's awesome. That makes me feel good. I'm glad. And
not even as like a defeat. That's just like that's better for that message.
That is what I aim for. The outcome is what matters. I don't really. At the end of the day, it's certainly fun for me to have a fun debate and feel like I did it. But at the end of the day, I just want the place to be better. That's why.
Yeah,
that's like
totally.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Well, can you plug all your stuff first? Because I'm gonna watch the rest of your stream, but I want everyone to sub and follow and all that good stuff.
Yeah, sure. The easiest way to find everything of mine is demonmama.com, M-A-M-A, mama. Demonmama.com is the best way to find everything. I got my Discord link on there. I got my YouTube. These days I'm streaming on YouTube. I did get an application for partner on Twitch. I don't know. I don't really stream on Twitch that much. So some people may have followed my Twitch. You want to follow my YouTube or my Discord to get the notifications. The website will, no matter where I'm streaming, the stream will always be on my website though. And all of my social links are on my website. So demonmama.com is the best way to find all of my links. And if you're interested in political edutainment with a lot of spice and a lot of fire, that's what you want to come watch my show for. I've been growing relatively quickly lately. Some things are still pretty scuffed, like I've got like this busted ass chair. So ignore the scuff. If you don't mind a little bit of scuff, I think you'll have a really good time, and we have an incredibly sweet community. So thanks for allowing me to plug there, Lance. I appreciate that a lot.
No, thanks for allowing me to talk to you a little bit after your show. I know that was like last minute. All of a sudden, my chat filled up. I was like, Demon Mama wants to talk to you. I was like, oh, I just got to figure out. Oh yeah, I follow her on Twitter. Nice. All right. I
think we may have had some co-fans going because they said you wanted to talk to me. They set us up.
It was true. It was true.
Yeah. No, it was great. It was really, really good. I of course, I definitely am very thankful for the opportunity to talk to you because I love your content. I love what you do on this site, and you are
thanks.
Just so you know, just going to give you a little bit of praise since you've heaped so much on me.
I don't like it. I'm not comfortable with that kind of stuff. We'll just
very well then.
Wait, is it gonna be like you have changed the world?
No, I was just gonna say you're like one of my go-to examples of people who like actually try to like establish some sense of community on Twitch. It's really cool. Like you rate in, like you encourage it. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable.
No, I'm joking.
All right.
I'm just being silly.
Yeah.
But it was awesome to talk to you. Well, let me finish the thing, and then I'll set something up, and then maybe we can do it again. Next week.
Yeah. If you want to talk later this week or something, or do it like a VOD review,
I'll
or
do
just
a debrief.
shoot the shit. Yeah, that'd be great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
See ya.
Good job.
Thanks for having
me.
me.
Demon Mama.
Bye, everyone. Yay! That was cool as hell. Got Lance blushing. That makes me happy. Lance is wonderful. That was sick. That was a wild ride. And with that, I think we're probably gonna end stream and go do my mod event. So that was really fun. I am also like, my brain is kind of all over the place. Yeah, I know. Well, here's the thing. Remember, just remember, I will stream again. I'll stream again. Don't you worry. I'll be back. Don't you worry. Everyone, if you haven't followed me on one of the platforms, please do. I basically quoted Haywood. Did I? I've never read Marx Capital, but I've got the marks of capital all over my body. Damn. Damn. Hey, thank you so much, Vermin Hands. Who are we gonna... Yeah. Oh, there's gonna be more. There's gonna be more content. You want to subscribe so you can get it in the future. And yes, please, the Scrooge McDuck Fund. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great line. I gotta save that. I don't even know what that's from. That's fucking cool. That's a good ass line. Damn, that's a based ass line. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, no 24-hour streams. I'm very tired. I've been streaming actually an incredible amount lately. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna raid somebody. So let's find out who we're gonna raid. Actually, well, you all saw that, so I probably shouldn't send it to oh, Joe Lewis is on Ico Rules right now. So we're gonna raid into that. Mods, I'm going to go eat some food, get a soda, and then I will contact you all about us doing the hangout. Mods, looking forward to hanging out with you tonight. All of you, thank you for the support. Thank you for the love. I deeply appreciate it. Hey!
Great work tonight.
Looney Duck, I would be down. I have no more energy right now. But if you want to debate in the future, let me know. We'll talk about it. All right, everyone. I will see you soon. We are going to raid into, right now, Ico Rules. Let me just get the host set up. Give me 1 second here. 1 second. Here we go. All right, I'm hosting Ico. Much love to you all. This show is made possible because of supporters like you, viewers like you. Mwah! Much love. See you soon.